migrate too far.
What's your favorite Kanye West song of all time? I'll wait.
Um, you've got some unreleased stuff that I would say that's pretty fun. I I don't have any names memorized, but
No, you need to. What? Okay, so I'm just gonna name a song.
that would be difficult. So they don't know any names. Okay.
All Falls Down.
I know that one. Stronger, stronger makes it harder. Fast. I don't know. Yeah.
Would you do me a favor? Would you do me a favor? Oh, simply because the woman he has in it, her name is Stacey Dash, and she's beautiful. She's absolutely gorgeous. Um, but he does a first-person view of it's at the Ontario airport where I've been, and he does a it's it's how I think people will want to live my life in the future. So you want to go to YouTube and you want to type in All Falls Down, ALLFALLSDOW, and you're gonna get to see a really hot chick. She's got a killer body. She's beautiful. She was in Clueless. I would drag my balls across a mile of broken glass just to hear her queef in a walkie-talkie.
Kanye West. What was I typing?
All Falls Down, and you're a fucking baller.
Do you know the song "Church in the Wild"?
No one knows that song.
Like, that's amazing. Alright, I'm listening.
And watch the video.
I am watching the video. Is this your favorite Kanye song?
It's my favorite Kanye West video, I think. Maybe Gold Digger as well. I love that one too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a chill song. I wouldn't say it's the best Kanye song, but
I didn't say it's the best Kanye song. I said it's an amazing music video.
I mean, it's just like them chilling around the airport.
It's in first person view though.
Okay. Does that make it amazing?
Yeah, dude, people are gonna live.
First person views plus airport is amazing.
Name the last video you've seen in first person view. I'll wait.
GoPro. Every single GoPro video ever. Every single.
No. Music video, dog. I just said music video. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Very not done ever.
Have you ever seen one?
Not off the top of my head, nothing's
Now
coming
don't
at
you
me.
now don't you see why it's unique as fuck?
Yeah. No, I mean it is it is unique in that regard for sure.
And did you see how hot Stacey Dash is in it?
Um, I don't think she's like the hottest girl I've ever seen. Like, she wasn't ugly.
All right, now here's my question for you. Are you ready to lose in literati in about 9 minutes?
9 minutes. Ain't no one got time to wait 9 minutes.
What you know about Sweet Brown?
You're the king of multitasking.
Yeah, and that's what I'm doing. I'm talking with Joe ass.
You're the king
Well,
of robots. You should be able to have a robot do all that shit.
I wish I could, but robots don't work on my Chromebook, son. What are your thoughts on Kid?
That's a lot of
What are your
space.
thoughts on Kid Cudi's Day and Night?
I mean, it was a popular song. This is like not even remotely a good song, in my opinion.
You don't think it's a good song?
It's like I I don't like the beat of it, so no, I do not think it's a good song.
Why don't you like the beat of it?
It's just like
Yeah, it is like that, son. It is like that.
and it's just kind of like eh.
All right, I need to update
Like
you on the.
there's other music, like I said, like
I need to update
and
you.
everything.
I must update you on the Fighter and the Kid.
Fuck you. I don't consent to that. Unsubscribe. Spam. Reported for spam. Illegal.
Very, very
That
funny.
should be
Very, very
illegal.
funny. Very funny, dog. All right, but no, come on. You got to learn about this. This is your culture.
No. I hope it's shut down for good. I really, really hope it's shut down for good.
Well,
Forever
that's what
and
I wanted
ever.
to tell you.
And you'll stop talking about it, and then
That's,
I'll be happy.
I have a
So
question
I
for
hope
you.
that's
I have a very serious question for you. Do you know who was on the Joe Rogan Experience yesterday?
should I?
Yeah, you should.
I don't know. I don't stalk Joe Rogan on the internet.
Well, you should, baby. Are you ready to know?
This better be the best Joe fucking Rogan guest I've ever heard. Yeah.
All right, their initials are BS.
I don't know. The Jonas Brothers.
No, BS.
I don't know. Are they from Kill Tony? I don't know.
All right, here's the clue. They are one half of the hit podcast,
Sean.
The Fighter and the Kid.
Brennan Sean.
And guess what they talked about?
Fighter and the Peace.
No, in fact, they didn't talk about that podcast at all. It wasn't mentioned, and it wasn't in the show notes, which tells me that The Fighter and the Kid is on its last leg. In fact, I don't think it's going to make it past July 1st. And if you're like, why not? Because I think that's when their um, contract with Podcast One is done. And once that's done, they have to get new sponsors. And Brendan Schaub can't.
So similar boat to William Montgomery. They need a sponsorship renewal.
Exactly. Exactly. And they just got a new um they just got a new studio, but it's so funny. So Brendan Schaub broke his lease in Calabasas. He used to have this sick ass studio. It was really big. They did like Theo Vaughn used to do his podcast from there. Like it was a really cool studio in Calabasas. But and it was owned the building I think was owned by Howie Mandel and um basically Brendan Schaub couldn't pay or felt like he didn't need to pay the lease on that building or on that studio, so he just left when he moved to Austin and didn't pay it. So Howie Mandel, I think, or Howie Mandel's company or something, sued Brendan Schaub for the remainder of the lease. And Brendan Schaub was just like, "Peace, dude. I'm not coming back." But that's on your credit, and that means that Brendan Schaub can't rent commercial space anymore generally like he did. So what he had to do instead was um, rent a storage space, and so he rented a storage space for a year, and this storage space was literally just like a garage, and they didn't do too much with it, and they did it from there for a year. And the funny thing is, when like it's a storage space, it's not made for podcasting, so it's really echoey. And when the air conditioner turns on, it is really loud on the podcast. And there's a train that goes by that's really loud on the podcast. And they were running into an issue where like the lights would turn out on them. Just like all of the like it's like Murphy's law. Whatever could go wrong will go wrong. And so they did the podcast there for a year, and they really had no interest. Both of them, they were just so going through the motions. And every podcast is the same. I know this is boring too, but I'm almost done. Every podcast is the same. It's all right. So where were you this weekend, Brian? And Brian goes, I was in Temecula, California. And they're like, oh, okay, cool. How was that? He's like, it was a great crowd or whatever. When really, like, it turned out that he can't sell tickets anymore. That's the thing. The reason why he can't sell tickets is because the Los Angeles Times outed him as a multiple time rapist. And anybody who like says they're a Brian Callen fan is straight up lying to you. And he's not that funny. His fucking comedy is very how would I say it? It's very like power stance. Like I'll do an impression of him. Not that you care, but this might be entertaining. If he were talking about like let's say searing a steak or like making a steak, he'd be like, well, first you gotta look at the animal and recognize that you are eye to eye with the beast that will be providing nourishment to you later in that afternoon. And you take the knife, and it cannot be just any knife. This knife is so sharp that it was once the example for which samurai would use to sharpen their knives in ancient Japan, Imperial Japan, on an island far, far away. And as you kill the animal, you maintain eye contact, recognizing that you and that animal have a bond that you will never, ever be able to change. And once you see the life leaving that animal, you then recognize that it is time to prepare the steaks. So you take the steak and you salt the meat. And you don't use just any salt. You use the finest of Himalayan salts, pink Himalayan salts that you might see in a major cuisine aficionado publication. And as you salt that meat, you think about the life that you took and you show appreciation for the life that you took. And from there, you prepare your flame, your fire, your life force, and you don't just start the fire with matches or with a torch. You go find two dry sticks in the middle of a forest, as deep in the forest as you can go, and you rub them together to start a flame that will not only warm your food, your nourishment, but will provide you with that same life force that you took from the beast earlier in that day. And what you will do, what you shall do, what you must do is ensure that the flame is roaring high before you put the stake on the flame. And once that flame is ready, you put the stake.
When does the comedy start?
That's what it is, though. That's his fucking. That's what it is for an album.
Yeah.
And it's
That
just
sounds horrible.
like, and he uses words that he thinks are funny, but frankly, his his audience. I'm almost done in like 2 more minutes. His audience is not that smart. They're people who watch The Fighter as a kid. It's like his audience is like, this is what he'll do. He described this. This is his. I've seen his special a few times. It's called. Who cares? Anyway, he goes. I was on Instagram the other day, just doing whatever it was I was doing in my meaningless life, and I saw an influencer on a yacht somewhere in the Mediterranean, and all of a sudden I saw them plunge into the azure waters of the Mediterranean. And you're watching this and you're like, azure waters? What the fuck is azure? Like, it means blue. But it's like not a normal word that people would use to describe water. He like it's like he looks up in the thesaurus like what is the most advanced word that nobody knows and I'm gonna use it to look smart and that's what he does. Anyway, so on today's show, The Fighter and the Kid, Brian was not there, and no one knows why he wasn't there. He just basically quit, and Brendan Schaub was only on for like half of it, and they had two other guys who were on, and they were like making fun of Brian Callen, and one of the things that they said, Brian Callen did stand-up comedy in Hawaii. Riser, how many tickets do you think he sold for a stand-up comedy club in Hawaii?
Hawaii is a small ass state. There's only like 500,000 people, right?
No, it has more than that, but that's okay.
Oh, really? What's the population?
I think Honolulu itself has
Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking.
yeah, just under a million in the
1.43 million. Okay. And they were on the Big Island, I guess.
well, the Big Island actually isn't the most populous. Oahu is where
I mean, I'm talking about the population.
okay, so yeah, so the Big Island is known as Hawaii. It's really confusing, and that one's where Mauna Kea is, where um the largest volcano in the world is basically, and the largest from seabed to ocean floor or seabed to above sea level rise of any single peak in the world, and that's kind of there are people who live there, but it's more like a lot of it is a park and stuff. Like you can on that island you can snowboard and snow ski in the same day, or not snowboard, water ski and snow ski in the same day. You can do that in LA too, but there aren't a lot of places in the United States you can do it.
What do you mean snow ski? Like on just like a ski hill on a mountain?
Yeah, just skiing on snow.
What?
And
Wait, so you're not skiing on snow?
no, snow skiing. Yeah, I am. That's known as snow skiing.
Okay.
There's snow skiing and there's water skiing.
Right. Okay.
And
Um,
so the answer is he sold 22 tickets. But you have to understand that like 22 tickets is not enough to pay for your flight to go all the way to Hawaii, which is really expensive, and do some show. And the other thing is, like, if we were partners, or if you're partners with someone, you don't want to air out their dirty laundry and be like, dude, he flew all the way to Hawaii to sell 22 tickets. Like his tickets are like $20 each. That's like not that's like less than $440 or something. Like that's not even covering your flight, let alone hotel and everything else. So Brian was not there. So it's really funny that they were doing this thing on the show where they would take viewer questions and they would answer some questions like pretty honestly. I'm almost done. I really appreciate your patience, and I know you hate this, but it's really interesting. As it's been called
I'm listening.
on today's show, it's like the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, but for men. Like all this fucking stupid podcast drama that people go through, and it's all in the Rogan verse, and so that's why I put it, which is a subset of larger the comedy universe. So anyway, Brian Callen was not there, and they had these two other guys who were his openers, uh, who sat in for him and also sat in for Brendan Schaub, and they were taking the questions for Brian Callen. So it basically is like Brian Callen's never going to answer these questions, and they at least want the questions to get answered. So people were like, "Yeah, Brian, love the show, but it seems like the your passion is gone. The wind is out of your sails. Like, is this true? Like you and Brendan used to be really close. We know you've been doing this podcast for. They've been doing it for 14 years. That's a long fucking time to do a podcast. If you think about it, that's like one of the longest podcasts that's still going. Period. And and they were answering on behalf of Brian, but they're like, yeah, I mean, just things aren't going really well with his life right now. You can tell he's depressed. You can tell that he isn't the draw that he once thought he was, and he feels like he was set up a lot by these allegations. Um, Brian Callen today put out a thing like a he's trying to do all kinds of stuff to just gain some ground. Here's the thing: you shouldn't feel so badly for him. His dad is an international banker, and who's like in his 80s, who's gonna die soon. And when he dies, Brian's gonna be like a bonkers millionaire. So it's not like that big of a deal. But for now, he's struggling. He's got a $20,000 alimony
His
payment.
dad doesn't want to give him money now. Like, his dad doesn't even like him.
His dad likes him, but his dad would rather like his dad will buy the whole family like a trip to a Mediterranean cruise every year instead of just giving him straight up money.
Okay.
So his dad basically is like, look, I want to spend time with my family, but I'm not going to provide for like that's what you provide for. I've given you the opportunity, and all these people you have an invite by the way. All these people in stand up um, hate Brian Callen because he's a spoiled rich kid, and frankly, in order to be good in stand up comedy nowadays, you have
Can
to
they rape people?
yeah,
I mean,
allegedly.
isn't that more of a reason to hate someone than their parents? Than they were born with lucky circumstances. Also, shouldn't you blame the parent more for if they raise a spoiled brat versus a kid who brought up to be raised that way?
Um,
Because you're born, it's not your choice. You're born with all this money. Your parents just throw money at you. They treat you like a prince, and then you're like programmed to like think that you're a prince, and then people just hate you for that. It's almost like
well, the thing is, he acts kind of like a pretentious prick as well. Um, and that doesn't help him. And I mean, he cheated on his wife a lot, and he didn't just cheat on his wife with just anybody. He cheated on him with like where he had like a power. There was like a power differential where he was like, there was this girl, I guess, who lived in like Pennsylvania or something, and she worked at an American Apparel, and he would like go there and like just like have an affair with her, and I don't know. I just don't think it's cool to cheat on people. I've never cheated on anyone, and I just don't think it's cool. Um, I have a very. I'm not saying I haven't had friends who've cheated on their spouses or not spouses, significant others, and um, I've hooked up with married chicks, but they have had their husband's approval, and that's like a different story. If you're doing it, if you're cheating on someone and the person doesn't know about it, to, to me that's kind of a scumbag move. Anyway, yeah, Brian Callen um, ended up um, cheating on his day and night. He ended up cheating on his wife. She divorced him. She kept the kids, kept the house. She left him with his Tesla, like an old Honda Civic or something, and or an old Toyota Prius, and um, the rights to the fighter and the kids. She didn't want any of that, but she kept all the stuff. And then she got $20,000 a month in alimony. And he complains about having alimony. Like that's not what your fucking um, that's not what your fan base wants to hear. Like you're only doing this for the alimony, but it's basically true.
Thank you, Ernest Shackleton, for that amazing teaching.
Oh, you think I was done?
No, I'm just saying.
No, you're good, big bug. Um, so what I'm saying is that this podcast is on the ropes, and I think it's going to end pretty soon. But it's such a the podcast itself sucks. But what the people do in the subreddit is so fucking creative and so fucking funny. And there's a whole language that develops. Like when I first got into subreddit, it was like almost 2 years ago. I was like, I can't even read any of this shit. Like I don't understand this. This is like a different language. But then you watch, they have like these like it's called like it's called new hire training where they like teach you all the phrases that they use and everything, and then you realize that a lot of people started using these phrases all over Reddit because the subreddit is so large, um, and I find that to be just absolutely positively hilarious. Like you'll be in a Joe Rogan subreddit or like even just some random subreddits like I don't know things I learned today or whatever. Explain to me like I'm five. And people will come in with like, "Yo, B, that's not how it works." It's like, "Oh, are you a?" In this community, they're known as the homeless cats. They're just fucking hilarious.
Please, fuck MS.
Baby, I'm a pimp.
That's fucking stupid.
Baby, I'm a pimp. What do you want me to do about it? Why aren't there more words that end with Q?
Oh,
Good day and
I
night.
got my timer. God damn. Yeah, give me that back. My timer. I didn't get a ring that you.
Because day and night. Are you fucking serious?
I like you wasn't on a triple iron. So.
Devastating.
Get out of here with your fucking bullshit. Bullshit. Fucking
Because
bullshit.
day and night.
That's that's horseshit. That is absolute horseshit. Fuck.
That's fucking bullshit, man.
No, it's bullshit. You have a bullshit.
Because day and night.
Wow, another. Wow, here we go. yourself on the back for this. What a great move. That is embarrassing.
What's embarrassing about
That's
it?
just straight up embarrassing.
What's embarrassing about it?
Manufacturing a nest.
They didn't manufacture a nest. That was an organic. That's sun.
Manufacture.
You know that was organic. It's not blue. No fucking way you got the word this long. I don't know why you're even trying to shred. Go fuck yourself with that bullshit.
A historical commercial term referring to an allowance of 4 pounds for every 104 pounds of subtle weight. Tret, dog.
Yeah, I didn't.
Common deduction in trade and shipping, particularly when dealing with bulk goods like spices.
I didn't ask what it was. I knew what it was. Everybody knows what shred is. Dog. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Dog, bro. Wow.
Just day and night.
How many tiles?
15.
Shit's garbage. Because day and night.
Wow, serious.
Gutty and bang, son, because I'm a pimp, baby. What a comeback. Big dog.
What? How is it not a fucking
Because it's not. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows that ain't a word, baby. We all know that's not a word. Everybody knows that it's not a
Yeah,
word.
that's bullshit.
What did you think it was, Zadie? Rest? You used it.
Savvy.
You used.
SAVY.
It's SABBY, dog. How about you learned how to spell it, dog?
Never fucking spell with two V's. Okay.
I mean, that's how it's spelled in schools.
Yeah, they're rigging the dictionary. Fuck this. They've resorted to conspiring to change the fucking dictionary to help them.
Devastating.
I,
You got both the. You
I,
got both the fucking blank tiles, dude. They just gave you this game.
every single time. Doesn't matter why. There's gotta be some sort of excuse.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog?
There's gotta be just some excuse you can pull up your own head. Are you gonna go? You're gonna jail or there's some Olympic medal jail right now. Oh, this could be devastating.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to go again. I need it.
Oh,
I need a
what?
second. I need a second.
What?
Send it back to me.
You alright?
Send it back to me.
You have like 4 seconds.
No, send. Yeah, thank you.
You were not. You don't even have a word.
I mean, I literally had something in my eye.
1, 2,
I had something in my eye.
turn.
Yeah, turn.
You played turn.
Yeah. Z. Oh, dude, fuck you. This is garbage.
I think you might actually have a chance to win. Let's see. You have a pretty good chance to win.
Dog, shut the fuck up. This game is over. You had the Q. You had all the S's. You had all the
The J.
Z's. You had the
But
J.
you had the Q, buddy. That was your dog shit Q.
Oh yeah.
Wait, no, wait, was that me?
No, that's cool.
I think it was you played that bullshit.
Everything was so bullshit.
Fuck out of here. You have the Q. We literally handed you the game. And you stole my hard work with like my goddamn Jade, and then you just tacked on an S. And then you tacked on an S again on menus and played keys.
You got both the blank tiles. That's all I
You
know.
have one. It was not even helpful. I was like, it was annoying because I didn't know what to play.
How are blank tiles annoying? I'll wait.
Because they're just ambiguous and it's like harder to make up words.
That's incorrect.
No, it's true. I mean, they're easy to just tack on S's. When they give you 2 blank tiles, nice loss.
Here, cheat. All right, let's watch fucking William
Going
Montgomery.
around.
William Montgomery.
No, fuck.
Why would you say such a thing?
No, I've just been watching this TV show.
Is it called How to Suck Dick and Talk in Discord?
No. It's from the director of Yellowstone. It's called Landman. It's about this like.
It's on Paramount Plus or Tubi or some shit.
Yeah, Paramount.
Yeah.
You've heard of it?
Oh, dude, Brendan Schaub's obsessed with it.
Landman.
Brendan Schaub's obsessed with it.
Oh no, I hate it. Okay.
I'm just telling
No, Brandon Shaw has great, amazing sense of tone.
you. You probably would love the same shit. Do you like Stranger Things?
No, Stranger Things is like children's TV.
What does that even mean?
Children's TV show. I mean, it's like it's for like little kids.
Okay. Can I ask What of your favorite businesses of Brendan Schaub's is your favorite?
Hmm. I don't know.
You don't know it all?
The one where he scams people for cars
That's a good
or
answer.
giveaway scams.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, I don't know how he's not. How many lawsuits? How do you continue to fight those lawsuits? Okay. All right, friend.
Dude, what happened to documentaries and learning?
Yeah, I meant to tell you this, but need to like take a break from all the documentaries for a little bit. And it's not like we can't watch documentaries, but whenever my brain like just like uh, repetitively does something, it gets burned out a little bit, and it's not as fun anymore. And I don't want to force myself to watch a documentary if I don't want to.
We've
I can
only
still
been
watch them.
we've been only been
But
watching your
otherwise-
shit. We've only been watching your shit.
No, you picked like the
No, I didn't pick the founder.
two.
And I didn't pick the
That was
founder.
your pick.
No, it
I
wasn't.
would have never known about the founder if it weren't for you.
I said I liked it, and you said I've added it, and then you wanted to watch it.
Okay.
So that was your pick,
Well, it was your
and the
pick.
one before then was your pick. The last one that I had was on fucking nuclear weapons, and you liked that one.
Yeah, no, it's not like I don't like documentaries. I don't ever want to watch documentaries every
No,
year. It's just
no,
like,
you're stopping the
gotta
documentary
show
nights,
on the
and that's
frequency.
bullshit. And we watched yours before, the night before then too. What was it? Isn't it amazing that we can't remember? Saturday night was nuclear weapons. Sunday night was your pick, and then um, Monday was the founder, something like that. But what did we watch? Come on, think about it.
Before that, I don't,
It was your pick, dog.
I don't know. It was probably amazing because it was my pick.
No,
I know that much.
it was
We watched Barunga, the gorilla one.
yeah. It wasn't that one. It was. It wasn't the one about ship breaking either.
Oh, the cult one.
Yeah, that one dog shit as well.
That was incredible.
Yeah, because you want to join that guy's.
Stimulating.
Because you want to join that guy's cult.
It was an amazing documentary.
That was garbage, dude.
One of the greatest
You're stopping.
pieces of
You're
cinema.
stopping the the documentaries, which is a bullshit move.
I'm not stopping it. I said we can still watch them like whenever. Just like
And you refuse to watch.
the religious everyday thing of like doing it. No.
There's
But
nothing
we still
religious
watch
about it. It's tradition. It's not religious.
I mean, it's a fun tradition. Maybe I'll change my mind.
Go to bed.
You're sending me off to sleep now.
I mean, you don't want to watch a documentary.
What documentary did you want to
I
watch?
wanted to watch Michael at one point, and I wanted to watch uh, perhaps the world's worst movie, known as Bus Boys.
Us Boys is terrible, but we used to watch it at some point. Neither of those are documentaries.
Okay, so if you want to know what documentary we should watch, it's Religionless.
Okay. Are there any other on the list?
Yeah, there are like a million on the list. The Creature from Jekyll Island, baller as fuck. We could watch Titanic documentaries, baller as fuck. Um, we could watch
BP oil spill.
boring as fuck.
The
Um,
BP oil spill documentary is boring as fuck.
I mean, what do you want to know about? Deepwater Horizon.
No, that was an important piece of history.
It was
Terrible
either
piece
it
of
was
history.
rigged or something blew up or whatever, and it spilled oil all over the Gulf. What more? I mean, there's like
It was rigged.
yeah, dog. That's an argument. Just send oil
Yeah,
prices
that
up.
was.
Oh, for sure, dog. Um. Okay.
Why did oil prices go up?
Because there was a
Aren't there
huge.
like shit tons of other places that go up?
Because there were a ton of um. There was a ton of oil that was wasted.
Yeah, but relative to like the reserves, all the other oil and places that extract oil from.
We could watch. I saw this really sweet documentary on shark fin stew, and another amazing documentary called Blackfish, which is about like why um, SeaWorld and places like that shouldn't exist. There was one in Canada too. What was it called? I think it was in Vancouver.
Marine life or something.
Yeah, Marineland or something like
Yeah,
that.
I've been to Marine Land.
Right. Well, then you've helped this problem. Um, I want to see Man on Wire. Have you seen Man on Wire?
I think I did watch that one. I think it sucked. I'm not even
It won an Oscar for
exaggerating.
best documentary.
No, I've seen it. I think it's absolutely terrible.
You thought it was the greatest thing of all time.
Not even.
Lies,
Not even close.
lies. Um, there's the Alex Honnold documentary, Free Solo. You probably think that sucks too.
No, that one's cool.
Okay.
If it's a good documentary, I'll I'll say it.
Do you have any?
And I don't even know if I've seen The Man on the Wire, but I feel like I have.
It's called.
Or it might have been a movie that I've seen.
It's called the
And
man.
the movie stuff.
It's called Man on Wire, not Man on the Wire.
Is it on the tightrope or across like?
Where, dog? Taipei 101, I think.
Yeah.
All right. What about? Dude, we should watch the one on the water car on Stanley Meyer or whatever.
Yeah, that one's good. That's a big shoot.
Yeah,
Documentary.
we should watch that. Also, there's this one fucking fascinating documentary I've seen on the font Helvetica. It is so amazing how Helvetica changed society. Like, just this font. Everything, all the corporate fonts are all Helvetica. And you wouldn't know it, but they all are. It's basically Arial, um, but it's like, dude, I had no idea that Helvetica had such a, um, did you know that Clavicular is financially funded by Peter Thiel?
You know, that guy's got his fingers in everyone's breadbasket.
Yeah, but there's a reason why he came on the scene so.
There's a reason why Clavicular, like he was funded before he was like super popular or whatever.
Yeah, according to the Joe Rogan Reach Around, that he's doing a stream with J.D. Vance and Jake Paul and Clavicular, who is financially funded by billionaire Joe Rogan guest Peter Thiel. And they did it on Kick. You can't even say my name on Kick, or you get banned. Or you don't get banned, but you get it doesn't deliver the message.
Um, that's interesting. I thought Clavicular was just. I didn't think he would need that much funding. Like he doesn't do much in his vlogs. He literally like walks around, talks to people. Like
He, no, he needs
he's
the
not like
money.
goddamn
He-
Steve will do it, giving away a Rolls
He
Royce
need
every day.
he needs the money for all the bots that he uses. That's a lot of bots.
I mean, don't you get to like the point where like you don't need the bots because you're like
No, there aren't that many viewers on Kick. Kick doesn't have tens of thousands of viewers at any given time, like just for one person. It becomes a competition of who can bot themselves the most. In reality, they have. I mean, you can just look at the stats. Go to it's like botted.ai.
so botting on YouTube is illegal. Botting on Kick, they just don't care.
They're both illegal, but they let them do it. In fact, Clavicular got banned from Twitch for botting. That's why he went to Kick.
Oh, but he gets a free pass from Kick to bot.
Word dog.
Do you like Clavicular?
I think he sucks absolute dick.
Fuck you.
What do you like
He's
about him?
funny as fuck. He's a little bit pompous, but
He's completely
and
pompous.
a little.
He's a douche. He's like grade A douchebag.
Yeah, but at least he's like somewhat funny. I don't think he's like that like insanely mean. Like the way like you talk to me in literati is like meaner than
My shit's funny as fuck though. I don't do it to be mean. He's an asshole.
what did you do?
He shot like a dead alligator in the Everglades. He got in trouble for like domestic violence or something. It's a bunch of shit he's done wrong. That's just in the last week or so, like last month.
Okay. Um, Wait, Mr. Rabbi, I'm gonna run off.
Get out of here. Go watch Clavicular. Maybe you and
Oh, yeah.
Clavicular can start watching documentaries.
Me and Clav.
Get out of here.
I'll join his stream.
Well, don't type Rabbi
Maybe.
Rothschild in it because you won't see anything.
Alright.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Okay. I'm sorry for destroying you and literati both games about trying.
Garbage lies. If you lied about it yesterday,
I'm sorry that the tiles of the last 4 games in a row happened to be rigged. I'm really sorry about that.
it's not been 4 in a row.
I think it's been like more than that.
Okay, yeah.
I can't even recall the last time I lost in a row.
Cool story, bro. This is garbage.
The only thing that can make up for it is watching more The Fighter and the Kid.
Do you think that the PDF file busting videos that they do are good or bad?
I think it should be illegal.
You're not. Oh, just because it's like entrapment, basically.
Yeah, they aren't law enforcement. They don't have. To me, they. I mean, I've seen a statistic. There's like a much higher rate of those people being PDF files than um, just your average person. And there are situations where I'm not saying these are all of them because usually they have their shit together really well. But if it's not done by law enforcement, um, I don't feel that that type of behavior should be legal. I should. Uh, a lot of times these guys. I'm not saying that they're innocent because usually they. But like not. I don't think I've ever seen one on it has been like. But sometimes they get people who have mental. Um, and that's not cool. Like the person that like literally like they're. You can tell they're not like a normal IQ of a person, and I'm not saying those people should be able to be predators either, but it's like you're you're um, and it's just like who made you the police to do that? I think there should be a police like section like a that does that. I think that should be a thing. I don't want people hurting children, but you're doing it for views, and to me that's like you're not much better. Um, have I
If anything, you might be shining more eyeballs on the issue and making it
um,
worse. Something.
well, when they started to do that, I mean,
You're bringing like unnecessary attention to it.
um, well, it's just like there's almost something weird about it. Like, so you like you care about kids and everything. That's fine. That you're doing the job of the police. That's the police's job. Like They're like, well, the police aren't doing their job. Okay, then what I think you should do is advocate in your local government to get laws passed so that the police do this kind of police work. But the fact that they don't, then they do it and they're doing it for clout. Have I been a fan of this kind of stuff? Yeah, because it's like very it gets a lot of views and stuff. But like Vitali did it to somebody, and the person was innocent, and like he didn't lose his account or anything. But it's like you're doing it for views. You're doing it for um and you're not always like you're not innocent in your with what you're doing. Like you, I saw this one guy Vitali did, and Vitali and I are cool. He shouted me out in his stream before, so I'm not like saying that. I think he's like
Really?
yeah. I'm not saying yeah. He's been really
Like, who's this guy spamming me?
yeah. No. He knows who I am. He knows who I am. And he shouted me out.
We should talk to him.
Um,
Talk to him.
well, he's in jail now, isn't he? In like the Philippines.
No, he's out of jail.
Okay. Well, yeah. I thought it was cool that he like climbed the Hollywood sign and just did a bunch of shit to get popular or whatever. But anyway, he has like people on and he'll like do it and make them cry. And like bring like look, just get the police. Just give the information to the police. That's it. It's not your job. It's not your job to be the policeman of the internet. And there's just something that these guys get that like, hey, we can make a job out of this and we get a lot of views for it because there's this subconscious part of people's brains that love the fact that people are getting in trouble for sexual crimes. And I think it's good that there's awareness about the issue, but police should be the ones doing it, in my opinion. It should not be private companies. It should not be private individuals. It should be sworn officers. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Um, to me, it's like um, if somebody's speeding down the road, do I just have the do I have the ability to go and like pull them over myself? No, I don't. That's a crime. I feel that this should be a crime as well because sometimes these guys behind the scenes will say things that like are questionable. Like I don't know. Like here's one that people do. I mean, I don't know. I have watched these things and I've been like happy that these guys get caught. But then when that a lot of times if they get these private individuals, their cases get thrown out. So it's just frankly just embarrassed the guy. And now he's got a video of him out there of looking like a pervert, but actually no charges were pressed against him. That's not right. That's not fair. You shouldn't have your life ruined if you're not found guilty on anything because someone wanted to make a video about it. That's not right to me. Um, and
Yeah, defamation.
but there's no reversing that. The, I would be fine with it if these guys did this. Instead of taking all this time to do these things themselves, they just said, look, we're going to get people in the community together and we're going to get with our district attorneys and we're going to get with our local legislatures and we're going to say, if you're in our county, we are funding the police to be able to do this kind of work. What's wrong with that?
I mean, as a YouTuber or streamer, there's no content being created around.
Wait. So then we see, then we see
actually a real solution instead of just their own profit.
Yeah, exactly. Then we see what it's really about. It's really about them making money, and then in a certain way, they're actually making money off of hurting kids in their own way, and I don't like that. And it's like, well, how are they making money off of hurting kids? because their charges many times get thrown out. So instead of the police who, if they had done this thing and they had taken precautions and everything was recorded with them, and the person might have actually gone to jail, instead it gets thrown out because it's a private individual. And I mean, I've seen these guys, like there's a vengeance about the matter, and like people are like, yeah, get them, and I get that, and I'm not like someone who feels that these people should be on the street. I don't, but I do think that it should be handled by the police. And the people who do it, I once was like, I would once watch these, like for like maybe I don't know a week of my life, and I watched um, these on TikTok, and I was really impressed with all of the documentation that the people have. They have like a whole binder that they give to the police and everything, and like everything's in there, and that's cool. But if that person is acquitted, that video doesn't leave. That's still up there, and you've ruined that person's life basically. And I believe everybody deserves their day in court, and if they're acquitted, then maybe sometimes these guys are nice and they take the video down, but that video's already been spread throughout the internet, and you're not able to take them down that easily. You literally have to pay like thousands of dollars in legal fees just to get one video taken down off social media. So then to do that off the entire internet, it's like you can't unring the bell. And people may say, hey, you shouldn't have been in that situation anyway. Well, hey, this kid had mental illness or was uh, not
Or
an.
maybe he legitimately was driving. The message that the part where she mentioned she was underage and he like actually skimmed over that message somehow.
Exactly. And that can happen. But I mean, usually people are like, how old are you? And I get that. But that can happen too. And I just personally feel as if this is a job for the police. And if I were, I mean, I might even write on this topic. I think I will. It's a good one. That this is a job for the police. This is not a job for renegade people. And the people who do it, and the people
Playing Batman.
exactly, and the people who do it are kind of creepy themselves, in my opinion, because it's like you're so obsessed with guys hurting kids that you are going to record it and do all this other shit and make money off of it. Um, and
I think you can like innocently do it and be like, whatever. I'm doing a good thing. I'm removing people that hurt children from the streets.
okay, then why do you have to put it on
But
TikTok? Then why do you have to put it on social media? I understand you can say, well, it's a deterrent. They already have those deterrents. They had To Catch a Predator and all those kinds of shows. They already have it on the news. Frankly, you're just doing it to get views, to get clicks. And to me, that's disingenuous.
yeah, no. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, either it's like money reasons or you just want more fame and notoriety.
And a lot of times those guys get caught doing the same thing with like, or like they have like sexual issues of their own. It's like Vitali did it because it got him a ton of views, and I get that. But he didn't do it because he's trying to clean up the street because it got him a ton of views. Um, and
Yeah,
so
also, they'll like intimidate, sometimes physically assault,
yeah.
rob people.
That's absolutely true, and they do that. And or they'll make them be like, or they'll lie to them, which I think that person's already in like a fragile position, and they'll be like, if you tell me now, I won't call the cops. If you tell me now, I won't call the cops, and then they just call the cops anyway. And it's like there's something disingenuous about that to me. Like uh, they may say
Like
anything.
real law enforcement and police officers don't like extort you
Yeah,
on the scene of like the crime.
exactly. You're
And they're
100%
doing
right.
that.
They might use other things that I find questionable, which aren't right, but they don't do that. They aren't like, tell me who else you've done this to, and I won't, and you won't get in any trouble, or like I'll just let you leave, or what. You're free to go. It's like, yeah, you're free to go because the police are already in the parking lot waiting for you. Like, there's something disingenuous to that. The police don't say you're free to go and then go arrest you in the parking lot. That's just not. There are some ways, like, I'm not a huge fan of the way law enforcement handles a lot of issues in the United States. In fact, I'm a major advocate for criminal justice reform and social justice. But this one, police do a better job of it, in my opinion, than um, just some random creepy guy with um, a TikTok channel. I mean, is he creepy? He spends 8 hours a day trying to catch guys, and like all he does is have like sexual conversations with dudes who think that they're having discussions with children, and he has no authority to do this, none whatsoever. This isn't a police.
It's also like you like set up like a fake Facebook profile and then attempt to like extract money from people and like romance scams. That's like fraud, basically. But
That's
I
true.
guess because they're already, it's like you're already doing like a criminal act just to entice the dude already.
That's true.
It's obviously a bad thing for them to do, but just like you're already breaking the law to start off with.
That's a good point. That's a good point, though. Let me write that down. Why isn't this a romance scam? It's a good point. Um,
Impersonating, basically, or whatever.
and I don't know, like, there are arguments that are made that are like, I don't agree with them, but there are people who say like, you, I mean, like with the transgenderism, one day you're a man, one day you're a woman. Literally, you can change like a shapeshifter. Okay, if that's the case, then why can't you do so with age? And I've seen this argument made. Um, and
What?
yeah, so there's this guy who wanted everybody to treat him as a 6-year-old girl, and he was like a 35-year-old man, and he would wear like pink and unicorns and shit, and he demanded people like he was making efforts for that. And then there's another thing that's trying to be pushed. Ghislaine Maxwell tried it a lot. Jeffrey Epstein tried it a lot. It's called adults loving minors or something like that. Minor attracted people. That's what it is. Minor attracted people. And um, I don't think that you got to play by the rules. There are certain rules. Whatever the age is, you have to follow it. Whatever the gender is, generally, that's to be followed. Um, but these situations with just these guys who make their channels about this stuff, uh, I think they should. I don't think they should lose their channels. I think they should have to change their content because otherwise, frankly, they're not stopping the issue. They are in many ways just like stopping the issue would be passing legislation so that this doesn't happen, so that there are police teams that do this. There are task force that go around and try to stop this, and that just doesn't exist in the United States. And I know a lot of people get hurt that way. There's an interesting one that comes up. So Zoot has this person with whom he does stand up. Her name is Chelsea. She's a bitch because she banned me on Facebook or on Instagram, even though I did nothing to her. And all her friends accepted my friend request. But anyway, and I was the biggest advocate of her stand-up comedy. I'd probably watch like 5 minutes of her stuff, but I would always joke around with Sue about her. Anyway, she has this stand-up skit that she does that is like, so in South Australia, you have to be age 17, I think, to be in a relationship with an adult, and she would go on Tinder at age 17, even though you had to be 18 to use Tinder, and she would be like, everybody would swipe right on me, even women would swipe right on me, and it's like, in my opinion, you're already on a platform that says that you're 18. So people aren't reading your whole fucking profile and saying, "Oh, this person's 17. I'm going to swipe right on." None of like I think very few people are like that. And I mean, I know when I used Tinder long ago, I just swipe right on everybody and then see who ended up in my inbox. Basically, I didn't pay attention. I used bots to do it, so it's like it wasn't even something that I did purposefully. And and then you get a situation like where a woman lies about her age. I'm not saying like in the David situation, like she's like 13 when they met, or 14 or something, but she says that she's a college student. What do you do in a situation like that? What if she has a fake ID? How far do you push it? Look, I understand there's a way to tell the difference between a 13-year-old girl and an 18-year-old woman. I get all that, but what I am saying is that the minors aren't always innocent either, and um, you have to be diligent as an adult. That even someone who tells you that they're an adult, you have to be cautious, and um, that's why I just think stay away from anybody who says that they're not 20. Like don't play in those worlds. Um, but for these guys who do these renegade vigilante things, I'm not a fan of it. I don't know why it's illegal. Let me look up why is it legal. And is it illegal anywhere in the United
Yeah,
States?
I mean, you can't go and you can't just like. I guess you could.
Why are vigilante child
bust people
predators
for drugs,
things
right? Like if you just wanted to
legal?
get
When
information
why
about
isn't that considered
yours
like
and then
an illegal practice? And is it illegal anywhere? So they can end up in big legal trouble. Vigilante child predator stings are generally not considered legal. Oh, they aren't considered legal. So I mean, how do they do it?
and so what's not legal about them detaining someone or impersonating
We're gonna look.
kids,
We're gonna
or,
read through that. Keep your pants on, big
or
dog.
just like
Keep your
being
pants.
entrapment of
Doug, listen to this motherfucker. I'm about to read him the whole spiel, and he's asking questions. Just calm down.
I'm curious.
Okay. All right. So just wait till the end and then ask all your questions. Vigilante child predator stings are generally not considered legal in the United States and other common law jurisdictions because the legal defense of entrapment typically applies only to actions by government agents, not private citizens. Oh, they're not considered illegal. Wow, that's a weird way to put that. Okay, so uh, they are considered legal. Since vigilantes are private individuals, their involvement does not negate the criminal liability of the suspect. If a suspect initiates a sexual conversation or agrees to meet, they are considered predisposed to commit the crime, making the evidence admissible for prosecution. However, the legality of the sting operation itself varied significantly by jurisdiction, particularly regarding who is legally permitted to pose as a minor. United States. In most states, it is illegal for anyone to solicit a minor for sexual acts, but many statutes specifically require the solicitor to believe the person is a minor or a law enforcement officer posing as one. In some states, like Ohio, it is not a crime for a pedophile to communicate with an adult pretending to be underage unless the adult is a police officer. Consequently, evidence gathered by vigilantes may be inadmissible in court if the local law requires the minor to be the law enforcement agent for the charge to stick. United Kingdom, vigilante stings are illegal and dangerous. The UK government and police strongly discourage them because they can compromise evidence, interfere with official investigations, and lead to violent confrontations or false accusations. And I agree with that. I think that the United States should be like the United Kingdom in that regard. That's another thing. You could somebody's like cornered. They could fucking hurt you. Next, Australia. Police posing as a minor is legal and not considered entrapment. Vigilante involvement is less formally regulated but often discouraged if it interferes with police operations. In Singapore, sex stings are legally valid, but these are conducted by law enforcement, not private citizens. That's how I feel it should be. Um, Key legal risks for vigilantes. While the act of stinging itself may not be a crime, vigilantes often face serious legal trouble if their methods violate other laws. Unlawful restraint or physical force to detain the suspect can lead to charges like assault, unlawful restraint, or obstructing justice. Interference. Vigilante operations can ruin official investigations by contaminating evidence or loading suspects, leading to legal pushback from prosecutors. Civil liability. Suspects may sue vigilantes for defamation, false imprisonment, or invasion of privacy. In summary, vigilante stings are often tolerated because they help identify predisposed offenders, but they operate in a legal gray area where the vigilante's actions must strictly avoid criminal behavior like assault or legal detention to avoid being charged themselves. It's still, in my opinion, a new type of law. This really hasn't been a thing for more than 30 years or so since the internet. And um, because of that, it hasn't been regulated that well. But I'm someone who feels that it's an illegal practice and it should not be done. Now, what about uh, what about police? Like, I'm generally not for police stings. I kind of think that that is a something that is sort of an illegal practice as well. But how do you protect children then um, from interacting with adults who want to prey on them? Um,
AI.
well, there's the idea that you could have children not available to the same internet as adults. There could be like a children's internet and an adult's internet, um, similar to like YouTube, the YouTube Kids app and the normal YouTube app. Um, well,
There's some safety app on a kid's phone that would alert me suspicious
this ex-
activity.
this exists, and I think this is what it should be. Instead of making everybody have to, um, verify their their phone and their credit card and all this other bullshit, there's a software that you can put on devices that that isn't very popular in the United States, but I think should be more popular. That has like a big list on it, and you're not allowed to go to any of the websites on the list. And it makes it so that children can be on the internet and hopefully not see a lot of the terrible things that are out there. Um, so if I'm against police things and I'm against vigilante justice, then how do we stop this behavior from happening? Um, I mean, I think it's about good parenting, but I know a parent can't always be there, and kids are gonna get, you know, they're gonna run into things. Um, but it's kind of, in my opinion, the same thing that happens with just like someone else trying to abuse a child who is like a family member or a friend of a family or something like that. Like, um, the child will tell on you, and basically, then you get in trouble, and that's how it should be. There's still that element of it. Now, what if the child wants to engage in a sexual relationship with an adult, and the adult wants to engage with a sexual relationship with a child, and neither of them are going to tell on each other? Then I guess that goes on, and then it isn't talked about until years later. And that's a hard one. You can't really I mean, you can legislate against it, but it's really hard to catch. How do you stop someone from taking advantage of a child if the child wants it to happen and the adult wants it to happen?
Yeah, I mean, we would have to catch them.
I've heard of
Someone would have to catch them.
I've heard of ways. It's called contact tracing. It was big during the pandemic, but basically like there's an idea that you'll always have your phone on you in the future or something like that, and you're not allowed to come within 6 feet of someone if if they're not in your contact list or something like that. Um, so what does that mean? Like you just if you're an adult, you wouldn't be able to come within contact, or you're not. Maybe you can be in contact with someone, but it can't be for more than a minute. Like of someone who you don't.
Geofenced?
Yeah, exactly,
Geofenced?
exactly. And then if not, like a drone comes and like flies and sees what's going on.
How are you going to meet new people out? How are you going to go to a bar and just like be out with people?
Well, it would be there might be some approved locations where you could do that, but like unapproved locations you couldn't.
Okay, so if you go into a shopping mall, it's fine, or a concert or something.
Yeah. Well, like maybe
You don't want to talk to some stranger some grandma on the park for 5 minutes. It's a nice day.
well there would be an argument there'd be an argument that you could both approve each other and be each other's contacts, and then you're fine. But if they remove you from being a contact, then you're not supposed to come within 6 feet of them.
So how are you? So let's say you want to pick up a chick on the street. You have 1 minute to convince her to let you accept you to be your contact and continue the conversation.
Yeah, or she could just have a setting on her phone that basically says, "Don't talk to me." You just don't even go up to her. But if she had like,
I
there's
feel like that would be an amazing hack. If there was some geofence technology that one we could just turn off random dudes catcalling them and hitting them.
right, but then there's like we used to throw these kind of parties that were called stoplight parties, where you either dressed in red, yellow, or green, or even better, you got a cup, whatever your like solo cup was or your plastic cup was either red, yellow, or green. Red meant you were taken. Yellow meant it was either complicated or you're open maybe, and green meant you're ready to fuck. And people would just go and pick whatever color cup they want. Maybe you might start the night with a red cup, but then I don't know. Maybe you might move to a yellow or a green cup as you have a good time or whatever.
Wake up with your boyfriend drunk.
Yeah. Well, that happens, and so um, it's almost the same for geofencing with people. I've heard this though, and it's this is an interesting one. When I worked at that tech company, it was at the height of the pandemic, and um, like we as a business should have been shut down, but we got to be able to continue because we were a like some transportation um, and technology companies were considered exceptions. Like if we were, I don't know, like a restaurant, we might have had to close, like inside seating or something like that, or like the comedy store had to close. But we had an exception, and where my seat was, it was very close to the freeway off ramp, and one day I either downloaded did I download an app? Yeah, I downloaded an app for contact tracing, and because the people were in a car, let's say they were like 10 feet away from me, um, like maybe 9 feet away from me, but there was a wall in between us. But I was just very close to the wall, and they were very close in their car from the on ramp or the off ramp. We got like connected with this contact tracing a lot, and I would get like thousands of people a day who were like within 10 feet of me, and I had no idea they were there. But it was just because of the proximity of where of how the building was arranged. It was just very close to the off ramp, and um, I just thought this was an interesting case where I never met any of these people, never met any of them, not one. But yet we there's an argument to be made that we were within each other's 10 feet proximity for 2 or 3 minutes while they were at the light. And what if they were an enemy of the state or something like that? Like, I could be questioned about it. Like, why were you around this person? I'd be like, I don't even know who that fucking person is. What are you talking about? And they'd be like, well, you were in this area of Los Angeles County on this date, and uh, you spent 3 minutes within 10 feet of this person. And I'd be like, I have no fucking clue who that person is. But that's what this app was allowed me to do. And I found that to be extremely weird but and creepy. But anyway, so there's an argument to be made that so what if you just don't have your phone on you? Well, that's an argument. Like, it's, let's think about how did it occur before we had cell phones and internet and stuff. And um, the argument is that you would um, people were just more trustworthy. At least studies show up until the 1970s, people were much more trustworthy of their fellow person. Uh, mutual trust really fell in the 1970s or so in the United States, and very soon thereafter. Even though Canada is more trustworthy today, it used to be even more trustworthy. And the big litmus test of this is hitchhiking. People used to let you hitchhike. You'd hitchhike across the country. There was a big thing in um, Canada to hitchhike. Like, hitchhiking in Canada was big, and it became very untrustworthy. And you get one case of some woman who let somebody hitchhike and gets murdered, and then nobody wants to hitchhike anymore. And it was still
People
popular.
still hitchhike, but it's like illegal against the law. It probably wasn't against the law back then.
That's true. That's true. And there are anti-hitchhiking laws and statutes, and um, so anyway, um,
Have you ever hitchhiked? I'm guessing no.
um, I want to say no, but I want to say yeah at some point. Uh, we caught a ride
It
with
should
somebody.
be legal if your like car breaks down or something.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I've hitchhiked a lot in like situations before Uber existed, and we go to a party and we'd be too drunk to drive, and somebody who was sober, like we had a designated driver. Isn't that hitchhiking?
No, not if it's prearranged and not with a stranger.
It wasn't prearranged, and we didn't.
Maybe.
Hold on, it wasn't prearranged, and we didn't know the person. So we went to a party, we got drunk.
Okay, then yeah, then it's hitchhiking. I'd say.
So
I mean, I get it. What's the difference between hitchhiking and just spontaneously finding a ride? I guess not much.
that aren't they the same thing? So before Uber was a thing, LA is different than New York. We don't have taxis like New York has. Like, if you've ever been in New York City, literally taxis are cars. You can get it. It's like you can get a taxi anywhere. They're expensive, but you can get them anywhere. And one really interesting thing, the you can't just buy a taxi and start driving it. You have to have what's called a medallion or something, a taxi medallion, and they're like $500,000 to get one. So that means to be able to drive a taxi, they're very, very expensive. Um, they became like a currency in New York City, so that it's just really expensive to have a taxi business because it's very lucrative. Once you have that medallion, you can make a lot of money, right, driving a taxi. So anyway,
Or is it just one medallion for a taxi business? Or
no, per
individual
per
taxi
car,
500K?
per car. And so, like, investment bankers were realizing how expensive these things were and buying them, and like raised the. Let me look up the specifics. But what's the thing with the taxi
That
medallions
sounds kind of
and
scary.
how expensive they got? The taxi medallions are city-issued permits that grant the exclusive right to operate a taxi cab and pick up street-hailed passengers. And their high cost driven with their high cost driven by artificial scarcity created by the government caps or supply. In New York City, where the number of medallions was frozen at roughly 13,587 starting in 1937, prices skyrocketed due to speculative lending and limited availability. The value of these medallions peaked between 2013 and 2014, when they sold for as much as $1.3 million each, leading many drivers to take on massive, often predatory loans. This bubble was fueled by the belief that medallion values would always rise, allowing drivers to use them as equity for retirement and other investments. However, the rise of rideshare apps like Uber and Lyft shattered this monopoly, causing medallion values to plummet. By 2019, medallions in New York City were selling for as low as $136,000 to $250,000, leaving thousands of drivers with debt far exceeding the assets worth and forcing many into bankruptcy. So that's how that's how that's how New York works. And LA's just we just never had as many taxis. We have taxis, but they're just not as popular, especially with the rise of Uber and Lyft. And we do Uber and Lyft like wild. But before Uber and Lyft, you would go to a party. Maybe you would just like go with friends in a party, and that you would just catch a ride, and then you would just figure out a way how to get home. And sometimes it would be like, hey, our friends are leaving right now. Can I get a ride with you guys? And they'd be like, yeah, sure. And then they'd go and take you home or to a friend's house or whatever. So if that's considered hitchhiking, I've done it a lot, too many times to count in my life. Um, if we're talking, I stopped a car on the road, like with my thumb, and like asked somebody for a ride. Um, I want to say it's happened, or somebody. Yeah, this doesn't really count. One time when I was little, um, I was at an event, and I wasn't that little, but I wanted to walk home, and it was maybe like 2.5 miles away or something. And I was maybe like 13, 14, 15, something like that. And and uh, uh, friends of my parents saw me walking, and they were like, "Get in the car, don't you walk." And they gave me a ride home. But I really wanted to walk. It was like a big kid thing to do. Like I wanted to do it. It was like an adult thing. Um, I I'm trying to think of a time where that's a different time, but I knew those people. Um, I don't know. I've been probably drunk a few times, and uh, but kids are different. Then they would like see you and be like, "Hey, do you need a ride? You guys need a ride?" And be like, "Yeah, okay." And you trust people, uh, especially if like you're around all college kids. There's like a certain community. Like you wouldn't accept a ride from like somebody in their 50s who was alone, but you would accept a ride from a bunch of college kids in their teens and 20s. So have I ever hitchhiked? Yeah. What's the longest distance I've ever hitchhiked? Um, this is another one. I had friends who were like long distance runners, and I was at one of their meets, and I want to say we were all really drunk from the night before, and we were walking. We wanted to walk to like go get coffee or something, some kind of something, and we were walking past this house that was like in horse country, and this lady was like, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" And we're like, oh, we're just walking to go get coffee, and she's like, come on in, like, you guys look tired or something like that. And she had this big house with like horses. It's like we didn't think that this lady was going to kill us, and there were like, I don't know, 4 or 5 of us, and so we're like, okay. So we went in their house, and um, she was really nice, and we met her family and stuff. And then I think she gave us a ride to where we wanted to go. So that's a different story where we were just walking past somebody's house and they saw us, and that's like a rare thing. I mean, this is almost 20 years ago. Um, have I ever hitchhiked across country or any of those kind of stories? No. What's the furthest I've ever hitchhiked? Gone with someone who I didn't know beforehand. Um, I don't know, probably like LA to Orange County or something like that. I can't really think of a time, but I don't even know if it's legal though anymore to hitchhike in. I'll look it up in California.
Yeah,
It's just become not like a common thing anymore. It's legal with significant restrictions regarding where and how it's performed. Under California Vehicle Code Section 21957, it is illegal for any person to stand in the roadway, the portion of the highway used for vehicular traffic, to travel to solicit a ride. Hitchhiking is generally permitted on sidewalks or wide shoulders where pedestrians can stand safely without obstructing traffic flow. Oh, I remember one time I was walking from somewhere and somebody offered me a ride, and I was tempted to take it, but I did not because I did not know them. So I mean,
yeah, it might be.
there's been the opposite too. Yeah, I was in um, I was in I was already pretty close to Irvine, just walking home, and um, some like this guy and girl were like, "Hey, do you need a ride?" And I was like, um, "No, I'm okay." And it wasn't that far. I'm trying to think of any other time. I'm sure it's happened where so like it's kind of a vague kind of thing for what you consider to be hitchhiking. I remember one time a friend and I we were in Oceanside, California, and we went to this party. We drove. It was his cousin's house. She had this really interesting house. Most places in like urban California, even suburban California, they're like uh, they're like rows of houses or subdivisions or whatever. But her house was like built in a hill. It was like built in the side of a mountain, kind of a deal, and or something like that. I recall. It was just a different kind of house. It was very like artsy, and we were just chilling with them, with his like cousins. Like, hey, do you guys want to go to this party? And we were um, I don't know, we were like 23 maybe, and the people at the party were like I don't know 18, 19, something like that. I remember they were slightly younger than us, but some of them were 21, and then some people were 25. And we caught a ride with them to this party, and this party was jam packed. Basically, somebody's parents went out of town, like in the movies, and this person threw a party, and literally there were so many kids at this party that it was shoulder to shoulder, and you could not fit any more people in the house. You could not fit any more people in the house. Um, it was like an ant colony. It was like I remember looking at my friend, and he's like, "Dude, this getting like we could just tell there were um, tensions were rising amongst people there, and then all of a sudden this fucking giant fight broke out, and all these people were just throwing fists and stuff, and everybody cleared out, and like people could have easily been trampled, but we all ran out, and um, I think we made it to his car, and either he drove or he had his cousin drive or something, and or maybe we went in her car. I don't know, but there have been a lot of situations like that where I'm at a house party, I caught a ride with a friend. Maybe the friend is like, "Hey, dude, I'm gonna hook up with this chick. Is there any way you can get a ride from someone else or whatever, or whatever it could be?" And you just find a ride. Um, I again, I say like anyone from ages like 18 to 25, it's far more common. Once you hit like 25, though, it becomes a lot different. And I think things are different today as well, where you can get Uber and Lyft, and you don't have to be 18 to get Uber and Lyft anymore. You can have like a parent set that drive up for you, or you can even do it yourself. So now there's that kind of world, which we didn't have. You can even do it with a Waymo, where you can just go with your friends and never have to interact with an adult. You can be like 14, 15, 16, 17 years old and just be like, hey, let's go to the mall. We'll set up a Waymo. We can go to the mall or whatever and then have it take us there and drive back. And we never had any interaction with the adult the whole time. So those are my hitchhiking stories.
Yeah.
Have you ever hitchhiked?
Um, Only like one time I was trying to get to Dairy Queen, but then I couldn't get to Dairy Queen, and then I got literally like 200 feet back after I walked up the road, failing to get hitchhikes for like an hour.
Okay. Um, there's a thing. Oh, I
I don't
know.
know if I recommend it.
I know why.
There's probably a documentary on the hitchhiker.
Yeah. I was just gonna say there is, and we should watch it. It tells you about. This is why Canada and hitchhiking were connected to me. There was a robot or something that was trying to hitchhike across all of Canada, and it did, and people were really nice to it. It was like a documentary on a robot that people would just take from major city in Canada to major city in Canada to rural cities in Canada. Yeah, something like that. And then it made it like 150 miles to the United States and got taken apart once it got to the United States in Philadelphia.
That's funny. There's no law that says a robot can't hitchhike.
It's a good point.
Ultimate loophole.
Did you just look that documentary up?
I don't see a full documentary on Hitchbot, particularly, like a full length film. There are some YouTube videos, I believe, on it. Um, there's a few hitchhiking documentaries. So the best series is David Joe's Hitchhiking Trip.
Okay, so Hitchbot, 37 minutes. There was a BBC World Service thing on it. Um, but yeah. But it just basically told you the difference between Canada and the United States. Like Canada, people would be like really nice to it, and again, I know I've said it before, but when I went to Canada, one of the only people I was with got stabbed. So it was like I had the opposite understanding of what Canada was like than everybody else has. But the um, all the Canadians I've ever met are very like generally very nice and very understanding, very sympathetic, which is good in some ways, but in other ways, as an American, I wish Canadians sometimes were stronger and less British oriented. But there's nothing I can do about it. It's the history of the country. Um, trying to think of. another hitchhiking story or um, yeah, that's a difficult thing to surmise or define. What is hitchhiking? Because if it's somebody giving you a ride from one place to another and you didn't know them beforehand, I've done that a lot. But somebody who, like, if you, I don't know, I just guess I've never been in that many situations where I was walking on the side of the road. It's happened, but not really. Um,
Have you seen lots of hitchhikers?
no,
I think
not
I've
at
even
all.
tempted to pitch.
No,
I've only ever once attempted to pick up a hitchhiker one time, and I was like driving to Whistler for skiing, and then there's like this like hot chick on like the side of the road with like her thumb out, but I didn't really notice her, and I was noticed her like last minute, and I was like, oh fuck, and then I was like, all right, I'm gonna turn around and pick her up, and then it was too late doing a UE, and then some other person pulled over and picked her up, and I was like, fuck, run.
word dog.
But I was like, damn, Babe is literally hitchhiking right now.
LA and California and LA specifically are so car centric that you basically need a car to survive. Um, unless you're like working remotely or something. There is public transport, but um, like if you're having a commute to a job, you need a car. I knew this girl who I still to this day don't know. This really pretty girl. I still to this day don't know why she didn't drive, but she never drove. She took Uber everywhere, and you would be like, oh, she got a DUI or something like that, where she lost her license or something. But um, to this day, I never like I've known some people like that where it's like, oh, they don't drive. And there's always like a question that like everybody drives. There's got to be a story to this. Like they either got a bunch of DUIs or they have like seizures or something. It's just such a common thing, or it was of my generation. But then you get kids today, younger kids, who they just don't want to drive. They don't want to learn how to drive. Like when I was a kid, everybody wanted to learn how to drive. We would when I was learning how to drive. I first started. I remember uh, like learning in. I want to say I learned in a subdivision, and I was shocked that when you put the pedal down, the car really goes fast. Like it's not like in a video game where to go forward you put the pedal down all the way. Like no, you don't do that. It was just all you had to do is touch it. And I was also surprised that the car moved on its own. Like even if you don't press anything, it doesn't just stop. And I remember getting on the freeway for the first time, and that was scary to me. But we went uh, early in the morning when there wasn't a lot of traffic, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, I'm going like 60 miles an hour, and if I just turn to the left, I'm going to be in a wall, and I could kill every single person in the car. Like that was just like a thing. But um yeah, it was it was it was different. Then you had to drive to survive. But now you could basically take Uber and live wherever you need and not really need to worry about it. Now, I've
I
known,
mean, if you want to piss away like $40 every time you go
I know people who do it. It's expensive. You're right. Um, uh, this girl who I knew who took Uber and Lyft every day, she she would she had to deal with like the Uber drivers canceling on her, and um, like she would be late for work, and I would have to discipline her, and Like I know that Uber and Lyft, like you need to leave earlier. I don't know what to tell you. And it was kind of an unfair deal. I needed this person at work at 8:30 in the morning. When I got there at 8, everybody else got there at 8:30. I would open up and get everything started. And I did not know that this girl had an agreement with the owner of the company that she could come later, a little bit, sometimes as late as 9. I did not know that that was was originally their deal, and then when we changed our hours to go to 8:30, she like still had that agreement. So, but sometimes she would come in late.
Favoritism.
Yeah, I mean she was really pretty, and I could see this owner
Oh,
not not wanting to not wanting to lose her, but she, not who gives a shit about her being pretty. This bitch was a hard ass worker. She was an amazing multitasker. She was um, she was she was a really,
go get him.
yeah, she really was. And the reason
Are
why
you a morning person?
I'm both, baby. And the reason why she was such a go getter is I think she was on meth, but not like traditional meth where you're like smoking it out of a pipe. I'd never like people in my life don't do meth, um, but like this was a different like it was different than Orange County. It was like a different part of LA County where um, if you don't have cocaine, people do meth. And I think she snorted meth.
Like she was on the Adderall
No, 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 meth,
or literal.
methamphetamine.
Why do you? Why do you? I mean, wouldn't her eyes be like insanely dilated and her brain would be like not like functioning?
No,
And maybe it was good meth or something.
no, she was like incredibly fast. And I don't know. I just remember she would come out of the bathroom and she'd have like white powder by her nose, and um, I wouldn't have like
Yeah.
suspected it, but I think the owner of the business one time said like um, I I one time he was like
Going into the bathroom to
he
do meth.
he was no he was like because he asked me one time uh, what drugs I've done, and I told him, and he's like um, I'm like, what drugs have you done? And he's like, oh, I was so addicted to meth for like a year of my life. And he's like, I'm like, really, you? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, you mean like you're smoking it out of like a pipe with like tinfoil and shit? He's like, no, like you snort it. And he's like, don't ever do it. He's like, it's amazing the first time, but then you're always trying to catch the dragon, like they say about heroin. And I was like, oh, no, I don't do any drugs. Um, like at the time, like I would didn't smoke, didn't vape, didn't do anything. And he's like, I don't know how you do it. And I'm like, I'm just a disciplined person. I wake early. I I go on. I pray. I go on a run. I pray again. I put on a suit and tie, and I come to work. Like that's my day. And then I work really hard without a lunch break from 8 to 5 or 8 to 6. Then I go to class from like 7 to 9. I pray again in my shul, and then I go home and go to bed. Sometimes I have Torah class, sometimes I have Talmud class, sometimes I have Hebrew class. Like I'm always doing something, and so I don't really have. I'm around good people too, and we don't do that. And he's like, so that's your secret, just like being around good people who don't do drugs. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's like how successful people. I'm not saying that you can't be successful in the drugs, but like if you're around, like, most religious people generally don't do drugs. And he's like, uh, he's like something like we had this one employee who uh, would come in, and I would be like, uh, this is like 10 years ago, but um, it was one of our employees' birthdays, and he was like this. he was in the Navy, and he also worked at our for our organization, and it was his birthday, and all the people were going out for his birthday, and they invited me, and it just so happened to be my birthday as well, but I didn't tell them that, and so I let the owner of the business know. I was like, hey, they invited me to go, and he's like, don't go. I don't want you doing that. And like, you can't really control what I do, but I understand. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, they're gonna do their birthday stuff. I don't want you getting involved with them. And I understand why, because the second that people start drinking, they're gonna be like, like relationships can happen and people get drunk and stuff like that. And um, he wanted me keeping things separate, so I always did. And within the next few days, like a few days after that, it was awkward in the office, um, and I didn't really know why because I didn't go out with them. But I had learned to come to find out that one of our other employees, she was married, and she ended up hooking up with somebody else in the office, and um, basically like she was hooked on meth, and I would have never known that these people were quote unquote hooked on meth because I guess they were just like it was more like cocaine to me. I always think of meth being like you need a pipe and it's really dirty, but it was not like that at all. They would like get like powder meth, which was like cocaine, and they would just go into the bathroom and do it. And California had just passed a law that said it was illegal to have um, if it's a bathroom that's just for a single person, it has to be unisex. You can't have a men's bathroom and a women's bathroom anymore. And the owner of the business is really conservative and from like Armenia, and like that's not how he did things. So we had this is a small building that had four bathrooms, which was incredible. Um, we had one bathroom that was for everyone, another bathroom that was for everyone, one that was for the owner only, and one women's bathroom. And I made him aware, hey, that's a violation of California law to have a women's bathroom. He's like, yeah, I don't care about that. And so I never was able to. I mean, I would go into that bathroom occasionally, but very rarely. Um, and um, the girls always would go in there and come out, and they'd be like sniffling, and their noses would be red, um, and I think we're on meth. Anyway, how did we get on this topic? Oh, about Uber and Lyft and everything. So there was always a question that I had. Maybe this girl got in trouble with that situation. I don't know, but I do know that, especially with the advent of Uber and Lyft, there are some people who just do that every single day. Miss Aquarius doesn't drive; she takes Uber every day.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean she has driven, but um, depending, she only goes to work 3 days a week, so it's like, and her family has cars and stuff, so it's like, why even? I mean, I went for a year of my stream with my car just sitting in the driveway. Like I wasn't using it, and I used it like 4 times in a year, and so it was just like, well, it's still worth something. Why not sell it and get something for it? And then I'm not paying for licensing and tires and oil changes and gasoline. I mean, gas is like a month ago was like $8.40 a gallon, and I mean I don't know what that equates to in Canada, but that's like it's like more than $10.
American dollars?
Yeah, it's more than $10 Canadian
Yeah,
a
it's
gallon.
Yeah, it's like freaking $11 at least, maybe 11 and a half.
So
It's like a 35-cent difference.
so it's very expensive to just drive anymore in California. So um, Uber and Lyft are good alternatives, and that has killed.
Is it really that high? 11? I mean, how? Isn't it like 4?
It's
Yeah, I mean,
It's
Here it's like $2 per liter.
that's in LA County, but Orange County's a little less. I think it's like closer to 6 now, but um, that's still very high, and it was 7 something like a couple weeks ago. Just that's the average anywhere, and you'll get some areas of LA that there's this one gas station where there are no other gas stations in downtown LA, and it was always the highest gas like in the country. Um, in a populated area, it was always like almost twice what everybody else was, and they didn't care because they're like, "You need gas. You're in downtown LA. What are you gonna do? We're the only gas station around." And so they would always be like really expensive. I remember paying $7 there on stream. This was like a few years ago. And then, if you ever go to the desert cities, it's even more expensive. It's like close, like there are some places, Needles, California, and Baker and Barstow, California, and where gas is like $11. It may not be that much, but it's getting there. It's like basically they charge whatever they want for it, and um, but with the advent of Uber and Lyft, it's really made it so that if you have a cell phone, you can get a ride wherever you want if you have the money, so you don't have to hitchhike. But that's that story. All right,
I have fascinating tales. I have one last question, and then I'll sleep. Um, back to the Busters vigilante people.
Yeah.
Do you now? I know you said like that should be done left to the police. I don't disagree with that. Do you think that citizen arrest should be allowed or not allowed?
I think in an emergency situation that should maybe be allowed, um, but that's a tough one. Like, what's an emergency situation and for what? Um, like, let's say somebody's drunk driving, they hit someone and they try to flee the scene. Should should it be allowed to um, for the people to run that person down and hold them down so that they don't get away? It's a good question. Um, I honestly think police work should be left to the police, and if that's so controversial, then so be it. But how do you
When
know?
you involve citizens, it like opens up a can of worms. It's like, okay, are you now assaulting someone, a civilian assaulting someone in order to like detain them?
That's exactly right, and you don't know the story. So there's this thing. I'm gonna. I want you to watch. It's really short, but just one moment. Let me look it up. Yo, what's that British newspaper of that person who looks like someone's assaulting someone? It's from like the Telegram or something, but it just shows like a video from 2 different ways. It's actually really amazing. Maybe even turn this into a um, of course it's no, it's like yeah, what a ChatGPT. It's like a famous thing. It is a famous thing. What's that famous thing or some British newspaper that shows someone walking down the street, and from one angle it looks like Rob, and the other angle it looks like they're being saved. No, no, no. Um, it's a video. It's from the Telegram or another British newspaper. Yeah, it's the Daily Telegraph. Wait, is that it? Yeah, what is that from the Daily Telegraph? Daily Telegraph footage, two different angles, man assaulted, man being saved. No, it's like a lesson that people, or like it was an example of how there's two sides to every story.
Word. Um,
Okay, so here's one. That Bondi Beach attack, a dashcam footage of two angles showed bystanders attempting to disarm a gunman before the rampage began, illustrating heroism not visible in uh, initial reports. Vancouver Stanley Cup riot included a now famous kissing couple photo, interpreted as romantic by some and as disrespectful by others, until video revealed they had been knocked down by police. Um, let's see here. Okay, give me one more look at it. It is. What is that British newspaper that put out a video years ago? There are two sides to every story. It shows someone walking down the street, and from one angle, it looks like they're getting assaulted, and the other angle, it looks like the person's saving them from stuff falling on their head. Yeah, here it is. Okay, type in the Guardian points of view. The Guardian points of
1986 Grim Head commercial.
no,
The reality of life in the UK.
wait, no. Is that
Inside a Nevada brothel.
no. It's not that stuff. Um, hold on. The Guardian got it for copyright. Yeah. Okay, so it's the Guardian point of view advert. It's by Pirate Records, 1986.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I play Pirate Records on YouTube.
yeah, it's 25 seconds long.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it from being handled like that.
Yeah, okay, so it is that. Um, so that to me can happen in anything. That something that looks bad doesn't necessarily have to have that type of ill, um, that type of bad intention. And personally, that's where the police come in. That's why you have authorities. That's why you have a government that is supposed to um, recognize that, like, that's why you have prosecutors and um, discovery and evidence and things like that. That's why you don't have vigilante justice. So, do I think that that civilian citizens' arrest should be legal? Um, if I say no, then there are going to be situations where people who should have been caught would have, or who would have been caught, get away. If I say yes, then there are going to be people whose rights are going to be trampled, and perhaps a major embarrassment when it was not um, it was not um, justified. So overall, I would probably say that generally, citizens arrest should not be legal.
Yeah.
Now, what if we have a
Those,
what if we have a situation like somebody breaks into your house and you you hog tie them until the police come? Should that be legal? I kind of think so. But then you can get in trouble for like illegal restrainment and stuff. But
yeah, but I don't. I mean, yeah, the problem is if you like, I feel like you should be able to do it, but if you do it, then you're like risking like that you're going to be investigated for potentially kidnapping someone, even though they were like robbing your house, and that probably isn't the case. But again, like if you missee something or like you hear someone scream and then you see someone jogging away and you go tackle the jogger and trample him to the ground and like pin him down, telling him not to move, and they do just literally go for like a nightly jog. It just happened to be in like the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, now you're going to be in trouble for, I guess, illegal detainment and maybe like battery or something.
yeah, I think there's an argument to be made. Were you harmed initially in the um, event? And if you were, then maybe you should be able to take reasonable steps to be able to defend yourself, so long as you don't inflict more pain on the person and it's limited, and you call the police right away and you don't fucking torment them and you don't punch them when they're on the ground and stuff. I think that could be justified. But so is that considered a citizen's arrest? I think it is. So do I think that should be legal? Yeah. I don't think you should get in trouble for that. Um, so I guess I should say, like, aside from emergency situations, it should be allowed. Um, One time I was driving these girls, uh, and somebody, it was late at night and I was sober, and somebody was on the road and they were really drunk, and we we were like, this person's really drunk. We need to call the police and like tell them like how drunk this person is. They're all over the road and they're gonna hurt somebody. And so I think we did, and it was like, should we follow them? And they were like, yeah, let's follow them. So we followed them, and just maybe followed them for like a mile or so. Um, and then they pulled into like some subdivision or something, and we didn't continue to follow them. But that kind of police, like that kind of police citizens arrest kind of a thing. Um, I mean, we weren't gonna go out and arrest the guy. Another time, I was sober driving a bunch of girls, and I was just driving, going through an intersection, and this car flew in front of me. And this was like around the time of Grand Theft Auto, and went over this ramp, and the car just like went airborne, and then hit the ground, and all these people ran out of it, and we called the police then, and I don't think they caught anybody, but they might have gotten the driver of the car after it happened or whatever. That's not really vigilante justice or citizens arrest, but I do remember being like, these people just ran away. Um, I'm trying to think of any other situation.
There's like a problem. I mean, like on like the internet, you'll see videos of people, and or it'll be like I don't know, some crazy guy that's like going around like I don't know, punching a woman or something on like the like subway train, like the subway platform, and then people are like not interjecting and doing anything, and then people in the comments are like, "What the fuck? Like, why wouldn't you interject and do something and like stop the crime and like you know detain the guy or whatever?" But everyone just stood there and did nothing.
Yeah,
And I feel like
it's a psychological
if
effect.
you make citizen arrest illegal, then it prevents people from interjecting with really bad things that are going on.
It's a psychological effect known as bystander effect, that you will think that um, somebody else is going to do something. I was in a casino in Las Vegas when I was like 21, and I was there with my uncle, and we were just um, at the bar, like he was betting, and we were at the bar that you could like bet on machines at the bar, and he would always win $10,000 there. He like won $10,000 like a whole bunch of times. Um, he's like Zoot with Dice Party kind of deal. And so he was just sitting there playing the machine, and I was just sitting there watching sports. We were right by the sports book, and then I was looking at this guy, and from like across the bar, and he just kind of started leaning back and like fell out of his chair and hit the ground. And I got up from the stool and ran over to him, and I was like, somebody. I yelled at the bartender, call an ambulance, and everybody was like just in shock and scared. They had bystander effect. Like they didn't know what to do, and they thought somebody else was going to do something. And it was like, no, this guy's having a fucking heart attack, and he did, and he survived. And I remember my uncle was like, I can't believe we did that. Like we were all just in shock of what was happening. Like none of us had the like they. It was like everybody was in a trance. Like I saw it. Like I was not in this trance. I was like very actively watching what was happening. But and I'm not saying that if I hadn't have said call an ambulance to the bartender uh, that he would have died, but um, he was not in good shape. They had to like use the defibrillator on him, and they brought in a like a stretcher, and they had the paramedics there, and then the fire department there and stuff. But I think he was okay afterward. But I just remember seeing bystander effect in my own eyes that like nobody's doing anything. This guy is gonna fucking die. He's having a heart attack. Um, and when I think about it, like you get somebody who, like on a train or something, or like they, I just see it like in the New York subway. So they'll have like a machete and they'll start attacking somebody or whatever. Maybe not a machete, but they'll just start fighting with somebody. And then you'll get a few guys who jump the guy or whatever. Should that be legal? Or not jump the guy, but like hold the guy down. Should that be legal? Yeah, I feel like it should. There's a difference, a fine line though, between seeking out shit from a vigilante standpoint and the shit already happening. Like, if you see somebody who's driving like a maniac on the road, should you be able to um, like stop them and um, like be a
I mean, police chases should not happen.
I agree. I agree. Um, they have car shut offs that they can use. They have speed. Uh, they have like
Red light cameras.
exactly
Just tracking.
all that shit. But here's what happens, and I fucking love these things. In LA, it happens all the time. Somebody will steal somebody's car, and there's a certain area of downtown LA. If you go, like the police, people know in LA nowadays that the rules that if it is a really highly populated area, police are told do not pursue. And so they'll go into downtown LA, which is one of the places where police don't like to pursue. And there are several areas where there are large overpasses, and they just abandon the car in the large overpass and then walk away, and you never know it was them. I've seen it happen. I don't want to say countless times, but just like in my life, like dozens of times. There'll be, I like just like here on the radio, there's a pursuit in downtown or like wherever. I love watching pursuits. It's the most exciting television event there is, and and but people are smart now, and what they do is they just go downtown to one of these underpasses, and then they just abandon the car, and then just they don't run. They just walk with the other people, and the helicopter's looking around and doesn't know which one was the person, and then they fucking get away. I've seen that happen, and then I also see them happen where
Just no one did like the bystander effect. Watch this guy ditch this like smashed up car under the bridge, and then they're like, okay, anyone gonna know we're all just gonna stay quiet and let this guy ride the bus with us? Okay.
I've seen that happen. I have seen that happen, my friend. Not that long ago. It happened within the last year. I was watching a police pursuit. Somebody abandoned the car underneath the overpass and then just got right onto the bus and got away.
Perfect timing.
And it was like didn't the bus driver know like what was going on? But they don't. You're like doing your own thing. So if you weren't seeing that this person, I mean, and it's not like the police are right on their ass because they're not allowed to pursue really close because it's really dangerous. They just have the helicopter there, and helicopters are around downtown LA all the time. Um, I mean, they call it in like South Central LA, like, and I've worked in these areas. They call it the whirly bird. It's just like you hear a helicopter. It's like whatever. The police are doing something. Who knows? You like tune it out of your mind because it's like it's just part of life. And if and the thing is somebody drives their car, it's not like they have like a sign on their car, this is a stolen car or anything. They just literally drive there, they get out of the car, they walk around the bus where the bus driver didn't see them, and they just get on the bus, and that's it. And the bus just goes to the next stop. And um I've seen that happen. I've seen the underpass thing happen. I've seen it where the best place to do it and get away is to just go into a parking garage. That's the best place. You just drive into a parking garage, park the car, get out, and then walk into the mall or something like that. And you're able to get away that
I don't know.
way.
You still gotta like kind of scurry into the mall, but if you can make it into the mall, then you have a good chance of getting away. But it depends how quickly they're able to follow in that garage.
Yeah, no, that's definitely
There,
true.
there was a show in Russia in like the 1990s where I don't even know. I guess because it's Russia and they like don't care about citizen safety, but the show is like I think there's like maybe real criminals or something. So I was like they just let people go on police chases with like stolen cars, and then it would be like if you get away from the police, you get like $5,000, and if you get caught with your stolen car, then you go to jail. And they wanted to basically like convince people that stealing cars was not a good idea because in Russia stealing cars was like a very bad like thing that was affecting their society. So they wanted to like send a message that like we'll catch you if you try to get away. But they're filming like real police pursuits just like in the streets, and then apparently people just starts like cheering for the criminals all the time and wanted them to get away. and even though like only like three of them out of like the 12 episodes or something got away, like they eventually shut it down.
I am someone who, whenever I watch one of those things, I go back and forth. I want the guy to get away, but then I want him to get caught. But then I want him to get away, and then I want him to get caught. And then I want him to get away, and then I want him to get caught. Like it's this cat and mouse thing. There, and it's
No, I want guys in cars to get caught, guys on motorcycles and bikes. Let them get they can go away.
dude. We watched one in here with Zoot and Caspian Sea and some other people. I thought you were there too, but maybe not. Of these guys who were on,
I think the gang and
you were
motorcycles that went.
you saw that one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And there were like
40 minutes.
there were like tons of motorcycles. They were switching off, and they all got away.
The craziest ones are the ones where they like go and they get gas.
That was that one. That was that one where they all got gas, and because that tank is not that big, they were able to get gas. And um, I want to say, like, wouldn't they know whose card they used at the pump? But like, I don't know. Maybe they had. I think you could probably just go and pay in cash too. You can do that, but um, yeah, that was fucking wild. That one was an interesting one because
No, I've seen other ones that go to the gas station too in like a car, and whenever that happens, my like car is like pumping like crazy. I'm like, holy shit! And they're at the pump like ready to jump and like keep for like driving away if any like they see a cop. And they're like suspicious as hell looking at the pump.
dude, there's
Other
this
people are like just like casually looking at them like, this guy's so on edge.
there's this scam that's happening to older people. I'm sure it's been a thing for a long time, but because of TikTok and stuff, it's become more and more well known. Where somebody will see an old lady get out, they'll wait for an old lady to get out of her car, or an old man or somebody who they see is a target, and they'll say, "Do you need help pumping your gas?" And the person will be like, "Oh, well, isn't that nice of you? Sure." And they'll be like, "Yeah, sure. Just you can stay in your car or whatever. I'll pump your gas for you." And they'll pump their gas for them, and they'll be like, "All right, that's all." And they'll be like, "All right, well, have a good day." The person will drive off, and the the person who pumped the gas, who's running the trick, does not put the gas tank back on the hanger or whatever, and they just fill up everybody's cars, and they'll be like, "Hey, for $20, I'll fill up your whole car for you." And a lot of people who are desperate are like, "Okay, fine, give them $20, and you get $60 worth of gas out of it."
Wait, when the old lady noticed that her tank isn't any fuller and
No, 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 no. Maybe I didn't explain it correctly. Okay, so the old lady pulls into the gas station and is about to get out, and somebody who's like a who they think is a good person is like, "Hey, do you want me to pump your gas for you? You seem like you need help, or it's cold or whatever." And the person will be like, "Oh yeah, sure." So the person will pump the gas for them all the way to the top with using the old lady's card or whatever, and then they'll be like, "All right, well that's it. Have a good day." And they'll fake putting the gas thing, the gas nozzle
I see.
back. The old lady drives off with a full tank of gas, and then the next person comes in, and the person just says, "Hey, if you, I'll get your gas for $20, as much as you want. I'll fill up your tank." And the person, a lot of times they're desperate. They'll be like, "Sure, here's $20, fill up my tank." Great. And or they'll just have a friend fill up their own vehicle. So they'll, but like you would think that the person working at the um, gas station would be onto this trick. Like, hey, normally people who are at a gas station are not there for longer than 10 minutes. Even if you had to go to the bathroom and you bought something inside, your whole trip is like 8 or 9 minutes. It's not that long. So if you see a car in your parking lot for any more than like 20 minutes, you're gonna be like, hey, something's up here.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense to get free gas for your own car or your buddy's car. Yeah. I
Right.
mean, I don't think it's worth the charge. I mean, it's not worth doing any of those things, but I don't know, selling it for $20 to like some random strangers just like even more sus.
Dude, when I was a kid,
I mean,
they had you didn't have to prepay your gas. You could literally pull up to a gas station, fill up your gas, and drive away. And that became common to the point where then they said it was prepaid on some tanks. You had to prepay. And then eventually everything became prepaid. But back in the day, you could literally, well, way back in the day, everything was called full service, where you would like pull up to a tank and like somebody would fill your gas for you and clean your windshield wipers and like check your oil and stuff. That's how gas stations used to work. But it became too expensive to do that, so then it became you could uh, you could fuel before you paid, but then they'd have what's called drive offs, where people would just drive off um, without paying, and then things became prepaid, and now it's pay at the pump. But people find that today,
yeah.
like if you ask a young person, like, yeah, you used to be able to just go up to a gas tank, fill up your gas, and it was like a integrity thing, whether you were gonna pay or not. And people would just find that to be bonkers. Like, you mean you could just drive off? Yeah, nothing would happen to you. If you did it enough, you'd get caught, but you could probably do it 1 to 2 times and not get caught.
I
But
mean, yeah, can you just say I forgot to pay?
people did, and people did forget to pay. And depending
I
on,
thought it was free.
well, they may not think it's free, but they may just use an excuse like, hey, I was busy or I forgot. Mistakes happen.
Yeah. Um, yeah. They used to just a lot of trust. One thing I still like just can't do is not even like just like try to come
Doug,
after you and
Doug,
stuff.
this was the days before cameras.
No, they must have had cameras in like the 90s while this is still a thing.
No, they only had them in banks.
No, security cameras have been around since.
I mean, I'm sure like the first one was like in the 50s or something like that, but they weren't commonplace like they are today until like the early 2000s. Really, until the internet.
Security cameras became common in commercial and public spaces during the 70s and 80s, following advancements in video cassette recording technology.
Okay, see when they were
Uh,
a thing in gas stations though. That's not like really a place they would monitor that much.
Security cameras in gas stations
Out.
becoming ubiquitous since the 90s
That's what I'm
due to
saying.
high risk
That's what
attacks.
I'm saying. So it was the 90s, and these aren't inside. Yeah, these aren't inside cameras. These are outside cameras, which were even rarer. That's what I'm saying. Like they only became like everywhere in like the early 2000s.
Yeah, the 1990s.
No, I'm saying that they first started inside of a gas station in the 90s, but not necessarily on the outside where the tanks are. Not always.
Okay, fair enough. Some things do not need to be debated. I don't disagree.
Well, it depends where you are in the United States too. I mean, more urban areas had them earlier. There are, I'm sure, still some places in the United States that don't have security cameras. They're rare, but I'm sure it happens.
Yeah.
Cameras just became a lot cheaper around like 2010 or so with the advent of like Amazon and Alibaba and that kind of stuff. It's like you could run it. That was another thing. You could run it on the internet, and the internet finally became fast enough you could run it on that kind of stuff. When previously everything had to be wired, you couldn't have wireless cameras. That wasn't a thing.
Yeah. I mean, at like car dealerships and stuff, it's like better to have like a hardwired connection that can't be jammed by something.
Not necessarily.
Arguably.
It can be clipped.
I mean, yeah, but then they're gonna have to climb up the building, and if it's in a tough spot to climb up. I mean, maybe you have some extension arm trimmer thingies or something, chainsaw and a giant stick or something. But yeah, that might set off an alarm when the security camera goes down anyway. So that might not be the best idea. The funniest, I mean, I told you this, but this giant gondola in my town that has like one gondola. Some guy, for whatever reason, no one even knows who did it. Possibly an insurance fraud scam or something, but they cut the cable to the gondola 2 times on 2 separate occasions, and each time they had to like it was down for a long time because you have to splice the wires together, and it's like bitch, or to like get it back, like yeah.
And then they put cameras on it
story's
finally,
funny.
right? And they put cameras on it finally.
Yeah, now they literally have like security guards that are like ex-military monitoring it, and they have cameras and stuff. They didn't initially; it was just some random mountain chairlift going on.
All right, big dog. Well, I'm glad you don't want to watch documentaries, but you just sort of talk about documentaries all night, so that's cool.
We'll watch
Can we say we'll watch one tomorrow night?
one. Possibly.
Dude, this is bullshit. Let's watch Michael tomorrow.
That's not a documentary.
It's a biopic.
Yeah, that's not a documentary. Maybe you can watch Michael right now. I'm not dying to watch Michael. But yeah.
What's a biopic you want to watch?
I have to research them. I don't know many of them.
Did you see Oppenheimer?
I did not see that. Everyone saw it in IMAX and talked about it on Joe Rogan, so it's supposed to be amazing.
Did you watch Barbie?
How is that a biopic?
It's a biopic on Barbie.
Like the company or the actual one random doll?
The latter.
Played by Margaret, whatever her name, Margaret.
Margot Robbie. She's great in it.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that one. The color scheme was like.
I loved it.
Like, weird.
I loved it. It was beautiful. Like, I had a female director, and I think she did a really great job of like bringing that world to life.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe I'll watch it in VR.
That would be a cool thing to do.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah, I gotta watching my. I gotta like figure out how to get it on my VR headset, and then also like stream it or something. Because watching movies in VR is so much fun. It's like insane. It's so cool.
all right. Well, why don't you just watch Michael tomorrow night with me and watch it in VR? Well, couldn't you? Uh, I don't know if this would work. I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain I'm wrong. Okay, you stream it. If I had to, I'd stream it though. In the Discord, and then can you join Discord from your Quest?
That's a good question. Um, yes, it can join Discord and watch streams.
Okay, so then that's how you do it.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Okay.
Let's do that tomorrow night. You will watch Michael. Only if we can get a good version of Michael. I understand you don't want to watch a bootleg version. So if we can't do that, then there are like 4 biopics I want to see. I've seen the Elton John one, Rocket Man. It was kind of weird, but it was okay. Um, I've seen, or I want to watch a, an unknown or whatever, like an unknown or whatever with Timothy Chalamet or whatever, on Bob Dylan. And then there's the one on Bruce Springsteen I want to watch, and then there's the Elvis one I want to watch, and then there's the Michael Jackson one I want to watch. So I'd watch any of those. I've seen Oppenheimer, some of it. Um, it was it was kind of boring to me. It was okay. It was okay, but it's like um.
I would walk the line as a Johnny Cash movie, not a tightrope.
Yeah, Doug. It starts with
I
King.
asked you the tightroping between buildings. Yeah, dog.
No, I said that's Man on Wire. Walk the Line is Johnny Cash.
Okay, sorry.
Get your shit together, man. And Reese Witherspoon is in it too.
Did you wanna? Have you seen the Johnny Cash?
I'd watch it.
That wasn't the question. I've never seen it.
Parts of it, so I'd watch it to watch it all the way through.
Have you seen the Elephant Man?
From the 80s?
Yeah, the guy with the like
Elephantitis?
tumor or whatever on his head or
No, I've only heard of that movie.
figuration.
I'd watch
You
that.
know that? You don't want to watch it?
No. I said I'd watch that.
I've been too afraid to watch that movie. Straight out of Compton of a biopic.
I'd watch.
The Wolf of Wall Street is a real biopic.
Yeah, dude. On that guy, he was from like New Jersey. He dropped out of like Rutgers Dental School, because he wanted to make money, and his professor told him that if you want to make money in dentistry, the golden age is done. And he was like, "Fuck this," and he dropped out like the first day, and then started that.
I mean, isn't any movie based on a true story then like a biopic? Or is a biopic trying to tell the real story? I feel like
A biopic is
Wolf of Wall
based.
Street movie had to be exaggerated.
Not really. It's that guy's story. It's exaggerated a little bit, but it's based on true events.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Word was. Let me know when you find it.
No, that's lost footage.
Lost Media. It's on Apple. Or no, I think I even tried to. I literally tried to buy it on Apple TV. It was streaming there, and then it wouldn't let me buy it. I was like, sorry, not available. Yeah.
I think you're
Alright.
just saying that. I think you bought it out everywhere, so I wouldn't learn new Scrabble techniques.
I don't know what the fuck that bullshit was supposed to mean, but I know that you definitely need to back up your Scrabble one.
Dude, all I know is that you admitted to cheating in Scrabble, and now I can't trust you for any game.
Like you cheated in mini golf today. You're not the person.
That's not cheating, dog.
No, that's definitely cheating.
How is it cheating? How is it cheating if Zoot's trying to go and he doesn't go?
Okay, Zoom disconnects. I literally say out loud, I'm like, okay, Zoom disconnected. Don't shoot, Rabbi. And then even you acknowledge, even you're like, oh shit, Zoom's gonna fuck me right now. That's on stream archive. Oh, Zoom's gonna fuck me with a shot right now. And then I'm like, immediately after, like, okay, don't shoot. Like, just skip your shot. And then you literally just go ahead and shoot. And you're like, okay, next turn we can all pass. I'm like, no, bro. No.
You said it in my backswing.
Okay. Excuses.
Not an
King of
excuse.
excuses.
Not an
I only have
excuse.
like 1,000 matches. Princess Feet.
You know my Rabbi Rothschild Wikipedia 000 website?
I go there all the time.
Do you?
All the time.
I showed it to Zoot. He was kind of fascinated by it a little bit. And it's now writing on ways to time travel. And I'm just gonna keep that bitch going, just on really interesting shit.
Please.
All right, big dog. Take it. Oh, one last thing. I built another bot. Did I tell you how many blogs I'm creating?
Too many.
Not
Like
not
summary.
not blog posts. Blogs, like individual blogs. My goal is to create over 2,000 of them, and I'm at like 1,200 right now. And like each account can only create like 10 a day, and but you can create 100 total blogs on Google, and it like Google blog or Blogger is a lot different than Google, like Google or than YouTube. Like YouTube has like a ton of moderation. Blogger doesn't really have moderation unless you have like some kind of terrible shit. They don't really care, but that allows you to fucking flood the Google search results with your information. So I think that's pretty baller, and just want you to know that
Give me like a short answer. Did anything happen with like the Google accounts that got banned? Like, were you able to do anything about that, or still in?
no, I just let them be banned. I mean, I'm still look. I have to see this like a normal person. So what if I'm not streaming on 25 simultaneous streams? I'm still live on 13 simultaneous YouTube streams. That's still far more than anybody else on earth at this given moment. And all of my data is still backed up on other accounts as well. So there's no reason to cry or be sad. And I have other accounts that I can fire up when I need to. And it just motivated me to create 10 new Rumble accounts to be able to stream on. So it's like, it's not that big. I can't see it as that big of a deal. Um, I mean, if I just asked you, name one person who's streaming on one YouTube stream 24/7, you can't. Well, maybe one guy you can name, the guy who was in here, and certainly not two, and certainly not three, and certainly not five, and certainly not 10, and certainly not 13 or so. So I can't feel too bad about it.
Okay. Yeah, no, 13 is still enough.
Bonkers.
13 different angles.
All I need, well, here's the thing. All I need is one on YouTube, but all of my other angles are still getting covered on Rumble. And so long as Rumble doesn't ban me, and I've read the Rumble terms and conditions, they're really simple and they're really like, I didn't do any, I haven't done that, I haven't done that, I haven't done that. So like the things that you get banned for on Rumble are like pretty like, um, I haven't violated those things. I don't think. You would think the same is true of BitChute, but BitChute, they're a bunch of bitches over there. They literally say BitChute, yeah, uh, I'm banned for other platform manipulation, and it's like, what is that? What does that even mean? And they won't give me an answer.
You need to like spray paint on the back of your like wall there, like bitch shoot or just anti bitch shoot
100%.
messages.
Do you want to learn anything more about Brendan Schaub tonight?
You're gonna have to Ernest Shackle send me about that garbage some other day. But yeah.
Dude, you watched a biopic this week, The Founder, and you fell asleep during it. Don't you remember?
I mean, I had stayed up for like 24 hours at that point. More than that.
I mean, that sounds like is that my fault?
Yeah, I think there's something that I'd like you to do something about it. If possible.
Okay, I don't know what you want me to do about it. All I know is that tomorrow night, 8 p.m., Michael Jackson movie, and you can watch it in Discord in your headset.
It's gonna scare the shit out of me, but alright. Oh, there's a Backrooms movie coming out on May 29th. I want to watch that in VR. Before
Okay. All right. Well, peace out, Girl Scout, and I hope you improve on your cheating on literati and.
I didn't even cheat today. I didn't cheat today at all.
That's.
I didn't cheat. I never really cheated to begin with.
I mean, are you really sure of that?
Yeah. No, I mean, I would have found the meteor word anyway. I just had a little help. There's no rule in the actual rules that says you can't use AI. That's actually not in the. I've read the terms and conditions for beta.
Is that using AI? You weren't just one of those websites?
No, I just typed in the letters in the search bar and was just like, what is the biggest word I can make with these letters? And it gave me 2 options.
Right, so you were cheating.
I don't think that's cheating.
Is that how we're going to play nowadays?
Alright, I mean, maybe. I think it's no worse than like you hacking on an S and like keys and with like a two W multiplier.
Dog, it's like 10 times worse.
It's less of a cheap shot than that.
Get out of here. Those are lies. I have Brendan Schaub videos to watch.
Okay.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Hopefully that media gets erased.
our guy, proud of him. Another appearance on Joe Rogan. He's been on there before. What? Dude, he's been on there the most out of anybody. Wow. Joe Rogan's guest he's had on more than anyone else. Yeah. Great job. You know what's interesting about them releasing it today is that we've talked about it for another week, but due to the sudden impact of help on my cousin, we didn't record yesterday. Yeah. Why are they releasing it the day after we record? Okay, I don't think it has anything to do with it. I'm not going to some stupid joke about Australia, so do that 7 days a week. Okay. I think it's because of us, man. Yeah. It really is. Joe Rogan's like, they release on that, but he pretends he doesn't know. And, all these losers with their podcasts, they talk about successful men, with big bodies. Like I'm making news right now, and Joe Rogan's in on that little industry. It's like, what? They didn't record yesterday? No! It's a tough day in the studio for Jamie. Jamie's probably getting yelled at right now. Like, you told me the schedule and you lied. So powerful team-ups, that's what they call us. We knew it was happening because of Bobby Lee. Exactly. Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. Bobby Lee put my cousin in the hospital. No one's been more supportive when I started. Right. One of Bobby Lee's stories led to that. Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and we'll start with the top of the week and we'll get to the Rogan stuff, I'm sure, sometime in this episode. This is posted by is08730. What's your single favorite image of the shoppers? Matt Barnes and Brian Campbell knocking with shoppers. Yeah, Jeff the shop trying to get in there, but then not wanting to include it. That's very funny. Which hand is trying to get in there? The brain is trying to make this one go. This one was just already like this before. It's just felt like there. It's so sad. What if this one tried to get in though? And he knew this is him just comedy. I think both of those are. He just starts punching both of them. Yeah, both. Actually, the real answer is neither hand. Needing patching, needing delta. These are both like this the whole year. That's how he does good podcasting. When there's no chair to rub, Yeah, that's true. Comedian Brian Callen's ex gets house and $20K a month in divorce posted by Smarty Underpants. Is this old? I mean, what's the date on this TMZ article? Oh, yes, 2021. So that makes more sense. You'd have money to give her now. I assume the courts aren't being like, you have to give $20K a month and that. Okay. It's like you have to give us twice your salary on TPEC. The judge is like talking. The judge is evaluating Brian's case. He goes, you're a bad guy. We all hate you, but you don't have any money. So we're not going to make you pay $20,000 a month anymore. Pay what you can for your children. Oh man. Accurately humiliating video title posted by Banana Soprano. Sometimes blasphemy is fucking funny, man. The rights of Joe Rogan always is really good. That's pretty good. Wow. I watched something in our Discord that someone posted with them, and he's just immediately starts humiliating Callen. There was something along the lines of Callen was talking about being on TV. Glass was like, how much do you get paid for that? It keeps going down the number. I was like 160, 40. And then he goes, you can how much that actually is supposed to age into it. It was so brutal. That was hilarious. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull this. I don't know if you know, are you aware of the return of comedy enforcement? Yes, I am. Dude, and I just wanted a real quick talking point here. Yeah, I just want to get what would you think about his new look, Daddy? Oh, look at his new look. I hadn't seen what he looked like. I was just listening to it last night, walking around my apartment. But he's got long hair, a little white hair. The age is he's got some things. Yeah. Also, the accent hasn't worked on. I thought he was going to go away for a little while and get rid of the accent, but it's still there. Because it isn't a weird accent. There's no idea. No, I mean it's a little bit like spectrum. I'm not supposed to say that. Yes, that's kind of weird. I don't say anyone I'm feeling. Not to get your I am a huge fan. Just that it seems to be He's probably a little bit like that.
Huge fan, just like his huge eyebrows. You see these?
Oh my god, dude.
It's been so long since I've seen him.
Yeah.
And I like the look, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, long hair look, if I could do it. Any hair. But I would absolutely like long hair.
I didn't mean to make this sad, but,
Anything like with someone with hair makes it sad because of hair.
all right, let's see what, let's do two more, and then we'll go into the Joe Rogan stuff. The guys learn that the AC is pretty loud. There's to be the same problem. So,
That's awesome.
let's see what this is about. Posted by Handful of Chips.
People, like younger kids get so loud already. It's awesome. Like there's supposed to be this big podcast, like all this money, success, and all that, and they have a whole team building their shit out. We live there. We record next to a great house. We live probably maybe every once in a while a spider, but really just
Look at that big one right there. Oh, shit. See that?
yeah. I mean, you give it up. The spiders almost big.
Honestly, I woke up next to one the other day.
But, they kill bugs, or at least they're not loud like a AC.
That one kills bugs. That looks like a mini tarantula.
It's bad because of all the bugs.
Oh, okay, that's a big boy.
People, but younger kids hate Ryan Reynolds now for that reason. It's so funny that random guy, Nick, he looks over like he's offended by that. Like, he's the host on the show. Like, are you serious? He was like, really?
It sounds like they're recording on the road.
Yeah, it's bad.
Let's see what it is.
Waiting turns. So what do I do for your tribe? Really? They're gonna talk while that's on?
There's no way that's free.
Yeah, it's probably fake.
So I saw this guy on TikTok. He goes, pick your best fighter, where it's fighter IQ. It's jiu-jitsu. It's a striking. There's difficulty. 1 second. Keep talking. I'm gonna try to
It just I was saying that it's like a hilarious fake noise thing, and I love that they do this. That they put it on like that. But Nick, I've never noticed that he's. I knew that he was shorter because Java said that at a point. It looks like he has no lower body naturally. And that's all I can really think about there.
Yeah, it's really hard to think with that noise.
The noise is pretty bad. There's no way that's real though. And Jordan's looking to verify this scientifically. We're gonna take the audio, extract it, play it in a different room. You won't see that.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna come back.
It does make it's 6 months to do one of these podcasts.
Every T-Most, even though it's once a week and only 10 minutes, takes 6 months, which is, depending on the month. There's different days in a month.
Yeah.
30, 28. If you're doing the math at home. You're trying to find in the transcript where they talk about the sound, the noise.
Yeah, so
I think and it would be so funny if that was a real noise and Chin did say, hey, you want to talk about something for a while we figure it out. And we talk over it. They would do that though, I bet. Like if Brendan Schaub's podcast was being recorded and outside there was some horrific accident or like mass shooting or whatever, and people were screaming, Chin would be like, hey, do you guys want to talk about the fights while like the ambulance is picking up the wounded people? Just the woman screaming. Or that'd be more likely, hey, while the landlord's screaming about rent, you guys want to talk over that about like how Brock Lesnar is gay now or something like that?
the vaccine, you guys want to know how Taporia is the best fighter in the UFC.
Yes, Brandon's wife is yelling about how she's taking the kids and all this stuff.
I think it's right here. Okay, I found it here.
Oh, on the real show.
Yes.
Or,
I found it on the real show. This is how we discovered if they're fucking cooking up orange chicken or just straight up unsalted chicken. You know what I mean?
It's so funny that that's what you're doing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I'm saying for me.
Okay.
I'm a fool not to know that that's how you're finding it like this obvious way to do it.
Let's see. Oh, it's I don't know. Sorry. You know what? Talk about the game as this thing goes on. Okay, so that's what it's. Okay, so that's pretty real.
Yeah. It's kind of laugh.
He's finished. You think so? She never finished. Ryan Reynolds. No, but that affected Ryan Reynolds. People, like younger kids, hate Ryan Reynolds now for that reason. Holy shit! Not allowed in another place. They're screaming over it. You want to talk about the game as this thing goes on? So I had an idea for a game we could try.
Wow. So you really did do that. It's not as loud, but it's pretty goddamn loud.
That's crazy. It's like, dude, turn off the AC when you're recording.
Or yeah, do that or take a break.
See if there's something there's much more bad.
Jen probably knows that that's good for the very limited chef.
It is. He's like, that's pretty double use.
But then you see a comment from the real fans that go like, I can just tell you're not in it. I mean, the AC went off. You just talked over it instead of just turning it off. Like,
I used to love it.
I can tell Brian doesn't care because, you know, he clearly wanted the AC on.
Fire IQ, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, striking, noise of hearing. Did you hear this noise?
I think you hear, but it's not as bad as the magic.
This is the part that's called Styles Switch Mode. Styles Switch Mode. Why do you say it's weird? Each outdated model. That's what it sounds. What is this? Oh, drill? That's what sounds like.
It's so funny to talk about Traeger grills and then you look at the jackhammer. Why? Another question is like, why is that a sound inside? That sounds like all the sounds that happen in their podcast sound like outside sounds. Like they're so loud that they can only be happening outside, but yet they're somehow inside.
This is shit, dude. He is 0873 posting this one. It's Brian Callen. Is your favorite comedian? I'm watching this. Hilarious. I hope that's true.
It's not great stuff.
Oh, we got the industry Calabasas. The world famous Thick Boys dude who's posted by You'll Do Nothing.
I'm out here in Calabasas at the world famous Big Boy Studios, greatest studio in all of Calabasas. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. You're a legend.
Oh my god.
No, dude. Awesome. Just the whole thing, like,
Little brows.
yeah. Schultz, getting Schultz to do that. Hey, Schultz, can you fucking do a promo for me, reshape? How cool Big Boy is, man. Schultz, hey, yo, fam, I'm here at the world famous fucking this place is the Big Boy Studio.
The studio that brought you the Ringo Pop.
Bro is being here, bro. Jelly won't be here. Do some stupid video game. T-Fat sign looks like it's in the circus. So lame.
These are louder than other places. I feel like how this is a great shot, dude. They have the typing in. Whoever edited up Nick is an excellent. Diet Coke only. There's no sponsors.
That is so funny. This is like a picture he sent. Like, he's so sad. I want Brian to be like progressively worse studios as time goes on. Like right now, it's just that there's a metal pipe over his head, but then eventually it's like him in some sort of like field or whatever, live from Skid Row Studios. It said he's next to a tent or some sort of like horrifyingly like a third world setup.
As this thing goes on, so I had an idea for a game we could try.
not me. Wait, let's end too. Well, shout out to Andrew Schultz, one of the best comedians in the world. That's facts. He's a savage. All right, let's go to the Joe Rogan stuff. This post back here. You don't want to chat. Finally, I guess it's not a comedian. That's man. Comedian Casanova. Check out Brandon Queen's YouTube channel, dude. That's gonna be a problem. Yeah. Line us up in that chat here. Let's go to hot for today. Let's see what we got. Alright, this is exactly with water. Reminders from your child. I'm a kid, it's just a game. It's a long time. We've seen this before. Yeah, and also, no, Trevor, that's hilarious. But the rest of it is dumb because, dude, like, that might be true for you, but, like, my kid, like, that's like, genetics are different. You know, it's not just a fucking game, dude, for me, because my kid is a shot at being elite. Your kid wants pasta and ice cream after this. Yeah, my kid wants another game. It's fat as fuck. Oh, so that's remembers from your fat child, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we got that. We got that comment. Now we're reading some good stuff too. Papa doesn't know what view bots are. He just knows they helped his special hit 1 million views versus by Hater990VR. So let me ask you this before we see this clip. Yeah. Do you think there's any bot out there that's bot musical? The way you said that, and like you were like laughing as you said it. But no, you're right. I don't think so. No, it's bad. Sure, it's a bad special, but it's a combination of his true fans and the homeless cats. Yeah. And whoever knows how many, maybe it's more homeless cats than true fans. I don't know. I'm not a YouTube guy. I've never been one. Don't work at YouTube. I'm shadow banned. Oh, you don't trust Mark here and there. You don't trust Mark. And then when he says he bought views, you trust Mark. Facts. Fact, dude. Yeah, that's social media. This isn't real. Exactly, dude. I couldn't have said it better myself. If you don't think they're real, why don't you go watch that fucking show Tiger Belly, you fucking rat. Yeah. Why don't you join Reddit? Yeah. Fucking go on SNL or whatever it is that successful people do after they've been on the show. It is funny that he's like, yeah, I got a lot of it. It's all bots because they're all speaking negatively about it. He's like, nobody saw my special. It's goat. That's a hilarious goat. Like, yeah, so it's bad. Well, guess what? No one watched it. Million bots. The fact that some people know that bad guy doesn't YouTube, don't they try to shut that shit down? There are bots, 100%, and there's a ton of them, and they catch some. Some of them are more sophisticated in their approach, and they'll be programmed to comment positive or negative, and it seems like a fucking person, man. I really think it's a trick. So, but you'll see that there's like a bunch of numbers after a couple of letters or a name like Bob 567254, and then you see like Bob's a person, and then you go to Bob's account. So someone's gonna make that easier. And like they're gonna post it. Bob's a person. Oh, let's see what they do. 254. Oh fuck, I have to go back. 567254. And then you see like, God, I don't think Bob's a person. And then you go to Bob's account and like there's almost no chance that Bob's a person. But meanwhile, Bob's posting all the time and making comments on things all the time. And most likely what this is it's paid engagement. So it's not just paid views. Bro, on stage, I will snap his fucking head. Rogan is so funny because almost more than anyone else, he copes. But at the same time, he says he doesn't care at all. He doesn't watch the news. He's not on social media. Doesn't care about the ratings, the reviews, or whatever. But then it's all bots, dude. I looked into it, dude. You wouldn't believe it. The negative comments are bots. I don't care what anyone says about me, but Mark Maron, that fucking leech, he fucking hates me. Fuck him. Oh, I don't read the comments. I'm furious that these losers comment about my show. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. I like that. I saw that. You're full of shit. Okay? Sorry if I'm being flamed. Diablo Avocado. I like that you're full of shit. Yeah, we should use that word. Oh, my bad. was just thinking about your no, yeah, probably not.
Because poetic, dude, you are full of shit. It's like Shakespearean if you think about it. You are full of shit.
Let's see.
I will snap his fucking neck.
No way. JRE Clips channel confirmed homeless. Should we check this? Is this real or not?
Yes.
Okay. That's crazy. Brenda Shaw.
I think, even if it's really just a mistake, right?
Yeah.
But we want to believe that it's true.
Also, it's posted by Turbo Sleepwalker. This is all about it.
So Turbo Sleepwalker are checking to see if you're telling the truth or you're full of shit.
Yeah. This one. Yeah, analyzing. So,
Also, how many views did this poll?
oh my god.
Oh, it's still up like that. You're a YouTube guy. Can you change that after you post it? Nice, dude. Hilarious.
Wow. Unreal.
That's pretty good.
That's great.
That's good detective work, honestly. But
Yeah, like, dude, there's so many people that are homeless.
yeah.
You know?
Well, and it would be nice if it turned into some sort of thing like Skull and Bones or being in a fraternity, like where you get like perks for being part of it. Like we go somewhere to a bar and then we get a Diet Coke and you're handing the money to pay. It's like it's on the house. And then there's like a saying, because you never. We should create it.
Giraffe with a G.
At the zoo, you get it free. When you're going to the zoo with your family, and they go ahead. Go ahead. They're like, I don't know how I paid it. They're like, just go see the giraffes. You get it. But you gotta be cool about it, because you don't want your boss to know that you're hooking up. We'll do that anytime we see if I can hook you up, and I know you're home. If I see somehow I know like haphazard or whatever, then I go, hey, listen, I have nothing to do, but I'll hook you up with something. That sounds weird.
You're at the pizza spot and you're like, look at the pepperoni, but it looks like it's going to be a problem. Well, actually, what if it was real? And they're like, okay, well, under leave, dude. And I go, just do it until do the pepperoni. So stupid.
That is dumb as hell.
Oh my god, dude, I'm full of
Pepperoni.
I like it. Alright. Colin, this is pretty great.
Calm down, Brandon.
Like I did in the NFL, most of my 21 quarters in the CSMO. Very short, but you'll see forever.
They would have us do some stuff like I did in the NFL, like
I see. You're still doing it. Stick with it. Stick with it. Some days I get in the studio. I think he's doing it for us. Breakdown has a video. Once Rogan pushes back slightly, Brenda freaks out and backpedals instead. Posted by Pelbot 6969.
time to get in the studio. I was so excited. I felt like, for the first time in a long time, the UFC's back. I felt back, man.
I really think the UFC has gone away.
No, I'm not saying anything better. I'm saying it's more like,
Don't get it twisted. You literally just said you thought that UFC was
What could that possibly mean? No, the opposite of what I just said. You just agree? Oh, I didn't. No. Hey, dude. Bro, the UFC rules, bro.
I love it. Oh my god. Do you have any fears like that are that great? Where like you're scared that you're not on Joe Rogan's side? Brendan's like that.
Oh, yeah. How much time do you got? The whole day is that. Boss, life, family, all of them. Yeah, sure.
Cars,
And kids, yeah. My dog that bites me in my face. Yeah, have a dog trainer.
Alright, let's see. Oh yeah. I saw those other clips we saw. I have not watched any of this stuff. I've been seeing it on my watch, like even during the show, I got another Reddit notification. I'm very excited. I've read some narratives already.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see what it is.
I want to be clear.
Yes.
Okay? Though I laughed at Brendan doing that, my whole day is back there. we continue. Almost 100%.
Like that one time where you were like, yeah, I was pulling clips and I broke both my wrists. And I'm like, wait, so you were pulling
Dude, last time I smoked it, backwards. I got roasted so hard on mine. I didn't notice, but maybe I just smoke them backwards from now on. Switch it up. Maybe double this one. But it's really the same. It's just where the label is. Yeah, man. I'm a redder. I didn't know that backwards. I told you more. I forgot. Here's the clipper. I feel like if you have a friend that doesn't know cigars, you show them that little spot. That one, so there you go. Yeah, on that, this cigar is different. Like a child. And then teaching a kid how to smoke. Cold start for Brendan. It is like this. And anything they do on the show, it's like teaching a kid how to do it. You're talking on the microphone. Yeah. You really think the UFC's over? He's teaching. Rogan likes Shab because Shab agrees with anything. Like you have to be childlike about Rogan, so that he can feel safe. Yeah, he feels taller and smart. Because it's not a torpedo like the other one. So the other one, you can get more confused because both ends were pointy. Do you know that? Yeah, do you need help? I got a big one. No, I'm you know me. My friends are my employees. So your show is on Tubi. So your show's on Tubi. It's never good when you elongate a word while promoting something. Yeah, I'm listening about that because so your show's called 10 Minutes of Shaw. Because when the show that you want to be on the most is your show's called Raccoon Tweeties. Right, that's bad. But it's probably Netflix, right? That's the biggest game in town. But you don't hear from Netflix. It's more like, oh, so you got a special on Netflix? You say it so fast. Yeah, you'd be blown away. Netflix? Oh, no, that's have to do with Netflix. It's loud. But then you don't hear tweet. How did you do that? It's your whole movie. That was good too, yeah. Well, we got this. That's right. So your show is on Tubi. So you're driving us on gas. That's how you show it. Let's see. Talk about the betting expert. Everyone wants his picks. I actually got this far in the show. I started watching all the way through. Wow. Phenomenal. I was getting stressed out because I was asking for betting picks before the fights. MMA's tough, dude. MMA's tough to fucking pick. Yeah. So, with the Joaquin Buckley fight, the reason I told my brother, literally put your mortgage on Sean Brady. Because Joaquin Buckley did an interview a week before. He's like, I'm not working on grappling. I'm not wrestling or grappling. I'm just going to keep this thing standing, knock this motherfucker out. I was like, oh, you know what? You guys said that? Yeah, you can find it out. But that could have been just a bullshit tactic to try to get Sean Brady. Because Sean Brady probably saw that interview too. Yeah, was I cool? Say last time. So that's going to blow the chips that comes that one. Gotta say, there's something about Brendan Schaub that's just not entertaining unless you're looking for him to fuck up. Yeah, I mean, he's not. You're right. He's not a very talented guy. Tom Segura is starting to become that. Bert Kreischer also. Yeah, it's the third one. Schultz, Steve-O. Schultz is also on this too. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, Steve-O's. He's kind of like now. Yeah. Isn't it? The Brendan Schaub. People talk about the shitification argument. They start talking about the Brendan Schaub shitification. It could be somewhat just the whole thing, yeah, like that Rogan-ish thing just sucks the money out of you. You know, and some people can stay afloat in that chain and deal, I guess, but a lot of it just it takes your soul or something. Like Tom Segura is giving this, I don't know, man, have to believe. How much did the cooks think Papa got paid by Diesel to name drop, wear the t-shirt, and tag them in his JRE announcement post? Also, pretty sure Toad didn't get to wet his beak for that deal, but the grip continues. Posted by Fox and
instructed not to do business?
Big fat brand.
I guess that makes me a big old pussy.
That fucking needs money, huh?
Oh yeah, he's been doing that for a while. Tagging things like when he gets a new dog, like the dog treat company or whatever, and they get him money. He's like, I'll try.
Maybe start doing it for the hockey games like that.
Good for humans too. And it cures my son's autism.
Putting in that work, 2 miles per hour off the treadmill, plus my big fat 941 where does it say? We're at 2.4 miles an hour, but a 15 incline, guys. Come on. Yeah, it looks like it's incline.
I think it's funny as like the show posting this because they see this and they go, all right, I want to post this and look at it, but I need a reason. Like, what is this? How can I make this funny and not just horny gooning?
Putting yourself in that first form.
See, they're always tagging somebody.
Wow, that's it. Yeah. That's feel like they're trying to be influencers.
Like if you're
like an athlete or something, that's cool.
Yeah,
You got Gatorade, endorsement deals, because you're sweating a lot more than all of us.
yeah,
On the pavement.
true. That's fact.
But this is just sad.
Yeah. Okay, let's say you are famous, right? Like we're famous for something God knows what, and then we start getting deals for your fucking squirrels. I have the smallest teeth against the world's record thing or whatever. So we're getting these deals. You kind of want to be the person that's like, oh fuck, I gotta tag this thing. Or, oh shit, I forgot to tag. Not the guy like, oh, tagging like left and right, hoping, praying to God someone's gonna give you money. But if I did get a little bit of free stuff and they told me I had to tag things, I would do it all posts would be that. If I'm being honest.
Same, but I would walk it back if I started saying stuff on podcasts that was really embarrassing, like Calio. Like,
That's right. That's when you know they take too much tags.
that would be no punishment. Be like, stupid, why'd you do that? And you can't post about fucking Chick-fil-A.
One day it's gonna be me in trouble showing my fat ass.
Nice, dude.
Tagging for sure.
20, so you look 20
Hey, get my fat big butt.
a little bit of green salt, posted by CDPS Screens. Reddit. Speaking of big fat butt, somebody told me recently that my ass looks like a couple of bits on top of toothpicks.
Oh,
So like a small ass and small pics.
and where you got the 28 foot bros?
I was.
Gerardo's ass looks like
Gerardo's ass is like 2 minutes on toothpicks. I'm gay.
Let's see. So you always gotta, I take a little bit of grain of salt. A little bit of grain of salt. Good stuff. I like the little cha-cha he does. Every time you take a little bit of grain of salt, you gotta dance.
I wonder what he's taking with the greatest salt.
Probably 5 minutes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. What do you take with a little bit of grain of salt?
If somebody criticizes my studio or makes comments about
The air conditioning.
how loud my fucking air conditioner is, I guess
That's the smallest bit of salt.
yeah, as much as small as possible salt is what I take.
In today's GRE episode, description of the Gets Papa, no mention of T-Fat-K, posted by House Concentrate. Let's go ahead and dive into the picture review. Yeah. Host of the Big Braille Breakdown, as well as the TV series, Puritan's Gone Wild.
So they're saying Brendan's like trying to trade, like get rid of T-Fat-K, soft leave it. Yeah.
Wow.
That's, I mean, at least they got perplexity and two-tone right there, two-tone or whatever. There, I'll thank God.
This is the little one.
Bob Harrington.
Bopperit. How would you say it?
Yeah, I think you said it right.
Bopperat.
Bopperat.
Lennon 9 posted this Bopperat. That's true. Alright, thumbs it up. Just let us know the budget. Seems a little hesitant, but he does seem open to it. Well, you drove race cars before, Rothschild. That's fun. I do that all the time. But you can buy a car that you can drive. We're going to have a studio at the track. So not drive your own race car. That's true. You don't worry about fucking it. That's a good point. So you
It's probably harder to be pretty chopped than us, you know? Oh, yeah. You gotta keep on. You never know when someone's about to get douche. Yeah, they're making fun of him for this drug. Exactly. Damn it, I should have made it easier. And you know, it's hard as up to be you, your co-host. I've been trying. He didn't think it was your business. Oh, yeah. Kick on the ground. He's looking at across the street. He's like, God, man, they're eating too. He likes it. He does. He wants it. I think he's not that he likes that act. He likes that this guy is so big and dumb. It's like a 6'5" or whatever. 6'5". Tiny dick, smaller than Joe Rogan's, you know? And he's got control. It's like a puppet strings. You're right. To take a step further, Joe Rogan did not have a good childhood. He wanted an imaginary friend. His imaginary friend, of course, is a big guy, you know, strong, can move stuff, but not smarter than him or better than him in any way. Actually, worse than him in all possible ways except for the ability to pick things up there, being big and strong. That's Joe Rogan's perfect friend. It's someone who is an idiot that can crush things on his head. Do you think what Joe Rogan's doing better in life, like mentally and whatnot, he's like, fuck, we can show. And then when he's like, and then when things are kind of falling apart, he's like, right, come on. Actually, now that you're saying, yeah, no, absolutely. I think in both scenarios, though, he's probably pretty happy. Like, Joe Rogan, Shab is the clown that makes his life seem a lot better, but also, like, the goon that he's like, that's hilarious. You're right, actually, if you agree with me. He doesn't, it's so funny that he doesn't like people that disagree with him. Like, what's a friend that he has that doesn't completely agree with what he, and even in any interview where somebody starts to not completely agree with him, he's like, I hate you, and never on again. Screams. Yeah. It's lame. Jake Gillis is kind of, like, I don't know if you watched all the comedy Apologia, American Redact, Too Lazy to Try. I haven't even fucking slept in 3 weeks, dude. I've been watching all these videos. I think you gotta stay on. And Jake Gillis kept bringing up Israel in the last Protective Works slogan. And so he was, bringing up Israel, bringing up other stuff. I think Israel's not great. But God or whatever, stuff like this. Yeah. That's what it is, healthcare. I heard some of this healthcare, yeah. You watch this season of Bush. Oh, it's dude, it's copy and paste or algorithm or identify it. Well, yeah, I mean the algorithm feeds you the videos that we watch, so yeah, feeding us the same shit. We're locked in radio. Yeah, except you don't get a lot of, you don't get what I mean. I get a lot of that. I haven't gotten that yet. She's on it. I'll say that he called it legitimate though. I've never watched a Hamzat fight or even going into it and thought it was going to lose. I just don't see how Hamzat loses a fight in any genre when it comes to mixed martial arts. Strickland decision. So during one of his podcasts, 5 to 10% chance. 5 to 10%. This is the worst podcast I've ever seen. I see a globe. It looks like a framed picture of Chet the Builder on the right. Is that a globe? So, wow. This is like intentionally bad. It seems slapdash. Yeah. Both, like, these are both kind of like not even, you know what I mean? Like, they're just not straight. On either side of his chair, even like squished. The camera is not the top of his face. His face is way too big. And so, and then the Black Buffalo is like, he has his origins. Yeah. But it's taking the fuck out of it. They got. Then they have up that like license by saying it's like it's only sort of for a second. That's like sitting on one of those. And it's all blue. the lighting is so awkward right behind the blue. Nobody comes close to our center. This is literally Spider-Man. There's so many times the spiders came up and touched us. There's so many spiders in our apartment. Brendan always leaves right before he walks out the door. He gives me his countdown. I take a spider with me unless it's they might be more safe than spiders. And maybe that's the secret sauce. Keep on their toes. I literally moved all this stuff the other day to the Brendan. Yeah, there was so many spiders behind me. That's a fact. It's 2026. Can't wait to live in the 80s with still spiders on time. What else does that tell us about anything about what to do? Fucking get your hands. Thanks. Spicy. It's terrible. Black Buffalo makes no sense. But it's just the whole spot. Still, some of it looks like the same thing as I'm just doing a bunch of different. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so that's the whole secret. So this is. As you can tell, it's a little different right now. We started moving everything, Thursday? Friday started on Friday. Jim was working over the weekend. I was in Miami working the Cambridge fights. It's coming together. It takes a village. It takes a village. And by village, I mean 2 guys in each end. That's the village. We'll get there. It's a little raw right now. It's a little rolls right now. We'll get there. You can trust that, man. We will get there. We'll just get slowly better. And then we're cruising, man. We're not cruising out there right now. We're just kind of, it's a little turbulent. I say turbulent right now in the studio. But we'll get there.
spot's dope. The spot is dope. It's going to look great once we get going. We have officially changed.
You moved to a different room in the same place. That's crazy. If I moved to like a different unit, new spot's crazy, bro. It's like we don't put a lot. We're still a work in progress, but I only moved one unit over. It's the same unit. I don't have a patio now.
Due to the fans voting, we've officially changed from the shop show to the big brown breakdown. The original. We're going back to the roots. We're going back. So this is now the big brown breakdown. I'm not gonna lie, Chance on the shop show, pretty good for a little bit. But yeah, big brown breakdown. We're working on the video package on the video side. So to my guys, if there are video guys out there, we need a new intro that matches the song.
If there are video games,
Sang by the great
they're watching this like, yeah, you do need a video guy. How the fuck is me talking?
Skylar Aston. Yeah. So when you get that pop, you guys work out.
I get up because there's been times where we're
If we
let's see what they're doing.
Okay, so this is pretty interesting.
I'm happy that he's got the big right. He's gonna get good for him. He said it's all of it. Yeah, I remember you told me that. That's not a bit. You said you
Just said something I never thought of, which is when you said superhero comics, if you look at the 50s, 60s, 70s, the hero line between are so bad against the flexes as well against it's changed as well against this constant calculator. They're on one end, the sacrifice, on the side counters, and it's funny to stack guys always
utter shit, so that people like you know your end product's not gonna be that great, so the utter shit makes it look amazing and it has a like decent.
Now the question is, the artist that painted the wall behind him, has he been paid?
Can you pay somebody who took their own life?
We're back. Let's start the show, dude. Welcome to Team Host. Start the timer. Did you even start the timer today?
Oh, fuck, I didn't start the timer.
Go ahead and start.
We went really long today. People are gonna give me shit. That you fucking reminded me that I'm happy that you did. I'm mad now. I'm like mad at the people commenting already that haven't watched. Started, fuck you. I started a timer. Fuck you, you stupid comments. Take them and show them with your ass.
Okay, so this is
I'm not playing, dude. They're gonna be like,
oh, fuck you.
well, fuck all. Find me and we'll fight in the streets if you want to comment about the timer. How about that? I get it. Oh, I get it. I have small teeth, big gums. I listen.
I guess that makes me a big old pussy. They're gonna be like, wow, real big of you guys do talk shit about a student and a certain time or something like that.
God damn it. Stop giving them fucking ideas.
Alright, fancy yourself a numbers guy. We talk about Jimmy on its own IMDb from Cap Verga, John, let's see this. There it is. IMDb gave it a 4 out of 10. Don't listen to them. What you listen to anybody who leaves a comment on YouTube or goes to IMDb or Rotten Tomatoes. Rotten Tomatoes 20% suck my spotted dick. What is it? Spotted dick. That's spotted. 2.8. Well, if he says don't trust it, I'm not gonna trust him.
No, he's right.
IMDb sucks dick. Let's see. Something about digits in the butt, right? I miss digits in the butt. IMDb. I guess not. Alright, words cannot describe how painfully
said really well by the writing. Yeah, it's just all he does, and to do this for this long, 30 years of him doing this stupid shit. It was never funny. It was not funny when he did it for the first time. Hey, check it out. He does it over and over again. It's not sexy. It's not being like, yeah, yeah, you are very predictable. I predict that you're going to say this stupid shit over and over again. Fuck.
Do you think this is, you don't have to answer this question. I want to make sure it's totally clear.
Sure.
Do you think this is a dancing that is before nutting or after this?
Hey, bitches. Like, I'm not against anything. It's, I mean, like, I hope that, I don't even know, dude.
This is more of a post-nut answer.
I mean, you wouldn't get to that if you did this beforehand, probably.
But you can see the argument, right? Like, this is you being like, I'm about to, or it's you being like, I'm just,
Probably the latter is more likely.
there you go. It is a good feeling, right? What? Like, I just fucking 6.
Oh, yeah, they made a whole song about it. Never heard of it.
Are you more like Brian Callen before you have sex?
Neither one. I'm never like Brian Callen. If being like Brian Callen was something that happened in real life, they would need to make a pill and they do not have that, like, to, address the symptoms.
When it comes to having sex, are you what Joe Rogan comic are you?
That's funny.
I'm like a bird creature. My shit comes up real fast.
Ooh, yeah, it's good, dude. I'm like Tom Segura. It might not be good, but I have a lot of fun.
You're gonna break your arm. You're a wrist.
This is just this point, just Tom Segura.
You remember he took the ball and broke his arm?
He does.
Yeah. Well, he was trying to dunk it. He fell on his arm. Broke it
Oh,
almost
that's
died.
not bad. I mean, that's not good.
You remember that?
No.
Oh.
I missed that whole thing.
Yeah, we were doing the show.
I saw it. I commented about it.
That's good. I like your take. Sorry about that. Let's see. Let's. What we got here? Special mushroom 285 posted this. Has there ever been a more pathetic, sycophantic move than Papa photoshopping Rogan as John Wick and unironically making it part of your podcast background? Okay. It's not. It's not weird.
No, it's actually really smart.
Yeah, it's like incredible that he did this.
Have fun not getting it.
Yeah. Have fun getting no emails.
Have fun not getting this.
What's over
That's what the haters are saying.
Yeah, maybe put down the special mushroom that has some fucking teenage ads. Okay. Name that shot is an ology. F plus. I'm gonna fuck you up. F plus. Bugs.
Drugs up.
Fucks up.
I have no idea.
Tug. Pull the fuck up.
Pull the fuck up. So, wow, dude. I didn't try. My brain was like, no. Not gonna give it a shot.
You're about to call him, you're bullshit.
Isn't via SATs like?
Oh, wow, you finished fast.
Yeah, I finished fast. I didn't really feel much on it.
Wow, I got that. Anyway, let's see the comments here. Pull the fuck up. Okay, first comment. There it is. That's great. Alright, we got another one. Miss Floyd is Liberals. Posted fudge for me.
Nothing crazy. It was BJ's group. Could you stop where you're like, how the fuck you do that? BJ.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
It's just. Stupid. Shout out to Fudge Running.
Nothing crazy?
No, it's a feature. It's Liberals. Never from Flint Water Chips. best take on the main event of UFC 328. Just do the work, stop trying to be fancy. We can post positive stories about it. We might just make sure.
Yeah. This Space Ghost is not a big handle.
That's a song. But,
God damn it. Who posted this? A random band?
I think so. Let's make it. That's the song. That's technically a song.
I've done a lot of this podcast particular episodes, but not for me.
We should change the title of the username of Record Trees.
I'm down.
Post some stuff that's like, pro fight. You can't go, you can't throw the dart at the bullseye. You gotta aim for that 20 times 3 multiplier, right? Yeah, sorry about that. You're playing backgammon. Yeah. Maybe what we gotta do is do that. Profile picture, we get like a Choco milk drink or something like that, you know? And then share, be like, oh my god, another big round breakout just hit the Reddit, or no, we wouldn't hit the tubes, the waves, the bigger waves.
Oh, yeah.
That should be our mission, honestly.
I would like to get reposted or at least posted on Track Fest Podcast wearing their merch.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy their clothes.
Maybe username, where is the Tiger Thing?
I don't think he's going to know that.
I miss my Tiger Thing.
Fight fan Bob 2674 or whatever.
Oh, it's not. Fight fan. Big fight fan guy.
Great Brown fight fan.
If you don't like fighting, I'll fight you. Big Brown fight fan.
That'd be so funny. That's your nickname.
Now you need to
Big Brown fight fan. That's what you change your Twitter to.
UFC plus cars plus TV show. From Brendan Schaub goes fight decrepit Punky. Wow. Happy Meat It is Slow Joe. Post by Mark B4587. A lot of posts about this. She had her face cutouts. Wow. I heard there was a lot of plastic surgery that showed it. Is that weird? $21.69. It's a steal. Canadian. It is. Wow. Imagine going to your local CVS, you know, and you see this bad boy if you buy it.
No, but it is crazy that we should buy two put it up here. But can you imagine how much of a shock that would be if he's on that?
Yeah.
I get no ice thing though, pretty absolutely. Just buy it.
Comics comic on Amazon. Anthony John Hack controls your shock value rather than perform actual comic. Posted by GTA 7. Nice, I think we've seen this before.
Yeah. He went on the tour essentially just smacking down a lot of
first. Well, I mean, I was there, you know. Yeah, I think that's it for this week, dude. Great show. Good job, you know. We just logged in, clocked out. It felt like 10 minutes to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was maybe a little over because I had the timer, the team fucked up with the timer again. That's the team's fault.
I can cut that part out too.
All right, guys. See you next week. Also, Patreon. You know, you get early access to the show. And there's some episodes we recorded recently, and there's also potentially a Sandbagger episode.
Oh yes. And there's other songs that haven't finished yet up there too. Parodies.
All right. See you next week.
Good. Oh shit. a lot of sharing. One of the highlights for me on the phone was when the young Poe, oh, pieces are bad. But it's explained why they say, well, it's a couple of times. I think this guy is done. I think for 30 years in front of the other this is 30 years and I have to give up school on phones and other. After 30 years, he's done a funny structure. And he says this to you, the lab in the United States. And he hates that. And he's going to happen. But it's 11. They got everything he's reading is 11 times. That is the best of the first. And the book is carrying some of the suffering. And I was thinking to myself at the time, wow, that is like one history of show the other learners. And then the second language was coming up and that last word, and I said, well, that's that. But I want to give this to Ellis Kansas for he was a punch well, and then it's started to challenge. So I was really showing the emotional goal. Where is this? What he said is really give us focus. What do you guys like to play? I didn't have anybody together here
Supposed to be crowd warm up. I told him about a year and a half, 2 years ago. You can go out, warm up the crowd, get them all hot when the show starts. One more time for the great Pat Reagan. Ryan Redman is here.
What's up, guys?
Ryan G. Email drawing tonight's episode right there, right in front of you, while all of you. Sit there waiting. He has a blank giant sheet of paper. Drawings tonight's episode and all those. Rates, including the COVID videos, should be somewhere around there. All available. Alright, hey, you know, you guys get up there waiting. Staff, we got Danny motherfucking Loomis up on the ones and twos and the birds. LA Speedway, who we love and adore. Fucking in Los Angeles, you got fucking
weeks. Jewish officer. They'll take it out. What? As soon as the camera's on, like, even George is like, as soon as the camera's on, oh shit. Yeah, damn it, you have to. They're gonna be famous. Let's get this up.
Yeah, you guys feel it? Feels a little, yeah, feels good in here. How about you make some noise for Pat Reagan? He did one of his art pieces up here tonight. Sometimes I think he forgets that it's supposed to be crowd warm-up. I told him about a year and a half, 2 years ago, you can go out, warm up the crowd, get them all hot. For the show's one more time for the great Pat Reagan. Ryan Redman is here.
What's up, guys?
Ryan J. Evel trying tonight to episode right there, right in front of you, while all of you sit there waiting. He has a blank giant sheet of paper that draws tonight's episode and all those frames, including the Kill Tony post. It should be somewhere around there. So all available at RyanJEvel.com. Here's the other wait staff. We have Danny motherfucking Lucas up on the ones and twos in the first. This is LA Speedway, who we love and adored. If you live in Los Angeles, you gotta fucking get LA Speed Girl Shrink. Idiot. It's the Uber of cops. It just comes to you. You get a app and it cauterizing the door from a happy person. Like, hey, here's your pop. It's cool. So LA Speed is the shit. We just did our first ever Kill Tony in New York City last night. And it was wildly successful. It feels a little bit hot now. Talking about a tunnel. And it was so much fun, and we had a fucking blast. And thanks to our friends at Skankfest, there's Jake Gomez, Big J. Okerson, and Dave Smith were all on the show. It was unbelievable. It was an incredible performance by the New York comedians who all treated it. There wasn't enough insane people like there is here in Los Angeles.
When you see the caliber of comedians.
It was literally a bunch of comedians with like 10 years of experience, each just trying a minute of steroid comedy. Everybody was just killing it. And they were all trying to make it.
Best bands ever, though. There's
powerful, crazy taco rock club.
Listen.
So much fun. And here we are, 24 hours later, doing it again and again and again. We are at the #1 live podcast in the world, ladies and gentlemen. We are back home in the Comedy Store. We've been doing the main room every other week for the last little over a year, and look what we've created. This fucking thing is packed with goddamn animals. For those of you listening around the country and around the world, the millions and millions of Tony fans, we are, I am going on a stand-up tour this August. Hey, look, it's Josh Martin. I am doing the Monster Energy Outbreak Tour. It's me out there doing rock clubs and theaters for the first time in my youthful career, and I'm really excited about that. Tickets are up for $21.com for that. Pretty great bands like Toronto.
and Alaska next weekend. Hangar and last show.
Along with
Even with electricity up there.
go get your fix if you're up there in Alaska.
Hey, next week we have
And next week is our final show in the Belly Room. I interrupted myself. Next week is our final show. I repeat, final show ever in the Belly Room. The Comedy Store has decided to move us in the main room full time, Mondays at 8. What started as a podcast with a bucket with 5 names and those 5 people in the audience has now turned into episode 220 or something like that.
I think it's 219.
Travel the world. Here we are. Next week's episode, by the way, you want a little spoiler? Want some more breaking news? Anybody like breaking news? Our guests will be Steve-O and Wee Man next week in the Valley Room. Motherfucking, why not take it out with our friends from Jackass? And speaking of guests, let's just fucking do it. As I promise you every single week, I always have 2 of my funniest friends in the world on. This week is no different. The great Kurt Metzger and my favorite country music star, the Pussy King, Willa Wagner Jr. How you doing, buddy? Yes, that's finger up my butt from your. Is it this album? I love it. Old Wheeler. That's right. Yeah, I'm excited about this. Fucking pumped.
This is my song about showing finger up your ass. And, fucking real country. Hard way.
Kurt, you've done the show before. Welcome back. Good to have you. We love you on the Race Sports Podcast.
What Black Friday do with what you say?
It's with your black friend, that's true. I love that you brought a balled up paper towel with you. That's awesome. You fucking made it.
Do you need any more water over there?
Everybody on ecstasy tonight? I'm excited. You guys were in the positions that we need to be in. And it's just one more piece that we're missing. That's my favorite band. It's the Hilltown Booty Band. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Walken, and Joel Jimenez, the entire Hilltony Band. They do different characters every week. You never know what they're going to be. Oh! Wow, I'm pretty sure they're nerds. I think we're dealing with some goddamn nerds tonight.
Greetings, and welcome to Kill Tony episode 219.
Look at you, nerds.
Alright, this is the only comedy central Olympics.
Hi, Jeremiah. Joel Jimenez over there. Look at those spectacles.
Good to see you.
Right. Obviously, you guys are nerds that are. I'm sure they appreciate that shout out. Alright.
You watching my recently?
Now,
Legal sense.
hey, nerd Jeremiah, where'd you get that classy bow tie from? Is that a Christmas wrapping ribbon?
I'm in a few weeks ago with the main club, so. Yeah, you can call me Jeremiah or what my family calls me.
Sure, here. Alright. So the band's here. Yeah, the guests are here. Everything's in place. What do you say we get this motherfucker started? I have a brand new Kill Tony bucket for the first time this week. Signed by Ichabod. He gave it to us last week. One of our favorite guests ever. Basically a walking fucking zombie. Named Ichabod. And he gave us a new bucket, so we're using the Ichabod bucket. I believe he wanted to call it, what was it again? The bucket of destiny or something like that. Anyway. Basket. Okay, Zelda's basket. Very good. Oh boy. So it's filled with names. You guys know how it works. A bunch of people sign up for it before the show. I pull your name out of the bucket. You get 60 seconds uninterrupted. No matter what, we don't interrupt for 60 seconds. And at the end of the 60 seconds, you hear the sound of a kitty. I can barely hear that. There you go. That means wrap it up then, or else we're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. All right, there it is. There it was. There you go. All right, Ryan. Okay, very good. All right, so you guys get it? You ready to start this motherfucker or what? You're live at Kill Tony. Here we go. Nobody has more fun on Mondays than us. And your first uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight goes to a man by the name of Josh Romes. Josh Romer? Here he comes.
From downtown.
Put your hands together for Josh Romes, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Exactly. Cool thing though is I came here and I immediately got on the dating scene. I got on Tinder and a very Hollywood thing happened to me. I met a girl on a date. She said, "Boy, you look like somebody famous." I said, "That's cool. Who?" She's like, "I don't know." I said, "Colin Farrell?" She's like, "No." I said, "My friends said I look like a young Clive Owen." She's like, "No, they don't." So anyway, the day ends. The next morning I wake up and what do you know? She sends me a text message. To my delight, it says, "I figured out who you look like." I said, "Who?" Tom Cruise? She said, "Absolutely not." I said, "Well, tell me." She's like, "Quagmire from Family Guy." Anyway, that's my joke. All right. 53 seconds from Josh. We got it. Josh, what was that? I switched over to improv. So what improv? Which location? I want to know. Where you can literally just rattle off stories. That, yeah, the one in my head. Hey, first off, Tony, can I say, cool shorts, where'd you get them? Nerds love the shorts. Sorry, Kurt. Yeah. I just find I was going to say there's some logic problems. I hear the people from New York. Do you think they live in the city? Walker Wheeler's a country. Yeah, but not. I think I'm from the South. Even I know. So, fair. So let me ask you this: when you do the thing where you go, has anybody ever heard of Tallsville? Raise your hand. You plan on nobody ever raising their hand, right? And then is that supposed to get a laugh? They go exactly like that part. Yeah, I was kind of waiting on that. Because my parents are from there, and I just love your Hey, Tony, how long have you been a tour guide at Jurassic Park? That's a good question. I do the farmer short for a mistake. No, he looks like a magician on vacation. Josh, what do you mean? Or I work for retail. What kind of show? I know it's not cargo shorts. No, I am yeah. You never get them yourself. That's how it is in terms of I had clothes. Is that like a little TV you're talking about? Or you know how like those big time like fancy chefs don't like in and out? Yeah. Some high-end chefs right? Yeah. It's like you dress like shit. You're not working. It's like it's like a comedian doing jokes all the time. Or something like that. Or even during their 60 seconds when they were scheduled to do them. How long have you been doing stand-up? Like 4 months. Okay. You don't got to get 60 seconds. Exactly. I'm not that's right. I got a question. I moved here 6 months ago. Just getting moved here for it. No, I just moved here. I had a friend that needed a roommate. Where'd you come from? Small town. The drive. So he is fishing. Wow. Is that how what do you hear about? I thought you started the Statue of Liberty. But I'm pretty sure that well, I'll just say,
much money did it give away for that business?
What'd you get in the high school?
Soccer, snowboarding.
Snowboarding?
Yeah, we had a snowboard team.
Awesome. Big Jeremiah have a very good name. Yeah? Man, it probably worked better if we could understand what you're saying, like the execution of the thing.
The foundation where we show people Star Wars and Star Wars.
Alright, put up for yours.
Tony goes to look at the shot.
You know me, the jockiest of them all. I listen to Jock Jam on the way here.
He looks like a jockey.
Yes.
Now, how many times would you say you've gone on stage since this 4 months twice? So, probably get those times.
Baker's doesn't or regular?
I think it even does it. Honest does it as well.
What do you like to do for fun? Now that you're in California, you've been here 4 months. What do you do when you're not doing stand-up? Which just seems like there's a lot of time.
Yeah, I have a lot of time. I don't work a lot either. What do I do for fun? I like to drive around. I like to travel. I like to go to parks. Yeah. Fairly cliche, I know.
You like to drive around?
Yeah, I like to drive around.
What kind of car do you have? You like to drive around in your Subaru?
It's brand new. It's brand new.
Come on, guys. It's a sweet ride. Yeah, Subaru is the name of his camel. Oh, Joelberg is starting over one over there. What's the most exciting thing about you, Josh?
The most exciting thing about me, so far I just didn't expect that I moved out to Hollywood. We've been with no plan whatsoever, and I ended up here.
6 million people a year do that job.
Yeah, I know, but not many people where I'm from do it. You know what I mean?
You mean New York?
Yeah, it's not just that, no Liberty. Yeah.
You're from upstate, on the right. What is it like to do a real Nicaraguan person? No, the other stuff was a little something.
By the way, Brian and I woke up today in New York and came here to show you how easy it is. Literally in New York today, flew here, and did exactly what you just said. I went to bed at 6 a.m. last night. All right, Josh. Well, I just take it for granted, I guess. But
In the future, I mean, your news is really not much. You just have to keep on doing it. But record your sets and listen back to them. A lot of times you're thinking, I killed at the improv. And then you can listen to like, yikes. No, I think you're just nervous. Yeah, no, it is nervous. It is cracking the especially we got this one on tape, so we can listen to it right now. Sound right? Yeah, you can listen to it.
all right. Is it Froms?
Promer.
There you go. Well, there you go. Your first time on the show. It's Josh Fromm, everybody. There he goes. He has no idea where he's going right now.
By the way, guys, the stairs is right there.
Yeah.
Turn left at Aphrodite.
In that fast, there it happens. It's the one and only Aphrodite, ladies and gentlemen. Legend. Comedy store. Legend. Kill Tony. Legend. He's been signing up all month and hasn't gotten up. Make some noise for the great and powerful Aphrodite, everybody.
Hey. I just really come to terms with the fact that I can't believe it on my ass. My ladies' fathers with little kids coming up slapping me on my ass and they think it's fun. Okay? They pick up adult children in the space station with me.
So excited to get in studio.
I realized half my ass is still around the wall. I have to wait for it to catch up with me. It's really movie dangerous.
Boom. All on her ass. Aphrodite. Question from Kurt Manchester.
Four kids?
No, straight ass kids.
Where is this happening at?
I had a little boy 2 years old in the doctor's office. He rolled his car down. Yes, straight up, child.
All the way down the little Hot Wheels car?
He rolled
How
hard
far down
down.
did he get off the exit?
We sent him to the doctor's office because I had a problem with my eye that turned red. 4 years old.
Pink guy, you got a pink guy.
No, it was something else. It was another kind of thing. I forgot what it was. But
Stop, Ryan.
this little fucker, he sitting there with his mama, and he rolled his car down the street like it was a freeway or something, you know.
How far down did he make it?
He just kept rolling. He was like right here, you know. And he just kept rolling it, and I'm looking at him like, what the fuck?
Was it a Subaru? Was it Josh Romer?
And grown-ups too. Everybody's attacking my ass. Want to see if it's real.
Wow. Will you check out, make sure it's real?
I'm like a fucking experience, you know.
Wheeler, have you ever been with a black woman?
This is real ass.
Yes, I'll say yes. But
You're public.
yeah, I think I just went down a few notches on the chart. No, I do want to say I loved the opening line. I thought was killer. Was what did you say? Come to terms with the fact that everywhere you go, you get your ass. Yeah, we saw that it was true.
Sometimes I wish I could leave it at home, you know.
Yeah. We're supposed to give notes, right? I mean, like to me, it was like that opening line was killing it. You kind of sped through a lot of like molestation talk, which I would have liked to hear a little bit more of.
I'm getting molested when they do that too because there's nothing I can do about it. I can't have the little fuckers arrested. They'll just think, oh, they didn't know what they were doing. Well, why they laughing there when they do the shit?
They always laugh when they do it. Have you ever seen what your ass looks like after it's smacked from behind?
Well, I can kind of feel it wobbling, you know.
I bet it is pretty funny.
It's like reverb in the ass,
If I was a little kid and I slapped your ass, I'd probably laugh at
I can show them a little bit of how it looks.
Wow! Damn! Aphrodite.
That's real ass.
Aphrodite, keep listening. How old are you?
I'm 61.
61 years old with an ass like that.
Tony,
Think of how big of losers your grandmas are right now.
Tony,
My grandma's 61.
Yeah, I'm 62 in October.
you look good for 60. Taking on Tony.
Yeah, as long as the young guys keep getting on me, then I know I'm good.
Yeah. We're the youngest kid you have.
Oh, they got me at least 21 to get on this ride. I don't play that shit.
Jeremiah. Yep, nothing. Here we go.
I ain't going to jail.
Have you ever been to jail?
Hell no. No, I hate bitches. I can't deal with no bitches all day.
Have you ever had a
Hell
lesbian
no, sorry.
relationship? Like when you were younger, did you ever mess around with another woman? Like,
Oh, hell no. I don't like no
Did
bitches.
you call her?
I don't like nothing bleeding.
I thought she was pretty clear.
Hell no. Nothing bleeding. Nothing fucking bleeding. I'm strictly dickly. Big dicks, I'm telling you. And brothers.
62, you know, like. What about penis that they get kind of hard to cover?
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell, I'm used to the brothers. The brothers take all night and ride it hard. You know what I'm saying?
Classic nerd.
I'm used to that good plantation fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
What's that?
Yeah, one time do that shit. It's all over. The show is canceled.
Aphrodite, sometimes I have no idea what the fuck they're saying at all. Anything else happen in like the past few weeks?
Yes.
What else?
Yes, I have a new single out on iTunes with producer named Gary Davis. I got
Jerry Davis. What's it called?
Gary Davis.
Gary Davis.
So I got to
What's the name of it? Aphrodite, you need to listen sometimes, okay? What's the name of your song? And Gary David,
the Kenny dope mix or the regular mix?
wait, this
You gotta get your dub by Gary Davis.
Gary
is from 2011.
No, we're talking about 2017. Just
It's got to get your dub with
yeah,
bird.
yeah, DUB.
Got to get your dub.
Yeah, man.
Aphrodite.
With Tyson.
You are definitely not the marketing guru.
Oh,
There it is, featuring Aphrodite.
I'm telling the truth, damn it.
Here it is. What's a little sample
It's
of
hot.
it?
It's hot.
That's it.
It's a big intro. I come in later.
Oh, you
But I'm singing through the whole track.
we should.
I'm fire. I'm on fire. Gotta get your love. Gotta get your love. All right now.
Alright, all the windows here in the comedy. Motherfucking Aphrodite.
I need an opening act on my tour.
What's that?
I need an opening act on my tour.
Oh.
You gotta do country western. I write my own stuff.
That don't sound too much to me.
Well, I got some. I got some originals.
Country crowd, baby.
I got some originals.
Can you give us a sample of like what your country music would sound like? Like a little, like just a little small serenade improvised?
So because of him, you say you never again. Yeah. Because you let a man break your heart. Yeah. You fell in love. Yes, you did. And now you feel like you're falling apart. I said a man will say anything for what he wants. Yes, he will now. Oh, that's my song. I wrote that.
There it is. When all else fails, just do the do-it-ba-ba. Like you
That's right. I wrote it. I got love songs.
I think you can do better than Gary Young.
Oh, let's bring it, baby. I'm hot in the sun.
Aphrodite, what do you keep in that special little pocket on front of that little fishnet thing? Oh, there you go. I want to put my Hot Wheels in that.
And they real titties too.
Really?
Yeah.
Show your tail. Show your Brian. Brian.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Brian.
Can you do that shit with fake titties?
Hey, Tony.
Fake titties don't move, Rob.
Hey, Tony.
Yes, Jeremiah.
Do you have any wet wipes?
Here she goes, Aphrodite, ladies and gentlemen. Afro motherfucking Diety. It's on Twitter at Aphrodite Love. Alright. There she goes, the great Aphrodite, everybody. Alright. This looks like a new name. You guys having fun out there? Put your hands together for Cal Hamilton, everyone. 60 seconds. Uninterrupted. Cal Hamilton. I don't see anybody coming towards the stage. No Cal? Blacklisted. Put your hands together for Josh Gibson. Here he comes. From deep in the back. Josh Gibson.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out. When I go to bed at some point tonight, I'm going to have to flip my pillow over to the cool side, which is just a picture of Steve McQueen. I have a friend, he's doing time right now. He's doing time. He robbed a convenience store. Where that is doing 7 to 11. My dad is a Southern Baptist. It's the same thing as a regular Baptist, except you also get a side ground. Dad's getting old. He's starting to get really old. He's starting to complain about all the stuff he can't do anymore. Trying to rid Southeast Asia of communism. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
There you go, Josh Gibson. Yeah.
Okay,
insurance.
Wait, yeah. So title insurance also. Researching at a computer. So it's the nerds like this. Yeah. What's title? I can hide the title of Big Hot Johnson. I'm sure that. That's 100% yours. You don't need a title agent. No. In fact, like gap insurance is in title insurance.
WWE Championship title insurance. Wow, Josh.
I really just wanted a job that I could do basically anywhere. I didn't want to. My degree's in something that would take me out in the middle of nowhere. I didn't want to do that. I have an ecology.
What?
Ecology.
Which is the study of
Ecosystems.
Come on. Does anybody have 3 more wet naps for a man? Joel actually had some. Look at that. Commitment.
Josh.
You have a girlfriend?
No girlfriend at the moment.
I'll go with that noise because we made it. Last date you went on, how did that go?
Last date I went on was fine, but we no chemistry. We met in running camp. Chemistry. I'm making lots of jokes for the band today.
There he is. There's Joel Berg waking up. One word.
How much is sociology? Sociology's not a real science.
So last date you went on, you said you met her at Runyon?
We met at Runyon Canyon. She thought my dog was cute. She didn't say that I was cute.
Right. She wanted to go on a date with your dog, bro.
Right. You have to watch your dog game? That's not cool.
Why would you get into title insurance if not for the pussy thing?
It's a young man's business, that's for sure.
So where'd you go on the date?
We went to a place across the street from BuzzFeed. I don't remember the name of the bar.
BuzzFeed?
Yeah, it's down in Fairfax and Beverly.
10 places you shouldn't take a date on.
Yeah, that's literally, by the way, Fairfax and Beverly is literally where Jeremiah and I go to lunch when we have lunch together. Please, it's another janky places. Wait, so you don't know the name of the place?
I don't remember the name. It was
When did you realize it was going well? What was the moment on that date that you're like,
10 signs that the date wasn't going well.
I think the third time she brought up my dog.
Hey, that look, there's bugs.
The third time she brought your dog, she was blowing you at the time. Right. I mean, it's not what my dog is.
what kind of dog do you have?
A little corgi. Awesome. I don't want that dog. I get it. Yep. Easy to keep her from going anywhere fair.
Wow, that's how you like your ladies, huh?
The date wasn't going well when the drugs didn't work, right? I like my women, I like my dogs from the shelter. And on a leash. Jeremiah. Funny.
Oh, man.
How long you been on Santa Clara? All in LA?
No, mostly.
Yeah.
What's that in dog years?
That's where you're from?
I started comedy there.
What, you went to Seattle for title insurance work?
No, just I knew somebody out there who was trying to move down. So
Same thing, huh? More stuff in
you just wanted to get a lot of white kids to be a fully by direct eye contact. I wanted to be in a town as this guy. Yeah.
Holy, serious. What's that space needle like?
Expensive.
People live in it.
Everyone says that about Seattle, Walker. The drunkest I've ever been in Seattle was in the Space Needles rotating restaurant. That was fun. But it's a slow rotation. It doesn't affect your lungs at all.
The drunkest I ever was a teaspoon of my dad's rubber touch. Shit. Fucking nerd, man.
Josh, what's something creepy about you that you don't really want people to know about that you regret saying on the podcast if you admitted it right now out loud into the microphone. Go ahead. Just say it, Josh. It's dead air right now. You're bombing right
Now, I would say that my most embarrassing search on Pornhub is
Don't stick up in here first. Don't do it. We've got the back. You don't need to do this.
all right. The nerds have my back. I'm not listening. So what's your worst search? I'm much more excited about stepsister porn.
Stepsister porn? Yeah, I've seen that.
Specifically has to be.
Hey, shit. We should sell insurance.
Has to be a stepsister?
I believe that's an industry thing where they don't want to like step over some taboo line.
Wait,
They want to sell their I don't know. Shit. Okay, one time, I was going back a few years. That's not doing COVID. That's like a lot of coke. Not by accident. Premeditated. I looked up a week ago on a horse. But I premeditated. Like you just get happy to get there.
Especially day on this one.
I searched for in Brazil. I don't know, man. The answer to Christ though.
Is it a horse being Portuguese?
You're a country music star, Wheeler. Does this talk of horses being sucked off bother you at all?
I'm offended, certainly. And I was more offended by the, Son of the Baptist grave.
Totally true. You're from West Virginia, right? So you fucked around with your real sister, so this is kind of like
Is that Virginia? That's Virginia. That's the third time Virginia, not West Virginia. Yeah, we did
Rabbi was with you in the seats.
Hey, Jeremiah, my order is born up here. Hey, what is it, Pat? Shepherd Live.
Oh my god. Alright.
That's my nerd Patty right there. What's the fantasy in a stepsister? Like you have a fantasy that your dad gets married a woman, like
Legally incest.
There is a root to all this. Do you have siblings?
I do have a sister.
Yeah, is she younger, older?
She's a younger sister.
How much younger is she?
About 3 years.
About 3 years. Have you ever seen her naked? Not even as a kid.
Not that I remember anyway.
Really? Your sibling? It was a trick question, Josh. You've never seen her naked.
Sure, why not?
Shit. Fell right back into my trap, Josh.
we live in Green Television. I'm sorry, please don't hurt me,
Josh, interesting. What do you think your sister would say if she found out that you were way into stepsister porn?
I think that she would. I have no idea.
Can we call her?
Come on, I'm right here. I've been here the whole time. I think that she would just think that that's a product of being a person who pursues stuff.
How often do you...
Okay.
Okay, that's a lot. In that case, you want to do something fun?
That's very funny you say this.
So that you can get out on a big laugh here, Josh?
What do we got?
Call your sister, put her on speakerphone, put it next to the microphone, and admit to her that you watched stepsister porn.
Alright, we need the audience to be completely quiet.
Yeah, you guys have to all be quiet. And the nerds, please settle down.
What if you hear a voicemail? What if you
No, don't hang up. Jeremiah! Oh yeah, perfect. Very smart. You have to admit to her. On the voice.
Hey, Megan, there's something you should know about me. I'm much more into stepsister porn than I should be. Call me back when you get there.
Yeah! Come back next week. We want an update.
Strong, eh?
That was powerful.
Was anybody else in anxiety in the room?
Shit. Alright. Pulled another name out of the bucket. This is definitely a new name. I know when I see it. We're getting together. Seraphina Costanza. Here she comes. Seraphina Costanza.
Hi. Hey guys, I just got back from vacation. You know when you go on vacation and you come home you get really sad. And so I'm trying to like be different about that. So now I'm just living my life in between vacations. So I'm looking forward to the next 3 years. I just got back from vacation. I'm still trying to be happy and hold on to it. But I realized that once your shit goes solid again, your vacation's not. Once they go solid, they go solid. What else can I tell you? You guys, I drive for Lyft when I actually don't get drugs all the time. When I'm out on the road, I see this sign, drive like your kids live here. I see this sign. I don't have kids yet, so I don't know why they're encouraging people to drive fast out of there. But I saw a new sign, drive like your pets live here, and I was like, what is that about? The threat of a dead child on the street was not clear enough. They had to go, like, had to get a meeting together and be like, we have to go full fair with on there. And my mind said, thank you.
Seraphina Costanza. How you doing?
So, never mind what I said. How did you get your shit to go solid? I've been trying.
That's a good joke. I can get to it quick.
Why you go on a vacation? Come back.
Yeah. Give us all.
Yeah. It's nice when they go solid.
We're
Wow, what a dream, girl.
Where did you take this vacation?
Mexico.
Oh. Joel Menace. Busted suspender and all. Where in Mexico did you go?
We went to Montana.
Who's we?
Me and my husband.
How long have you been married?
Almost.
Here.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I'm a hairdresser.
Instructor?
I
Restaurant. How did you?
I used to manage restaurants and I just
How did because it's an architect's house.
If you ever got me, I come along.
no, that's why I'm married.
Is it good with plans and blueprints? Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
I just got a text from my girlfriend saying that her brother just left her a message saying that he's into stepsister porn. She's like, he said that he just left a message out of nowhere. Confessing to stepsister.
Joke about not having kids. There was something to that. I think you need to find out. Yeah, driving around looking for eggs. What restaurant do you work at?
I work at the Nickel Block.
Black meat. Block meat.
Cross BuzzFeed. Jeremiah, I'm more of a raw mixed meat kind of guy, but
Raw missed meat.
yeah, or parallelogram. Or trapezoid.
Ooh, it almost seems like you're remembering these shapes as the games you go along, nerd.
No, those are my favorite meat.
My friend was always in the Spanish movie. Okay, Seraphina. So, where'd you guys meet at?
His college friends are my high school friends.
Seems like you have a lot of fun. You party a lot. That's the vibe I'm getting. A lot of drink dates. How many nights a week do you drink? 5, 6?
This last week I didn't drink one night. After that.
Didn't drink one night, so that'd be 6. What's your drink of choice?
Tequila, wine.
Tequila and wine. Together, the wide range. Tequila and wine.
I Alka-Seltzer and Hazen cherry soup.
LA?
I've been here for a long time.
Interesting. You've been doing stand-up how long?
About 3 years.
Where at?
Well,
Other way comedy theater?
I don't want
Wow. Yeah, because she said yeah, and it's just she didn't want one, so she's waiting on one coming that she doesn't want. So it's like a portion. I think it's weird.
Wow. I lost it. I lost part of it. I lost track of where I was.
And I might
Serafina, tell us something. What do you do like for hobbies or something like that? Tell us something about you other than drinking.
Are you always?
I smoke one.
What's your favorite thing to do while drinking, or kind of drinking, or like anything other than going on a vacation?
Game bowl. I like playing cards.
Cards.
Yeah, Hollywood Rummy.
I
I can't think of anything.
What's your favorite category of porn?
It does bother me the whole stepsister and stepbrother porn piece. Like you can't not see that.
What's your favorite category of porn?
I kind of like like the maybe sometimes like more hard, the unexpected blowjob.
Unexpected blowjob?
Yeah, there's this one that was there's a guy on the glass. Like,
It's just easy comedy. Unexpected blowjob. All that context has blowjobs on it.
Unexpected. What ethnicity are you?
Italian, German, there's Indian. Mostly Italian.
Awesome. Calculated. Serafina, is there anything else, any special skills or talents or anything like that? Anything that you do? Stand up sometimes? Drink?
I have 2 cats.
Two cats and the skill?
Yeah, I have to take care of them. They're trained.
You're trained to do what?
Sit, stand, hop,
A cat? You have a cat shake hands? That's actually fresh.
But it's an unexpected blowjob. Favorite hobby is drinking. Her second favorite is smoking weed, and she likes bang money. So, what's your answer?
I'll tell you right now, it's at Serafina Costanz. You took out the A.
That's what she said.
When I first did it a long time ago, all my friends on it.
Serafina Costanz. All right, Serafina, welcome to the show.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming on. We know this young lady. She's been on the show numerous times. She ended up getting a job here at the Comedy Store. She just got done being on the road with the great and powerful Eliza. This is one of her openers. The true Comedy Store soldier. Your current door guy. Very into the great Jessica Wellington, everybody.
I think you guys, I've learned in this climate that you can't fight, crazy with facts. So, you get beat and let's fucking join them, right? Let's just fight crazy with crazy. You know what I mean? Like the other night I was outside this club, this homeless guy comes up and starts talking to me. And at first the normal stuff, like, do you have any change? And he looked at me and said, that's a nice jacket that you have. Is it bulletproof? So I looked at him, I said, man, that's a really nice jacket that you have. Is it rainproof? He walked away. And I wish I could say that was the end of my night, but I was at my favorite pizza joint. I was 2 fights in. This guy comes up and he says, I hope I don't ruin your appetite.
for?
Oh,
Like Buzzcut 90 or something like that. You love Whitey. Afro Whitey.
for why?
Jessica, you are a lovely, lovely lady. Where are you from again?
North Carolina and Florida.
Where North Carolina?
Goes from Holland.
Someone did not pass geography.
Jessica, you are quickly rising up the ranks here at the Comedy Store. You feel like this was probably the first show that you did a couple years ago here, right? You remember that?
Don't tell me got me started, so I definitely.
Recently, you've been opening up for Eliza Schlesinger on the road. How's that?
That's been amazing. Thank you. I'm going with her in September to Vegas to sit at the and then I'm going to Oxnard with her.
Oxnard. Almost reminded me of also maybe call it the Tallsville of the West.
And then I just opened for Michael Compton at the La Jolla Company.
That's enough credits, Jessica.
I'm excited.
I know. We love Michael. He's on the show. We don't need to know past gigs. It's one thing when you're playing. I guess what
I just got back.
Anyway. Again, me too, right? We just got back to it. Jessica, are you in love? Single. Last relationship you were in, what was that like? This one right here.
What are you gonna play?
Tough question.
I have not been in a relationship in a long time. My last relationship was just we hooked up for like a year.
But if you were supposed to keep it a secret, that's a lot.
What are you into?
It was needed to Orange is the New Black.
What are you into, Jessica? Is there a certain type of man or woman?
I like all men. I'm not a lesbian.
You got a lot of nerves. How dare you come into this house?
It isn't, Jessica. I mean, you must
Check
change.
your signal system.
I'd imagine you probably get, I mean, I'm just guessing here, but a lot of like, I always notice that like the hot lesbian is always with like, you know, the tough lesbian.
There's been like a lot of women here that are here to see the show that kissed me, that touched my boobs.
Yeah. What do you do back to them?
I'm like, okay, I gotta go work in the bedroom.
Wow.
Don't tell them what.
I want to know the piece of shit who thinks you're a lesbian. Fuck you, kid, like you.
That's Eliza trying to kiss you. Okay, Brian. Why would you not? Kurt brought up a good point.
Yeah, don't you know, it's like moonlight. Like, stay keep going.
All types of guys. That's what you're into. Nothing more specific.
I mean, I like black guys a lot.
Look at Aphrodite going crazy over here.
Very in the lead.
But I like.
Whoa, Brian. Have you been with a black man? Whoa, good lord. Say that like he's still inside of me right now.
Wait. As you said, oh yeah, I know it's not related, but I just saw this black guy knuckle down another guy. I know it wasn't that, but it was a weird one.
I didn't see it, but I heard their rings flying together.
Yeah, a lot of high fives.
Was there a black guy that was too big for you in the past? Anyone ever make you say ow?
I mean, at first.
You want to make you say, Next on 2020, we asked a comedian if a penis has been too big for her.
Things have obviously changed for you. When we met you, what were you doing for a living?
Driving an Uber and Lyft.
Driving an Uber and Lyft. Now you're one of the tough movies here.
Now I don't drive Uber and Lyft anymore, bitches.
Right.
Okay, please don't do that.
tough luck. And I mean, I walked away. I had busted up my upper lip.
Did you notice she kept reaching for where your hair used to be?
I actually had really long hair back then. I was like down to here.
Well, you were in the Air Force.
Yeah.
Well, you turned it from a bottom to a top gun.
Over. So stupid.
Tony, is that a common thing here? People,
And sometimes, yeah, some of the true greats, like that Fang Chow over there, Kill Tony Legend, discovered here. A lot of the best door guys.
She'd be like a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Hall of Fame.
Yep. Totally.
I deserve that call.
Yeah.
No, it's with Feng Xiao being Asian.
Alright. Oh, that was the delayed Fang Chow. Hey, Jessica. Did you have fun? Everything else in life was good?
She has a great show, by the way, in Long Beach. It's every Friday, right?
Yes, every Friday it's in Downey, actually. In Downey.
It's not Long Beach, it's White Beach. It's Downey. Great show.
It's Gotti nightclub, so Gotti comedy. Please come out and see us every Friday at 8 o'clock.
There you go, Jessica Wellington, ladies and gentlemen. She's on Twitter at Jess Wellington2. Jess, Jess Wellington. Number 2. Jess Wellington. Yeah, let's do that. We have a regular on this show. We're going to go back to the bucket in just a minute. We have a regular on this show that writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. Not easy to do. You know her, you love her. You've been watching her for over a year here. Put your hands together for the great Ali McCoskey, ladies and gentlemen.
Good to be here. My mom sometimes drinks too much and she makes stupid decisions. She recently drank too much and let out the dog, but she said that the dog ran away. And it's hard to admit this because I love my mom and she's very supportive, so it's hard to be mean. But she's just not emotionally supportive. Okay, just too real. I know she's watching, so I just want to kind of like dig at her a little bit. I used to watch Law and Order SVU every night before going to bed, and I think it desensitized me to sexual assault. At this point, I don't even say yes to sex. Sometimes I just say chung chung.
There you go, 55 seconds of Ali McCoskey. You did it again, Ali.
I did something, yeah.
That was very real. Did your mom really accidentally let the dog out?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't.
That answers the question.
Yeah, she said the dog ran
Who's
away.
Allie's mom?
What?
Who let the dog out? You guys get it. All right, moving on.
Your mom's here now?
No, she watches every week, so I know she's watching.
She watches the street line.
Yes.
Your mom told me.
She let the dog out accidentally. She was drinking. Is that all true?
Yeah, it is all true.
What did she drink?
Of course it's true. You're in her passport.
Let me go.
I like this.
Yeah, I want, so like every week I write and perform a brand new minute, so it's like, it almost feels like I'm doing, like, what?
You say every week.
Yeah, that's what I do, that's what
How
I
do you
do.
maintain that busy writing schedule for one full day? Surely some weeks you can't make a whole minute.
So normally I just,
You're really digging at the process of this show.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Why not?
Not all of us are made of 85% Adderall, Kurt. It's a little bit harder for some people to be creative. She's only 21.
I used to take it, yeah, but now I'm just very chill.
Hey, Allie.
I like
You turn me on to this stuff. I like Google this like once a month.
Rogan told me that.
Rogan told me about that.
You guys tried that patch?
No.
That's it's like an Adderall patch. You never tried that? You put it on your ass and my friends tell me, and then when you if it's too much, you pull it off and it just
Well, like I said,
yeah. Yeah, that's called a wedgie. Where I come from.
let's try to figure out if there's anything to this fucking dog thing. Is it your mom's dog?
It's my mom's dog.
She has just a dog. She has 2 daughters, right?
Yeah,
They were out of the house.
2 others. Yeah, we're all out. She lives alone.
So now
She has a dog.
How long she had the dog for?
I want to say like 8 months.
And how long have all the daughters been out of the house?
Long time.
A long time.
6+ years.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Johnny, I have a question. Sure. Hey, Allie, were you ever on the sitcom Blossom?
I'm too young for that.
Oh, really showing my nerd age here.
What kind of dog did she let out?
Just like a little white mutt.
And it happened at night. Is it gone forever?
No, we found it.
That night?
No, we found it the next day, but my mom was like very chill about losing the dog.
Yeah. She probably wants to get rid of the dogs.
I think, yeah, that's what I think.
Let's move to Florida and get the fuck away from all you.
Yeah.
Such a
I don't
that.
blame
Where was the dog at?
Someone found it and then took it to a shelter. My sister picked it up.
Just like a thing.
I mean, I just wanted. Yeah.
I heard it went on a date with the guy at the grill. Call back to the first guy. Second guy, maybe.
That's like 6 guys ago.
Like 6 guys ago.
Alright. Allie, what else is happening interesting in life this past week?
Honestly, not much.
It's been a pretty boring week. What does that mean?
Very
You've been working?
No. Well,
We're on our new one, man.
yeah, I mean, I've been busy, like, writing other stuff, and,
I don't sort of snapshots.
what?
Cut out your break. You're working hard and you're kicking it. Okie dokie. Alright, there she goes. Allie Mikowski with another new minute. Obviously, her mom let the dog out. No way.
This one. Yeah, you're welcome.
I feel like there's a balloon of tension that's been built up here tonight. It's weird energy. Feels like something's about to happen, right, Jeremiah?
Yeah, absolutely. What's going on with this crowd?
I think there's just been a lot of and pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Kevin Bacon.
Ladies and gentlemen, I got 2 kids. I got a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old. I'm raising my daughter to be a feminist, guys. And she told me that the boys wouldn't let her play Foursquare at school because she's a girl. It's boys only. Yep. Shit! How dare you! I'm encouraging a woman here! explain the existence of sales tax to our meetings.
Right.
How do they react? How do they? Oh, you know, they fall apart. You know, man, will really fall apart over 90%. I'm there to hold them in my arms.
You only made me stop calling you butter.
Always plus tax. You know, it's plus tax.
I'll even work for Apple.
Oh, man, I hate it. You're talking about Apple. It's been about 3 years.
What did you do before that?
I worked at T-Mobile for 7 years. Oh, I love T-Mobile. Now we're cooking. This is what I wanted to talk about, John. Hell yeah. I know that AT&T, bro. I was on the 3300 Nokia.
You're talking about so much tech stuff. This Asian guy's going to masturbate right now. You married, Kevin?
I'm married, yeah.
How long have you been married for?
13 years.
13 years. You got married in Fresno.
Back in the T-Mobile days. Oh, yeah. Back in the T-Mobile days.
Still love your wife, or is she just the mother of your kids?
Really? Siri know about this?
Still banging her?
There's a little bit of a rim shot here.
You guys still banging, Kevin?
Oh, yeah, we bang it. Thank you. So, what's pretty good. It's, I would say consistent is probably the best way to put it. Every Sunday, each night, much better than normal for sure. It is, because, you know, it's comforting. You don't really have to perform, you know, you just put it in and
Did you
get it over with. You know, we got kids to watch, you know?
Did you notice the difference in vagina she had the kids?
I will give an interesting story. So
Yes.
when it was probably one of the most creepiest moments of my life. My wife had what do you call it? Snip the thing when you're having the baby.
The umbilical cord?
Etheotomy.
Etheotomy.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta make room, you know, for the baby.
Oh!
I gotta go doctor.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away, actually. Nothing again, it works it out. All right,
How long after that procedure was she T-Mobile?
So she snipped you, the doctor snipped the pussy.
Oh, here's the story, guys. So he looked over at me and we switched covers. I got daddy stitch. It's called the daddy stitch. Very creepy. You know, daddy stitch. It's called the daddy stitch, and it makes it tighter. I always wanted the doctor to do it in the middle, or maybe a little bit above, so you could have one Mexican, one Asian pussy, and make an extra hole.
Ryan
Love that, everybody.
fucks a bunch of girls that have had babies before.
In Hawaii, they call that the Lilo stitch.
I hate myself.
Kevin, what else are you into? What do you do for fun with your kids?
I mean, we go camping and stuff like that.
They seem straight to you, they seem like normal people.
I think they're pretty dope. They're pretty weird, you know. I'm pretty weird.
Like what?
What's straight people? That's not what that is. Well, I mean, I don't know. You never know what's really happening.
You ever get any hints of anything? It seems like is it a boy and a girl?
It's a boy and a girl. I don't think about my children's sexuality too much.
You never know.
We all do, so yeah. That's why we have this podcast, right? We can talk about the sexuality of science. What about out-of-warranty
iPads that are used for Kiltony that fuck up that I needed?
I have no connection. Can you focus on the 14? You actually have 14 kids and 2 kids on one podcast.
Yeah, exactly.
I get it. You know, I get it. That was like 9 guys ago. Got it back. It's still count though.
What do you usually perform?
I go here on Mondays and try to get up. I'm going to the Improv on Sundays.
Yeah, but where do you actually perform?
All those places. Give yourself another rip shot there, pal.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, you're still there. Yeah, I perform very funny podcast. Yeah, I had Jeremiah on my podcast.
Really? your timing on this is anything like written and given, then can't wait to tune in.
You got a lot of confidence.
He does. I have a lot of swagger. What do you think of getting a promotion when you try your confidence?
You get the shot.
That's a good answer. That's a very good answer.
That's a talented answer. When you're good at something, you feel good.
That's true. That's true.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That makes more sense.
All right. Well, Kevin, you did. Welcome to the show. Kevin Titan, everybody. He's on Twitter. Kevin Titan. Yeah. Whoa! Red light! Holy shit! Have a seat, Ron. You sit there. I'm gonna move over here. I'm gonna stand. That's it.
Tequila already on my shot.
Here he goes, Kurt Metzger, everybody.
Good, you're over good.
Perfect. He's on his way up. Listen to start.
Welcome, Ron.
Make some noise one more time for one of our favorite human beings in the fucking world, the great Ron White, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe that's what I knew there was fucking something in the air. I when you pulled in, I could feel it. I could. He also is the proud founder of an amazing company called Number One Tequila, which we absolutely love here. Breaks his own bottle. And
I don't see why an alcoholic do it. I'm a comedy club with my own bottle of liquor. Somebody drink with me.
you know country music star Wheeler Walker Jr., Ron White? We used to work together before. Oh, yeah. Well, let's just get into it. You want to pull a name out of the bucket, Ron? Get this puppy started. We'll watch a comedian for 60 seconds with us. Last time Ron was on, we had a fucking blast. Let's see what happens tonight. Put your hands together for Chaylis Robinson. Here we go.
Alright, I like doing this now. I like doing comedy, but I need comedy to get me to a certain level. Like, I need probably my choices on or something. My decision making. You feel me? Like, I don't even know if people like eat this shit, but casually it's just something that they do over the kids. Like, just good. I like people by the back by that. Like, to me, that's fucking balls. Buy shit is not high workout because what's just gourmet. That is struggle for you cannot convince me that probably is gourmet. Even my breakfast, I have a chick tell me listen to your friends. Just keep it short, nice person. So I said, cool, you want to play some ball this weekend or something? They would have to be at these homes. And she shook her head like, nah, dude, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm like, I'm sorry, I thought you really just wanted me to hold you.
But yeah, Chaylis Robinson. What's up? What do you do for work? Or you're still struggling on ramen?
I work at a retail store.
Retail store?
Yeah,
I am. Oh, Burbank Walmart?
No, that's the worst Walmart. You know what I just learned about myself? This has nothing to do with it, but I hear better when I can see your mouth move. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not going to say that there. I would have heard it before. But I thought the second joke was probably Are we judging this?
I mean, we're just talking about anything.
I know exactly what it was.
Was there ever a period of time, Ron, when you started comedy where you were eating ramen noodles and you came up that struggling?
Yeah, back then, I would drive for 8 hours.
Now you have a motherfucking jet, don't you?
You have to bring it. Not a motherfucking jet, it's a regular.
Shayla, so what is the most gourmet thing you've ever put in ramen noodles? This is sort of with ramen. I didn't really hear exactly that much of it.
Sodium level is way too high on that. Maybe if you just got regular spaghetti noodle or something like that.
Yeah, our main nutrient associate here on the St. Ryan Red Band, the sodium king of the West. Sodium, always keeping his eyes on this.
Yeah, sodium. Yeah, Joey Diaz talks about it all the time.
Jailers. How long have you been working at Walmart for? 7 years at Walmart. Well, yeah, there's me on the back here. Yeah. Oh, you got this. Yeah, oh, yeah, you did. Any girls you've ever been with, like, play into the Walmart fantasy, they ever just make you walk into the bedroom with just your vest on or something like that?
Have you ever before? So everyone knows that a lot of people, there's a website called People at Walmart. One of the best things is that people that go there taking photos of them. Even in Burbank, the brand new Walmart in Burbank, it's like the worst of the worst. Is there like a secret like collection of video, security video on cameras and photos that you guys actually go, holy shit, this woman has a raccoon tail coming out of her ass? No, I mean, wow, Brian, I have no idea what's going on with you over there tonight, but it is out of control. Yeah, could you explain the question? What's the... No, what's the craziest thing that's happened? Wait a minute, let me watch your mouth. What's the craziest thing that's happened, Brian?
Larry, what is the most, Walmart-ish thing that you've seen at your Walmart? Yeah.
Employee lost a key, and then a customer found it to all lockers, and officially that customer came back in and was right over
Wow, what a fucking move. They got that. What'd you get them? Did you change the law?
Exactly. You gotta change all the law. Wow, that's like a Revolution 14 right there. Yeah, the Walmart. It's your mouth. Let me see your mouth.
Shayla's, what's your middle name? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Your middle name is Calvus, and I feel I remember talking something about you. Both of your parents are black.
Yes.
And they named you after the mayor of Cloud City.
No, his dad's Hawaiian. He looks like that.
That's some interesting shit.
They didn't name him after the mayor of Cloud City. They named him after the spokesman.
It's true. Or maybe they thought the title of the movie was The Empire Strikes Black.
Nothing again. There you go.
Sweet show tonight. Right from the right.
I was gonna say this, didn't it? I was really hoping I saw the fucking tailspin from out there, and I'm going to water down here with a bottle of fucking food.
I love it.
I don't even think I can do with that.
Jayla, since the last time you've been on the show, how's things been going? Anything been working out for you in the comedy business?
Sorry.
How much longer do you have to like? How much longer do you have to work there? What did the judge sentence you to exactly? Grown, and it gets a grown. We're 2 hours into the show. Everybody should be tipsy and having fun at this point. We're getting grown now. We're going the wrong direction. All right. Jayla's another fun time. We've met you before. Good to see you again. There he goes, Jayla's Robinson. I don't know. Should we do one more? There's something that doesn't feel right to me. I think we need to watch one more comedian. I don't know. Your hands go for Mike.
stop the conversation. Like, hey, we should do this. And like no one had a problem with it. Everyone was like, oh yeah, cool. Like and so the first guy, like he goes first, and he comes out. He's like, dude, he's 7 inches, and then he like baton passes it back to my friend. He goes in. He comes out. He's like, dude, yeah, that's like 6 inches, and then it gets past me. And like, honestly, the best policy. So I came out and I was like, guys, I mean, it's not like we're change. Like we're pushing low numbers. And like my friends, they were nice. They made fun of me for having a short dick. They just like would do this thing where they like high five around me and go like huge dicks. And then like there was a lot of embarrassment because like why didn't I lie? Like that wasn't. I came up a little short tonight too. It seems.
Wait a second. You get 4 inches average everybody?
Oh, you have a nerd meter. Mike, is that true? True story? You get money north?
Yeah, actually, well, yeah.
Thanks.
You know, it was 4 days. Yeah, like that's 4 inches like hardest you've ever been, or can you put a little bubble gum on the end of it?
Yeah, are we talking like a real throw?
Are we talking like what's going on over there? That's 4 inches, right? So that's too hard, right? You're the one that talked about it in front of everyone and the internet. So don't get mad at me when I tell you like that's you hard as a rock right now.
Wait, quick. Measure with your mouth.
No, so you only need I don't know if it's middle school.
That was in middle school.
Yeah, I was a junior.
When's the last time you measured your penis?
You feel like it's grown. I haven't measured it since probably out of fear, but I haven't measured it.
Do you think it's about the same?
I'd say no, but I mean,
You'd say no. What would a woman with a ruler next to your dick say?
probably. You know what you should do? Measure it from your asshole.
Can you explain to me how to do that?
Just start with your asshole.
Just go at my asshole and then
Either way, right? And then you're gonna be 5 and 7. I had no debate.
pixel style.
I might have been 7 8. You said 1.5 inches behind your dick. Mike, what do you do for work?
Yeah, he's been on a few times.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, yeah, I did that. My natural.
What'd you come up with?
It was pretty big. It was about half of a dragon's lord. That's ridiculous.
You have a girlfriend, Mike?
Yep, 4 years in July.
4 years in July. What does she do?
She works for this at
She measures dick from his asshole.
Is your lip score like your dick? 4.5 as well?
actually 4.8, yeah.
Just making sure 7 people will do mine. Just that I know it was you and not me tonight. Perfect. You fucks.
It's not like hot ribs.
Mike, what else? Any hobbies or anything? What made you come up with that mustache idea? You're rocking. Show them. What made you want to be a French thief?
Old high school is mostly.
How long have you been growing that thing out?
Why are your balls so high? You know what? The balls themselves not very big. The sack, the balls. Oh, Archie Pierce style. I've never seen Archie's balls. We just did naked roast battle in New York, and we some of the crazy shit that happened. Archie's balls have grown twice as tall. Like literally, that thing, no joke. This is no joke. Like maybe no, it's not a joke. 10 inches. It was weird having a roast battle where you saw that. It's almost here's my this. Oh. Yep. Like why? Like how long is it? Like how? Oh my god! Now with your hand, people from their asshole. Like it. Yeah. I don't know.
Definitely My coolest thing that you've done this year, the most fun thing that you've done, most fun that you've had in your life.
I guess we traveled to Atlantic City.
You've traveled to Atlantic City to play the video game tournament?
Yeah.
Brothers.
You make money playing video games.
If I win, yeah. I don't win very often.
This guy's not, so I know. Like, make money playing video games.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes. Which you're the most honest person I've ever met. It's true.
Thank you.
You're fucking honest as shit. It's true. That's cool, man. You're shitty. I don't remember the last time you told me you sucked last time. I know you suck.
I believe it.
I didn't say you don't suck. I said you're honest, and I can tell that. It has nothing to do with the fact that
It's nothing. The last time, it was definitely you suck.
it was just like that.
Wow, I probably really sucks.
Sounds like me.
It was fun. I had fun.
But you seem like a really fucking honest dude, man. I like that.
Yeah, like if you're on a jury, that'd be great.
All right, Mike. There he goes, Mike Diaz. Everybody, he's on Twitter at Mike D. Mike 17. We did it. That's Keltoni. Wheeler Walker Jr. You're going on tour. Make some noise for Wheeler Walker Jr., ladies and gentlemen. This is my new album. It's on Wheeler. Tell us about your tour, though, so everybody listening around the country.
I texted a man who said, what's 3 dates do we need? If not the most. Like Charlotte, Virginia Beach, and Philadelphia.
No. Those are all available with
You
Wheeler
narrow
Walker.
it down to venues or anything like that. Charlotte, it's going to be all over Charlotte.
Yeah, I don't know the venue, but yeah, just go on my website. I think it's, because everyone hears. We're playing custom bass and
So plugging that.
I'm just saying, if people in the audience want to see me play, there's nowhere to see.
Eddie Reagan, you have a new album out. Bad Chat, that's on iTunes, that's on everything. I love it. What else? Yep, Jeremiah Watkins, you're on Twitter.
Yeah, reach out to me on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up, and if you want to watch it t-shirts, let me know. I got a couple of larges left.
He's also on the Monster Energy Outbreak tour. Will be opening up for me all around the country. Big giant house of blues, rock venues, giant comedy clubs. Joel the Minutes on Twitter at Leslie. Sorry, you know him, you love him. It's motherfucking Joelberg, the sensation. Wow, how the fuck did you get Ron White in there that fast? It's gonna be amazing. Ryan J. Ebel Strike. Wait it that way now. Yep, Ron White. Kurt Metzger, Wheeler Walker Jr. Ron, anything you want to plug? Anything coming up? Any dates or anything?
I'm on vacation right now. I'm taking the fuck out of it. So what do I do when I'm on vacation? Come up to the fucking comedy club.
That means we're all on vacation. So glad you're back.
Thanks for being fans. And I'm going to keep doing it.
Yeah, you're the best, Ron. There he is, the king of tater salad, the king of pussy, the kings of nerdness. Thank you so much, live audience, for coming out. This is Kill Tony 219. Brian Redband. See you guys. Love you. Thank you. Good night. Give it up for Tony now. Give it up for Tony. hello. Hi, welcome. Good evening, and hello, and welcome. Great Brian, Great Man is here, everybody. We're all settling in. Hello, everyone. Make some noise for the great Pat Reagan you just saw, the band leader. Tony getting everybody a little riled up. A little picnic, small boss, that's not bad chat. His new album. Shout out to LA Speedweed. We love weed. Why not have some liquor? Ryan J. Eagle is here drawing tonight. Thank you to me with a big giant piece of white paper in front of us. He's drawing while you all can sit there and keep nothing but the entire episode. All of his prints of each individual episode are available at RyanJEagle.com. He's also the artist that drew the official Kill Tony poster. That's at RyanJEagle.com as well. Boom. And on the Monster Energy Outbreak Tour, if you podcast listens to hundreds of thousands of millions of people out there listening to the show, I'm on touring the entire country. It's called the Monster Energy Outbreak Tour. So I'm going to be in a theater or a rock club near where you live. But back to this awesome live show. Are you guys ready to do this shit tonight or what? I know I am. I love this fucking show. This has been over 4 years of us doing this show in this room. In the last year, we've been doing every other show here and every other show in the main room. And from now on, we are going full-time main room. And we figured for our last spot ever in the belly room, the smaller room, why not have our favorite small human of all time on as a guest? An awesome fan of the show, one of our favorite human beings from all of our favorite Jackass movies. Put your hands together for Weeman! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Yeah! Moisturizing the lips with chapstick. Real stick, ladies and gentlemen. Shit. This is one of the most powerful intros I've ever seen. I don't know how long it's gonna go.
Tony is unzipping his pants.
Looks like he has another tube of chapstick down there. What's up, brother? How are you? Welcome to the show. Have a seat.
I'm good.
Motherfucking Wee Man's here, ladies and gentlemen, on the #1 live podcast in the world. Our good friend Steve-O was supposed to be joining us, but we got a fun text message from him saying that he, for the thing he was doing, the type of life that Steve-O lives, he tried to do snow angels on a fire today and came out with 4th-degree burns. Look at that, everybody. From our friend Steve-O, who's going to be sitting next to Wee Man tonight.
You know what I was thinking is like, going in on the worst day for a bird. Because as soon as you go, it goes in, they're going to be like, oh great, what kind of fireworks are we doing?
Right. I'm just doing snow angels on a furnace.
How many people are going to be going in the next day or two for fireworks?
Do you think Steve-O just has like a bracelet that can run the line past at the hospital?
Yeah.
That's it, right?
That's the bracelet.
You guys just get to walk right in. You get to kick the ambulance, doors open, and do whatever you want. Excited that you're here. You know how the show works. You've been a regular guest numerous times. So, or I mean, I guess I have been as an audience.
Oh, it's an audience.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to find the person. I just come to watch. Come on. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I want to put my name in the bucket.
That wasn't actually to put your name in the bucket. Gotta think bigger, Wee Man. I wanted you as a guest on the actual show.
I can only think of me.
One of my favorite, damn. That chapstick tube extends if you twist the bottom of it.
Exactly.
You know what I love about this fucking show? As a fan of this show, is the band. And let's just break them out. It's my favorite thing in the world. They always do different, something special. Everyone knows what it's going to be this big experience. It's going to be the Kill Tony band. They're all here. It's Pat Ray, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. Wow. Is that Abraham Lincoln? Whoa! Oh my God. Yes! It's the 4th of July spectacular. We have Rothschild'S. Wow. Welcome to. Wow, that almost worked out as good as it did for the actual Indians. Abraham motherfucking Lincoln in the house. Yeah, last time you were at a live show, things didn't go so well, huh?
There was a man who snuck up behind me and happened to kill me. What he didn't realize was that was part of my plan the whole time.
I'm surprised your hat's still all in one piece. You got a new one?
I do not find that very funny.
That was quite the proclamation, sir. George Washington, how you doing over there? Is it George Washington?
I'm George Washington, the first president of the United States.
Oh, wow. Wow, I didn't realize I was watching a first grade play today. I'm so excited about this.
And I was funny right there.
Thank you, Abraham.
I kind of feel like it's church. I don't know why. You know, you got the Indian there and all that.
We're gonna carve you up right now. Let's do this. You guys know how the show works. I have a jack-o'-lantern courtesy of our friend Ichabod, one of our favorite guests of the show. He brought this a few weeks ago. We changed our bucket. He officially signed it as Ichabod on the side. The neatest thing about Ichabod is that it's needs backwards. Anyway, it's filled with people's names that signed up before the show for the opportunity to do 60 seconds on this founding fathers and sisters. And you know how it works. Like, pull your name out of the bucket, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know your time's up, you hear the sound of the kitten. Nope, just the cat part. And that means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out these angry lists. I'll leave it there. There it is. There it is. Okie dokie. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? All the pieces are in place. Your first comedian performing an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight goes by the name of Tommy O'Neill. Tommy O'Neill. I mean, there's people going up the stairs and there's not room for anyone. Even if anyone was coming, they wouldn't know because they can literally see that nobody can get through there. Is anybody back there named Tommy O'Neill? Oh, okay. I heard the great Aphrodite. I think it's for Aphrodite in the back of the room, everybody. You can always hear her. You can always hear her. There ain't no Tommy O'Neill.
Tony, what about Shaquille O'Neal?
Oh, George, I can't believe you've been keeping up on your topical references, George Washington.
He sure had trouble hiding back there.
How do you know who Shaquille O'Neal is, George? You've been alive.
Oh, you can ask me that later.
All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Jessica Jackson. This is why we're moving to the bigger room. So, yeah, I feel like even if somebody was coming, he's standing at the top of this. Look at that black mat just standing there. Aphrodite, you gotta move somewhere, kiddo. You can't stand there. You are the epitome of a fire hazard right now. You are everything a fire marshal needs in life.
I thought that was Harriet Tubman.
Oh, Abraham, your old friend.
I have a feeling these two comedians have a fear of little people. That's why they're not coming up to the stage.
Might be.
Yeah. It's a real thing. It is serious. Third person doesn't come.
Weeman is the first guest that I pulled out of a bucket before, by the way. Fun fact. I pulled another name out. It's Ian Russo. Whoa, there he is.
Make some noise, Comedy Store. at the same age.
He was trying to pick a girl the same age in the show. Ian, what's your story, man? How long have you been on stand-up? 3 years. 3 years. It sounded like you were almost like about to cry towards the end of that set. Did you notice that? Is that part of your comedic voice? Not really. You sometimes almost cry sometimes?
Let's just say I wanted it to stop.
That's Jeremiah under there, I do believe. I think that might be Jeremiah Watkins underneath that beard. Woo! Okay, so if you want to do the crying thing, I want to get back to that serious question. What about haywire about 45-50 seconds? It wasn't going the way you thought it would? Do you think that a lot of these people are waiting, like maybe ready to like really be like, you know, like they have a strong opinion of Hanson now, more than ever perhaps?
Not a good time
Not for room for it.
Yeah. It's ironic. I don't think it's here for it.
So, how long have you been working on this Hanson bit? 2 months old. Okay. Interesting. So what do you do for work?
I have a background actor. Yeah.
What have you background acted for?
God, I've done Modern Family, Bones. I did the PT Project.
Say Bones again.
Bones.
Say it again.
Bones.
Again.
Bones. I do have a lengthy Bones bit, but
I think I found a loophole with you. I think it's just hilarious that you just say the word Bones over and over again. I figured, yeah, you're way better at that than the Hanson faggot guy comment. I mean, you're aggressively, I think anything.
Bones is a good skeleton, but not the whole thing.
It's true. It could be bad to the bones. It might not be a great idea. What else about you? Do you think when you look at yourself in the mirror before you leave, what do you think you look like?
I have the best hair in all Los Angeles County, but due to that and my weirdly shaped face, I look like a milkman from the 1950s.
Say Bones right now. Say it. All right. Do you have like a one-liner? Do you have like a short joke that you might have anywhere in your pocket? No pun intended. Sorry. Literally, do a short joke.
I may be new in town.
Wait. I want you to do the joke and then pretend like everybody in the audience is like yours. After you do the joke. Okay, do it.
I may be new in town, but I'm so LA, even my pants are sag. Bones.
This is like when Gallagher found a watermelon. I mean, what's happening right here is fitting because it's Kiltony history. Yeah.
More like when the white man fell to America.
Wow. There she goes, Pocahontas, everybody.
Johnny, we get Josh up here to say Bones with him. Josh? Yeah. They got Bones in the back?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them. Ian, I'm going to ask you a question here. All right, don't. Bones.
Luke is going,
Maybe it's like,
Well, I mean, that's a little sexier than what I was thinking.
but like, they're not good costumes.
I was thinking, you know, Tony, it's about time the founding father, George Washington, threw the
show back over to Tony.
Oh, I think you could have done it without even having to say that. I just would have, had you not said anything, I just would have kept going. But it is an honor to have George Washington and Abraham Lincoln here because I figured as far as I knew, at the level of decompensation that you guys should be at this point, I thought that at this point you would just be a pile of. No, you can't. I don't want you to try to save her. You fucking. Say it like somebody asked you, what are you a background actor on? Still, now you're fucking. No, man, even. You were wrecking this word. You had it just right before you even tried. There you go. That's good. Alright, yeah, well, there's no bones about it. You are a one-trick pony, and you should ride that out into the sunset, my friend. If I ever stumble across you doing a show and you're not saying bones every few seconds, I'm going to be furious. None of the other stuff you have going on is ever going to work. That's the minute that you pick to try to condense 3 into 1 instant. Is the faggot thing ever? Like, is it like,
That's really good. New York last week, we thought of that when I landed.
Did that happen because they called you a faggot, or you thought of it there?
I thought of it there. It was only like my 3rd or 4th time telling it. I didn't really want to laugh at it here for sure.
Out of all the things you've been a background actor in, what's your favorite? There he is, Ian Russo, everybody. Speaking of bones, I go back to the fucking video of the podcast. You guys ready to bring up another comedian?
I guess not.
Here you guys moving for Derek Gruber.
I live in Anaheim, and this past Christmas, I was out to the red light in my neighborhood. I was supposed to line. Right by the crosswalk, I see this guy carrying this big white sign, big red letters. It says, ho ho, homeless. I don't ever think it's homeless people. Like, I was almost homeless last summer. My buddy, I looked like my buddy left his house for a couple months to figure it out. He's by the beach, and he has this bike, and every morning I was riding along the beach, they come and go, and there's one little bitch every morning. She find me, carry your luggage, and when they start talking, she started telling all the comments for being homeless. And that's when I thought, like, if I really needed to, like, I could date a homeless chick. Like, the best part about dating a homeless chick is you can drop her off anywhere. What's up?
Alright, Derek Gruber. Derek. Do the microphone. Say bones. Hold on, wait for it to get very quiet again. Say it again. You guys hear what I'm talking about? Is it a thing? Does everybody have like a slight lisp in this bucket tonight? A little magic going on. This is a special short tongue episode of Phil Naughty. You have a little lisp, huh?
Short tongue is my father.
Jober. There he is in the flesh. So Derek, how long have you been on stand up? Tell the truth.
4 years, literally, though.
Really?
I was on like 3 days, like 3rd
Ever?
Yeah.
Wow.
I went many moons ago.
Wow. So how did it go that time? How bad was it?
It was,
What happened?
like, I did a hacky, I didn't want to do it.
No, yeah, I know. You Let me give you guys notes on how to be a better audience.
I actually told that joke at the Gettysburg Address.
I fucking love you so much. Oh my god. Derek, what do you do for a living? How do you make money? What skateboard shop do you work at?
I work at Target.
You unload trucks at Target. Awesome.
Interesting shit.
What? Don't beat around the bush. You're not really in the Target here at all.
I don't like Targets.
So you unload trucks. How long have you lived in LA?
I've been coaching out here.
10 years. Where are you originally from? What part? How long have you been working at Target?
A year and a half. Like I just do it because I can still go to bike and stuff every day. Like 3 days. Every 4 hours.
Didn't have much money.
Love a lot to eat. Try to have right.
Do you have roommates?
No, actually.
I can drive myself anywhere. You ever hooked up with a chick?
No, shit, no.
You have your own dressing room at Target? No, that's just you, dude. That's when you go to Target. They make you a special thing. Not everybody has that. Oh, wow. Yeah, here we go. So, no, literally, Derek, what do you do after that? I understand smoking pot, that's not really a thing. What else do you do?
Yeah, I mean,
Wait, what do you mean you live by yourself? Hold on, go. Answer that.
my great aunt, she did all that living. And,
Your great aunt didn't have any kids.
yeah, I don't know how she went on after that.
So you live with your aunt?
No, she kind of,
Do you ever visit her?
yeah.
How often?
She fell in love with me.
She's 90. Wow, so what's going to happen to that house when she dies?
I don't know, maybe I'll blow it up, you know, maybe I'll get someone.
Wait, did you just try to be funny again? What did I tell you?
Never tried to be funny. That's a hot tip from George Washington, the first president of the United States. I have a question regarding your great aunt.
Is he a bull strike?
Did your great aunt have wooden teeth? That's my question. From George Washington, the first president of the United States. That's my president.
Did your great aunt have wooden teeth?
No. She was born in 1919.
Wow. That's easy. That must be easy for you to remember when you're breaking into her credit account. What are your goals, Derek? How old are you? 34, living in the dying aunt's mansion.
Doesn't even know.
Yeah, she has no idea. She broke her hip. She fell off the unloading dock at a Target. Really random thing. I moved in.
Jesus, water.
Pretty much.
Jesus. Target cover.
How old are you? 34. 34. So what are your goals?
Just trying to go to grad school stuff.
Would you go to grad school for? I know with the speech. Whoa, what a bird! The guy's a lesbian. Yeah, Tony. What Nancy? Nancy? I've already heard of that. Wait, what you study?
Go on.
homeless chick. What do you mean? Like, I mean, how much more down in the gutters? Bro, I don't have enough money to go to the bar. This chick needs like 50 cents and she's cool. I'm cool with her. Get her a soda. I'm fucking anything. Is that how it works?
Yeah, unfortunately. No, I don't know.
So the last chick you hooked up with, how long ago was that? Which is this someone that you hook up with often?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to do better than like she's here.
Wow, you
No, I gotta see the chick here, though.
yeah, you say it like you want to bring her on stage right now.
No, ironically, like I don't think she was I was like thinking about homelessness, and like she drives to live. Like she's kind of homeless, and you very weird.
Abraham?
And you give her a sandwich and she has sex with you. Is that a friend with benefit spot? I have sandwiches, you have sex. That's strange. She takes out a gun and aims, shoots him, but it hits you instead. It's leaving.
Another good one by George Washington, the first president of the United States.
Husband's a fall.
So this girl that's here, is she a comedian?
No, she's funny.
Oh, like you know what's funny, Derek. We know your eye for talent. So, Derek, how do you know her? Where'd you meet her? Wait, she works at Target too? Man. Wow. How is she almost home? She has like 3 jobs. Target, Uber, and that's basically one job. Wait a minute. On her way to Target, she picks people up. And it's Target employees. They're like, yo, this should be alright. So you met her at Target? You guys ever hook up at Target? Working a little bit? Come on, tell the truth there. See, you don't need a little fucking smile.
There's cameras everywhere. When you ever wanted to sneak in and join the league.
Wow. So, first time you guys hooked up, it was right after work? You asked her, how does that go down? How do you get to pick up the chick?
I just had a Can you build it with Lincoln?
A roof over your head? What does that even mean? Well, you know, I mean, when you have a roof over your head, you go in for the kill.
Well, you sell tents to Target.
What do you say we go over to a field?
So excited in the studio. I'm so excited. I felt like for our first time in a long time, like it's back. I felt back, man. It's like I think the FC has gone away. No, I'm not saying that.
Mosquito bite.
Wow. Pocahontas. This is fun. Alright. So, Derek, alright, I'm gonna.
She looks more disgusting than Deborah Johnson.
Alright, Derek, I wish you the best of luck in all your endeavors, and thanks for coming on the show. This is so little. I Abraham Lincoln to Derek on this photo. Pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Chaz Carter.
Yo, what's up? Guys, I need a car. I'm tired of meeting and keep having all these horrible interactions with homeless people. I had a homeless guy walk with me the other day and he was like, nigger Christmas. I was like, the proper terms, walked up and chilled that today, sir. I was walking through my neighborhood, and I was mistaken for a teenager by a local sex offender. The only reason I knew he was a sex offender because he asked me questions about my mom's work schedule.
and then the black handle train connect. Just did this. Yeah, man.
Chance Carter tapping out of 50 seconds. Alright.
That's all I worked on. I was like, called up this.
It's true. It's true. Chaz, why are you dressed like you worked out at a playground?
Oh, man.
Shit up with the monkey bars?
Yeah, man, I've been physically active since I was like a kid and shit, man.
Really?
Yeah, I came out of the whole book.
Is that true? Very, very. Uh-oh. Abraham be fucking. Hats off to you, Abraham. Abraham, have you ever been with a man before? Sexually, Abraham?
Only in the book.
Chaz, what's your story, man? How long have you been doing stand-up?
Coming up on a year next month.
Again, what do you do? You don't have a car? Is that true?
No, I really don't.
Have you ever been the last time you had a car? Have you ever had a car?
Yeah, I did. But like, even my first move to LA.
How long ago was that? Where'd you meet from? Where did you meet from? Very comfortable. Very comfortable. Thanks, Abraham. Why do people say that? Well, it doesn't make sense.
All the time, I never get called up, so I was just kind of like put it out my head.
Right. Because he's taking a break from being in his Prince cover band. Purple Save. You do sort of have a naturally uncomfortable sounding laugh. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Ha. Funny. Ha. Chaz. So, is Chaz your real name? Sanchez. Whoa. You're completely shady about you, dude. Wait a minute. Sanchez?
Sanchez.
Oh, Chaz is short for Sanchez. Why do you have a last name as a first name? First name is a last name. Sanchez Parker.
I don't know, man.
Parker Sanchez.
I have Latino, my dad's Hispanic, so I feel like I know my mom's from
Honest, so top that down. Look at that.
Can I walk alone and eat my day without expecting my fitness level? I have diabetes. You're my favorite.
Jazz, what's your love life
The
like?
butterfly tells me to do it. It's so
like eating potted mazes a lot? I don't know.
That's a try.
Whoa. Oh, type corn. Motherfucker. Wow. You are, you are a general in the battlefield, Mr. Lincoln, but you are definitely a colonel when it comes to these corn jokes.
Actually, memorable was it?
Yeah, I was just going to say George Washington. But then we actually would have worked better. Yeah, it's true. It doesn't exist. Exactly. It's true. They're not really looking at the scientific backing of the joke. So I don't think it was actually a general. It was more of a understudy.
That's why Donald Trump is president.
Yes, that's exactly why he's the president. Chad, so you've been working at a coffee bar? Is that a cooler way of saying that you're a barista? Is this bar that you hang out at called Starbucks? What is it?
It's what's on It's hipster as fuck. It's set up micro bar like when you walk in and shit. So it's like upstairs.
Oh, yeah.
Let me get a double latte.
When you get a double latte, women, do they still give it to you in the espresso mug?
Hey, you know what? I always order the tall one. Wait, man, is your favorite rapper Too Short?
Actually, how long you been working at the coffee shop? And what's the other thing you said you do for work?
I make white people.
Whoa, how do you make like
Like, I can break the things they wanted. I tell them they look good, they don't. I fucking,
how do you make everybody?
I help set up the wedding and shit.
Oh, that seems like something you'd be good at. Yeah, you seem like you have like the little firecracker wedding plan.
I mean, I'm bossy as fuck, so yeah, I naturally don't like that.
Just did a snapping there with your hand for the podcast. So there is something. There he goes, Chad's partner, everybody. He's on Twitter at Scribber727. Derek Gruber is Scribber Derek. Ian Russo is Ian Russo Comedy. All happening. Excited. You guys having fun out there? See some stars hanging around with Mystery Dan on the staircase. If you've ever wondered what that creepy motherfucker looks like, there it is right there. Give me a break from playing the somewhere to be here. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Your hands are for Jihan Samir.
Yes, that was my best comedy friend. What am I talking about? Just kidding. You guys, do you want to know how to make a black person have an existential crisis? Just deny the emotion when they're ashy. That shit's stressful as fuck. And white people never have lotion. Like, ever. You know, I feel like when I'm ashy, it makes me desperate and a little violent. I feel like it's the only thing that can make me turn back into a slave. You know? I'm like, oh, master, please don't let me go out with these ashy knees. I'll do anything for the little beat, no matter. I think people think this is out of violence in the black community because of drugs and poverty. When really it's just a bunch of ashy ass niggas with the promotion. You know? What I'm saying is ashy lives matter. They matter.
Here you go, Jihan Samir. Really? Hey, you're victim 3 you ever stayed in your great aunt's house? Because I believe Jemima would have, Aunt Jemima? No, nothing? I didn't quite say that correctly, huh?
I actually have.
Oh, you guys call it aunts, right?
Oh, well, we really call it aunts. Really call it aunts. What'd you say?
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was free.
So when you go to the hotel, there's like that little lotion that's for black people.
Yeah.
I've always wondered, I thought it was just masturbation, but it was black people.
Yeah.
I went swimming today at my friend's house, and there was a black girl who also swam, and I will say this happened today. I had a nice face lotion that I have. I have a good face lotion that I like to use. It's SPF, and it's for people that...
Thanks, Abraham. Real smart Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States of America. Real fucking Emancipation Proclamation, grown-up leader of the free world. Guy that solved all the Civil War shit and freed the slaves. Real smart. Yeah, my lotion's jizz, you piece of shit. Yeah, that's the expensive lotion. That's what I use. It's free jizz. Come out of men's ball sacks.
Oh my god.
Anyway, so I was using this lotion, and she goes, "Oh, you got lotion? Can I use some of that lotion?" And she goes, "For my feet." And I go, "Fuck no, you can't use this lotion on your feet. This shit is $100 a jar, and it's not going anywhere. And I wouldn't put it on my fucking feet. It's fake lotion."
Lotion.
Hey,
How much is this lotion you're talking
it's
about?
like probably $70 for a little.
$70.
Yeah.
Shit. Wow. Okay, G-Mon. Okay, G-Mon.
Oh my god, thank you so much. You have that.
Oh, shit. I've never seen somebody be able to do a live upskirt before, but I think that shit's about to go down. I'm pretty sure Wee Man is one jump away from being deep inside of you. And if there's anybody that's been up here tonight that loves a taco stand, it's clearly Jihan. So, oh, your face ain't that precious. I wouldn't even have gone there, Jihan. You really are an awesome bundle of charisma. What else do you do in life like for fun?
I try to instill in them as much black knowledge as possible.
Like what? Like you remember like, all right, well, there you go, kid. Like this is like
You put some cheap trees. It's going to be all right, let's get
the black culture too. Choo chains is a person that is really into your choo trains. I mean, choo trains, two chains show that you guys wanted to pretend wasn't real.
so they changed my
I never said it was like choo trains, black culture, choo trains, and you mixed them like that. And you laughed at the fucking drunk, the homeless girl thing on video. a song, just give us one little note. That's very cool. I like that. From the Waffle House to the Opera House, I can see it.
Yeah, waffles are tasty.
Now that is a play that I would see.
I love it. What else has been going on in life, John? Everything else fun? What's your love life like? You've still been banging former first presidents of the United States of America?
Absolutely not. Can you imagine?
I was gonna say, I remember you were just on my dude.
Oh,
Would you go?
I was already in.
Can you imagine if I got a splinter in my foot?
Are you talking about the time George Washington was down on you with his communique?
He did it again.
Okay, that was just like really.
Yes, it was. Okay.
Now, George, how was the sex? I heard that you cannot tell a lie.
He changed that. Pretty sure it was a very revolutionary experience. The British were coming. The British were coming.
Oh my god.
Give her a little bit of your John Hancock, huh?
He's speechless.
Give her the Bill of Rights and the Bill of Wrongs.
Show some respect for this Blackfeet sister.
Wait, what just happened?
Well, all right. Blackfeet is a type of Indian, right? Native American. I don't want letters. The band does not endorse what you're saying. It doesn't help when you get angry.
Alright. Jihan, you are so lovely. You're so much fun. It's such a pleasure to have you on the show again. Thanks for coming on. Yeah. Jihan Sabir, everybody. She's on Twitter. Jihan, is that a dot? Dot Sabir? Jihan dot Sabir. JIHAN dot SABIR. Follow Jihan. You guys having fun out there or what? You guys are getting to see George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, oldest comedy clubs in the world. Hands up for Danny Williams. Danny Williams. He's coming. He's coming. They say he's coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. I know it's coming up here. Alright. I know most of this deep white stick right now. Like, this is not my wife, I get what it is. I was walking down the street, I was walking with my dog, and my neighbor was on the street texting on the phone. She got a t-shirt that said hashtag me or whatever. It was for Black Lives Matter. And she saw me and just freaked the fuck out. Like, that's how white my neighborhood is. Like, Black Lives Matter, but just on the internet. Like, not in real life. Alright, don't you know, I got lost on that because it is not the fun away, and that's too. Speaking of tossing Chelsea Handler went to dinner to Jim Ramsey's
wheelchairs too. You were selling wheelchairs to unhandicapped people. That was sort of this big bump down.
You look at all the doors. It wasn't like a big party. There was like 7 people there.
True. How long you been selling wheelchairs? Chelsea Handler. Stupid. Really stupid.
Chinatown and Koreatown are two different things, but your favorite flowers in both places. It's kind of like, just so you know, Judaism and Zionism are two different things. Kind of like how Chinatown and Koreatown are two different things, but your favorite flowers in both places. Jane has been accused of being anti-Asian, which is ironic considering the complexion and physique of the Steve Dumont.
Yeah, this is 9:12 in the afternoon, everybody. I guess technically any time afternoon is afternoon, technically, if we really want to pretty much, all the way up until 11:59 a.m., that can still be afternoon. Well, there's no before noon, there's only afternoon the day before. Afternoon, somebody, all of our pot smoking fans listening to this podcast just had half a stroke right then. Flat earthers. It's still afternoon. Dude, it's always the afternoon, whether it's morning, noon, or night, bro. I heard it on an episode of Their Dirty. That's where I get all my fucking stuff from. That's where I make serious life decisions, is from listening to that show. You work 12 hours a day. I mean, you do that all week long. Does it all after next?
I try to work 2 hours like Monday night goes. He's like, I'm not to say what race the guy was. The doctor was misdiagnosed. I said, what race was he? It was a Jewish Hey, I'm not going to say what race, what people.
So all of a sudden you go, oh man, I just don't know where my state foundation is. And then he pops up right in front of you. And you're like, yeah, this fucking guy over here, look at him. Rotten legs. They're rotting. They're rotting. Look at it. Smell it. Smell his legs. Rotten legs got to smell his legs. Joel's jokes don't have legs. Man, so what's your like? Is there anyone ever that comes in there like with no legs, who's sort of just like crawling in, right? You hear the like little bells on the door, like ting ting ting, and all of a sudden you see someone crawling in, right? And they're like, I really need your help. I don't know why they would have an English accent, but I really need your help. I have no fucking legs. I know you only talk to insurance people. What can you do for me? What can you say? Oh, shit. He would make them crawl back later. Crawl back later.
Day and night.
Smile now, crawl back later.
This West Side Rip.
When you make the same joke twice, it's not called a callback. So, wow, you don't even ever sell directly to someone. So you get most of your money from the insurance people. And you talk to them all slow and smooth on the phone like you're walking in the store already. What do you
Look, dating man. This one.
Super blue. George Washington. What?
Hey, he sticks that bitch like a motherfucker. Look at that move.
You seem like you'd be incredible at it.
He's rolling through the what the hell kind of question is this?
Maybe he's
You look like an incredible lover.
okay. I think these people agree with me. Single for 2 weeks. The last girl you hooked up with, was that like, was that a random hookup, like a one night stand? Met her in public? Where'd you meet her at? What bar? Doesn't matter. Okay. And then did you go back to your place or her place? Oh, you took her to your car. Were you sitting in the driver's seat or she was in the passenger seat? Wow. Wow. So you, right, so, but still, she's, are you supposed to back to that? I don't know how it works. Okay. So then you're in the back seat, the pop's off, somewhere in Los Feliz, there's just you. Wild night indeed. So you take a white nap home just because you knew that was going to happen. Good question. Oh, you do? You know, the good thing about having the sticks is you can drive away. Buffalo Wild Wings, you take a lot of girls. That's where she wanted to go. Little did she know. Her night. Okay, I guess we'll just do a chicken noise instead. Oh boy. So Danny, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is like, is there anything special you do when you're making love to a woman that you think is different than? Do you ever whisper anything in their ear with your cool, slow-paced voice? Do you ever say anything cool? Wow. Get the wet naps out of the side. All right, Danny. Well, it was fun to have you on again. There he goes, Danny Williams. Everybody on Twitter at Trump_Liquor.
Hey, man.
As I get older, I'm finding new reasons to hate people. Like, I'm starting to hate people for my height the second time we meet, you know? Like, it's always the same conversation. Like, oh, do you play basketball? Like, yeah, dude. I'm in the NBA and I move weight up to it's my thing. It's like, it's just good boring. It's always like the same conversation. Like, I just wish once someone would be like, hey, how many stretch marks do you have on your back and growing 10 inches in 5 months? It's like a lot. It's really Guys can be perverts. Think more about this. Guys can be kind of perverts. Like the perfect example of this, like every time there's this news story, local teachers sleep with 12-year-old students. Always that one guy like, man, we're all the teachers when I was in middle school. Which is crazy because like girls don't do that. Girls don't stand the Amber Alert. They're like, man, we're all the guys that always use alcohol toilets when I was 7. I just want to talk to you.
Yes, 57 seconds from Quentin Thomas. Oh, awesome. You are funnier than a fourth grader. Quentin, you are a giant for your podcast. He looks like a giant little boy. Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, in my old age, you're starting to look like that.
It looks like we should probably switch faces. Sorry, Lonnie, that makes sense.
There we go. There we go. That does make sense. There we go. Well, I definitely don't want to trade waiters. I like mine closer to my knee.
Now, Quentin, you look like an incredible lover. Do you have any thank you, Abraham Lincoln?
Actually, quite the opposite. I got Quentin on premature ejaculator for almost undoubtedly. Am I closer right on that?
The last few times I've had sex, I didn't come.
Wow. Right. Was it because it was with a woman?
Yeah, was it a kid? I'm gay, that's the joke.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think it took too much to drink, and one of them was in a car, so that doesn't work.
Oh, you clearly don't have a,
Yeah, getting that guy right.
Danny Williams wasn't able to make it come? I felt
He's really bad at sucking dick.
they made it Trump. Yeah, the last 2 times you haven't come, has it been with the same girl both times? Yeah. I think it's because you were drinking so much. Whiskey dick.
Yeah. Or I would put more of my money on just like that.
Really?
Yeah. We call it money points.
Firewalk. Well, question. Yeah.
Why, if you're a smart man, are you bad at fucking?
Good question, George.
Not really much too. I don't do it often, so I just don't experience it.
Confidence? What's the issue?
I don't know, man.
Like, let's just be
I don't
honest.
know why I don't come. What George is trying to say is, what's wrong with you, dick? I've been asking myself that a long time.
I mean, let's just keep it real quick. When you notice that, like, when you're hooking up with these chicks, when you notice that it's not going, is there any point where you get hard and then you lose it?
Yeah, it's usually start off strong and then just kind of fade away.
You get tired, you have bad cardio?
Oh, yeah. I'm in terrible shape.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes.
How old are you again?
23.
Why are you in such bad shape? You look like you played a 7th grade basketball game today.
I did. I don't know. I don't think. I focus on my mental health. So she was on top of your own body.
Wait, you focus on your mental health so well that you're too drunk to be able to come?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
No, that has also.
Right.
But this is weird. I didn't know.
It's okay.
1,000 people were going to listen to this.
No, it's many more than thousands of people. Quentin, let me ask you this. So, yeah, you're just a guest on a podcast now. We're all hanging out. So, do you do anything when that doesn't go that way for you? And the girl's like, hey, what's up? Like, what do you
real broad, and then I think about the civil rights, and I'm like, civil rights. And before you know it, my pants are filled with boy fishes.
Boy fishes? Abraham Lincoln? You mean your pants?
Oh, what up, Zoo, you little bitch? How you living, pimp?
Shit.
Yo, dog. Yo. Can you hear me? Zoo. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Are you ready to lose, son?
Yes.
How you feeling, baby?
Tired.
All right, but are you feeling well? You ready to do stand-up comedy using rehashed Cosby Show bits? All right, big dog. Are you ready to lose? All right.
Yeah, it's still Friday.
Yeah, it's still Friday, baby. That means you've got 2 fucking days to prepare for the biggest comedy opportunity of your life. I have a question for you. Are you ready for it? All right. Dude, here's my question for you, big dog. You, my friend, are a stand-up comedian, correct?
Yeah.
Technically, you're a professional stand-up comedian because you've been paid to do stand-up comedy, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So what's the game plan? You're no longer allowed to do raw comedy, but you are a state finalist, which is baller as fuck. So you're just gonna keep doing comedy in Adelaide for the rest of your life, and that's cool if that's what you want to do. But like, I mean, you're just working out your open mics. I get that. But I mean, what do you want to do? What's the next step? Do you want somebody to say, "Hey, Zoot, you're funny as fuck. I want you to open up my club," or do you want somebody to be like, "Zoot, we want you to come"? Oh, it would be for someone to ask you to open for them, right? Okay, that's a cool goal. All right, I'm about that. That's realistic too. At any point, somebody could be like, "Man, I really thought that Cosby Show book joke was fucking hilarious. I'd love for you to open up for me." Dude, Kid Cudi, your favorite rapper of all time? That's baller as fuck. All right, I just want you to know I'm gonna just beat the absolute living shit out of you in mini golf. There's nothing you can really do about it. It's not even close, dude. Dude, I'm just making you aware right now that this game is over. Zoot, you're up. Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation. If you don't accept it in the next 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 2, 1 second, we're not playing. Why didn't you accept?
I did accept it.
You got fortunate, dog. You need to be faster. My time is valuable. That is the worst shot ever. Hit my ball. Hit my ball, baby.
One of the greatest shots we've ever seen. Wow. That took skill and sex appeal. What are you going to do? Are you proud of that shot? Zoot, are you proud of that shot? Zoot, are you proud? Well, you should be. It was phenomenal. Look how sick my shot was. But you had an amazing shot.
I just lost it.
No, you didn't. You need to be positive, baby. Zoot, I know it would be like, I just won. Even when you were sucking absolute dick. I just won.
With that shot, you missed it out.
That's what I like to hear. Let's see your shot. That's garbage. It's one of the worst shots we've ever seen. It's one of the worst shots we've ever seen, son. Oh, fudge. What did you think of that shot?
Okay.
Are you proud of that shot? What did you think of that shot? Zoot, you're still in it. Home slice. You're still in it. Look at this shot, Zoot. One of the greatest shots we've ever seen. Zoot, you're up, big dog. You just hit one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. Hit my ball, baby. Look how sick this shot. Are you proud of that shot, Zoot? Zoot, look at this shot. You have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. You got to go all the way. No, it's not. You know that you had to do better than that. Now I've got the lead. And now I'm in cruise control. Zoot has one of the most challenging shots in the history of the game. And I'm gonna defend this hole like Will Chamberlain in the paint, baby. Like Will Chamberlain in the paint.
Why are we both talking about that? That was terrible.
I don't know.
We both had terrible shots.
Are you proud of the way that you played?
I fucked up your shot even more than. Your shot is difficult.
I'm amazing though.
I'm just going to go this way.
Oh, are you? And do you think that's a good move, son? Because you know what I'm gonna do?
I'm gonna dominate. I'm gonna play one of the best shots ever in the history of the game. You think you're in a better position than I am?
Yeah.
That's incorrect. Look where my ball is. Stop. What'd you say, big man?
You go under.
Dude, look at this. You need to make this. This would be the greatest shot in the history of the game. No doubt. And the game is out of reach for you. Now, I'm going to show you what a perfect game looks like right here. I love this hole. This hole's my jam. I'm amazing at it. I just hate the last shot because I'm bad at it. I'm terrible. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody stay on that little pad. But if you ballers, fuck if you did. Now look at this move. Folks, anybody else watching out there? Look how good this shot is. Just perfect. And there's a chance. Zoot. I've got a shot at the hole to win. I've already won, though. I'm already the champ. Make it. Make it, Zoot. Because day and night. Make it.
This is going to be absolutely diabolical.
Diabolical. That's a big word, big man. It's over, baby. It's over. Now I'm going to beat you in pool. And it's not even going to be close. Pool is not even going to be close. I'm going to beat you 9-ball, 1v1, normal scoring. You have the invitation. You have 10 seconds to accept. Now look how sweet this shot is. I'm already calling it one of the greatest shots ever.
Definitely right.
Perhaps. I don't know why. But you're up.
This is going to be one of the best shots you ever seen.
It was. It absolutely was. That was amazing, dog. No way. No way you make this. Oh, you did. That was amazing. Yes, you did, dog. Look how sick a shot this is, though. One of the sickest shots ever. Now, I have a tough shot here. Do you think this is a tough shot?
You could help me win.
You're up, big dog.
You nearly helped me win.
I know. You're up. You're up.
That non-ball was a little close. I could easily win.
But you didn't. It's not, but it's not.
Thankfully for you, it's not. Okay, that wasn't a bad shot.
It was awful. It was one of the worst shots we've ever seen. Look how good this shot is. Oh, dude, that was so bad. But you don't have a good shot. You have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game.
I think it's that hard.
Everyone knows it's that hard. Oh, dude, that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Yeah, but I fucked up.
That was beautiful, though. Because day and night.
My next shot's going to be tricky.
Yeah, but this one is now. This one is now the wild.
This one's impossible. I just help you win.
Do you think you did?
If you don't fuck up, I'll give you an 8% chance of not fucking it up. Now I'll tell you have like a 75% chance.
I don't know. I'm not good at these long shots. Zoot,
Are you fucking kidding me?
Zoot, that was the most devastating match we've seen all day today. It's over, though. Let's look at the best shot. Obviously, they gave me the best shot even though I scratched. I don't know how that is a thing. Did I have the best shot? Or did you have the best shot? We're going to look again. You had the best shot. All right, Zoot. I've beaten you 2 games in a row. Now we're going to play bounce. And we're going to play with 6 players. Are you ready, Zoot?
No.
6 players. 3, 2, 1, go.
No.
I said, are you ready? And you said yes. You can still join. Just go to the 6-player one. You're in.
I'm in.
Good job, Zoot. Because day and night. Oh, I fucked up. I'm behind a lot. I'm going to burn everybody, though.
You're gonna get really mad at me.
Why am I going to get really mad at you?
Said you were about to get really mad.
No, we're cool. Because day and night. Oh, no. Devastating. I hate this one. Because day and night. Dude, you did all right. Dude, you got 5th. That was baller. And then somebody just absolutely sucked dick.
Did I do okay or someone just sucked dick and maybe you like not that?
Who knows? Okay, 6 players. Let me know when you're ready. Are you ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go. Because day and night. Dude, I'm going to dominate everybody.
Can you still have the game last one here?
Do we?
Oh fuck. That was the hardest. That's the hardest.
Oh, I fucked up.
She looks hot.
Who's she?
One beating up.
Fuck.
How did I come second?
Sue, good job, man.
I should have come first.
Sue, good job. Who's the chick? Well, this girl's smoking hot. This girl's hot as fuck, dog. Drink, paint, 80. Look how many views she has on her profile. 921. Everybody else has like 53. View profile. She's from Bangladesh. This bitch is hot as fuck. She's good at Ocho and bounce and bowling. She sucks dick at mini golf, though. She's terrible at mini golf. I got something to teach her in mini golf. She's beautiful.
Where do you view the profile?
You click on it. She's beautiful. Good eyes, Zoot. Alright, Zoot, you got me. Good job. One game of Moncala and we're done. Alright, one game of Dice Party and then we're out. Then it's over. Dice Party. I fucked up. Give me 3 5s. That sucks. You got 3 4s. That's bullshit. You got 4 4s. Even more bullshit. You get 5 4s. I'm gonna be pissed. Cause day and night. Are you gonna go?
So, Rabbi, you figured out how to time travel?
Like a bunch of different ways, big dog.
Is there any that can work now?
Yeah, all of them. One, two, 4 4 5. 1 2 4 4 5. Cause day and night.
How much money do you think it costs to build a time machine?
A lot.
How much is a lot?
$3.50. $69.
That was not a good move on me.
That was devastating. It's one of the worst moves we've ever seen, son. One of the worst moves we've ever seen, son. Look at this move, though. Day and night.
And I could find two. Why did you play a 7 on the twice?
Why not? Are you fucking serious? This game is rigged. This game is overtly rigged. One of the most rigged games in the history of the game. Day and night.
Times. 1 5 5 5 5. Yes.
Get another one. This game is over, Zoot.
You get a title.
This game is over. Zoot. This game is over. I know it. You know it.
I'm winning. I'm winning.
No, it's it. Because day and night. Whoa. One, two, three, four. 1 2 3 4. Give me a 5, B. Give me a 5, B. I just took the lead. Dude, I took the lead. I just took the lead. Dude, I took the lead. Everybody knows. I just took the lead. Dude, I took the lead. I just took the lead. Dude, I took the lead. Garbage. One of the worst rolls ever. I've never seen a worse roll, perhaps. Psych. Here we go. Give me these 4s, baby. 4s all
You
day.
never seen a worse roll.
Zoot, you got 3 4s. 4 4s. Are you fucking serious? This game is rigged. This game is rigged, Zoot. This game is rigged. Zoot, it's rigged.
We won't let me play anything quiet.
Why did you just say fucking cunt?
Because I'm mad at the game. Is this game rigged?
Majorly. Maybe the most rigged game in the history of the world. Most rigged game in the history of the world.
Well, this is not good.
Are you sure?
That's good.
This game sucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuck yeah. If I made a comeback here, it'd be the greatest comeback in the history of comebacks. No one would have ever had a better comeback ever in anything in the history of the world.
I don't know how you're going to come back.
Oh, you're gonna see, baby.
That's a good start.
What did you think of that, son? What did you think? What did you think of that, son? What did you think? What did you think about that, son? What
That's good news for you.
did you think about that, son? What did you think about that song? Hey, what did you think about that song? Hey,
The good news for you is I got a 0 song.
I need tutus. Hey, I need tutus. Hey, I need tutus. Hey, I need two tutus. You have a full house, and that's what you need. Get it. Give me the tutus. That's all I need is tutus. And I got them, son. Oh, if I get one more set here, that would have been devastating. I would have gotten another 100 points and taken the lead. That would have been the greatest comeback ever. Why didn't you play the full house?
Because the 26 points is higher.
This game is over.
Why would I play 26 points? 25 points and 26 points.
I don't know. Dude, did you check out the Fighter of the Kid subreddit yet today? Why not?
Didn't feel it.
Okay. Well, do you want me to update you? I think the Fighter and the Kid, I'm not even kidding. But I know you absolutely don't care. But I think they're stopping in like a month. After 14 years, dude. What are your thoughts? Dude, did you leave?
No, I'm still here.
You're amazing, Zoot. Why does it take you so long to communicate?
Send brief messages sometimes.
No, you don't. I'm more important.
I'm going to.
Bye, Zoo.
Should I go to bed?
You can't talk like that here, my man. I don't care what you do, but you got to get it through your head that you can't have those kind of thoughts allowed in here. You can't have it.
Yes, remember that, Abraham? I used Jesus' face lotion. You child. You bearded child.
I'm gonna cut out you just saying I used Jesus face lotion. And that's gonna be your new ringtone.
Well, I mean, it's gonna be my ringtone because I'm never calling you again. Abraham Lincoln and Quentin. Yeah, it's like Abraham Lincoln. It's our founding fathers and founding grandsons. Quentin, do you have any special skills or talent or anything like that?
Definitely not perfect. I don't know this is like good for a podcast, but I feel weird there in my stomach.
What can you do?
So,
What can you do with your stomach?
I'll
Show us. What the fuck was that? Podcast listeners, he just stuck out his stomach. Pretty sure the answer to my question, do you have any special skills or talents, was no, by the way. Well, I can lift up my shirt and pretend like I'm doing something.
pretty special.
Really? Do you have to do that when you're not coming?
The answer is no. I just can't.
Oh, man. All right, Quentin. Anything else for Quentin?
Josh, get your beer.
Oh, yeah, give him a ginger beer. Josh Martin running around, everybody. Josh Martin comic. There he goes, Quentin. All right, everyone. He's on Twitter at Quentin Jokes. All one word. Quentin. Before we go back to the bucket again, let's get our one and only regular up here. She writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. She's a goddamn fucking sensation. You know her, you love her. It's the Kill Tony regular, Allie Makovsky.
Thank you. Thanks. I keep getting friend zoned by my haircut. I got sexually assaulted on my skateboard the other day. I was on Hollywood Boulevard and this guy was trying to get out of my way and he just decided to stop me by grabbing my tits. And at first I was like, it was a mistake. He was just in my way. And then I realized I wasn't even moving. I like doing this. Doing a minute every week is fun. People always tell me it's such a great opportunity. You learn so much. But I've never learned anything by doing it 1 minute every week. You never hear someone going to the gym and being like, I went for a minute. I can't wait to see what happens next week. The number one gym in all of the world or whatever.
There you go, another new minute from Allie Makovsky. that it? Alright. Nothing. Allie, so how's life been going?
Life's been great.
What's been happening?
I'm so happy. I'm just like living my best life. I'm just like swimming a lot and
Have you seen any good motion pictures recently?
yeah, I did.
What was the name?
I saw Baby Driver.
Oh, okay. I saw a great movie recently called Captain America Civil War.
Really saw that movie? Where'd you see it at?
Oh, you know what AMC. Funeral Cinema? Oh my god.
Alright. So Allie, what else has been happening? You've been swimming a lot. Clearly it's July 4th weekend. You're a California girl.
Yeah.
You got the buzz cut. Swimming a lot, you say?
Yeah, enough. I like the summer because I don't really have to shower. I just need to find people in pools.
Wow, that sounds like something a kindergartner would draw on construction paper. You like this summer not have to shower and swim pools?
Are you almost couple?
No.
No, she's just disgusting.
Yeah.
Never really.
I was beating around the bush on that one, if you know what I mean.
Oh, chowder bush?
They call me honestly. Beat around her bush.
By the way, is turning into Beethoven more and more by every ticking second.
What's that, Tony? I can't hear you.
Beethoven's dead.
Do the drapes match the curtains?
Somehow it turned into, they went from the founding fathers to Beethoven and mathematics out the real quick. Wow. Musical guest. Alright, Allie, we're going to try to get one more person up here. Another great minute. There she is, Allie McCoskey, everybody. Magical Allie Mac on all social media platforms. One word, Magical Allie Mac. Magic Allie Mac, Magic Allie Mac. All one word. M-A-C, right?
What's magical?
Allie Mac. I pulled another name out of the book. You guys ready for one last comedian here tonight, huh? Let's see what happens, dude. Put your hands together for Ray Easter.
Right. So I live in Koreatown. It's like one of my lady come up to me and ask me, oh, you live in Koreatown? You're like a part Korean too. Like, what an idiot say. I'm like, no, ma'am. I actually couldn't find a place in Indiantown that was like my price range. She's like, oh, you mean Inglewood? I'm like, yeah, Inglewood. Yeah, it's heard a lot of inference. There's a lot of black comments there. I love saying it. Gets me out of the jam sometimes. The guy actually just used it to win the Scrabble game. Playing against a white guy too, so it was like fucking sweet justice. He was freaking out. I was like, "What man, you can't use that word?" I'm like, "No, you can't use that word." I think I've earned the right. That's my time, man. Thank you very much.
There he is, Ray Easter. Ray Easter, how's it going, man? Is your first time on the show?
No.
Oh, okay. Remind us of, what do we know about you?
You work for DC, I do Postmates, so I don't have a job pretty much. Raised George Washington here with the Western guy. When you come, does it take 3 days to come again? And you say, in prison?
Because but in case you're
Oh, okay, yeah. Ray Easter? No. Ray Easter? And George Washington here. No, I got that. No further questions.
wow, sound like you got a little drunk there as the show went on there. So Ray, what's the most interesting thing about you other than anything that you talked about here today? Your real life, like what do you have going on? Anything fun? Maybe for fun? Hobby?
I'm still finding words to say them.
What else? You must do something. You must do something else. What do you do when you're falling asleep? You just lay there like this.
What do you do when you're falling?
I lay there like that.
Tony, do you know why he just works at those stand-up? This is called George Washington.
Yes.
First president of the United States.
No, I don't know why.
Well, because it takes so long to get sets out here, so you can spend 6-7 hours at a night to get in. Even one set, you'd be like, oh, I'll try to get 3 sets tonight. Just spend 7 hours out, and you only get 1 or 2 sets. So that's it's incredible grind to try to get out. That was the first thing that actually made sense. Thank you. I'm on a different wavelength,
That was very deep. When they told me pot was legalized in Washington, I didn't know that's what they meant. Exactly. Ray Easter, your family has the last name of a holiday. Has that ever affected you in a weird way?
Well, I heard there was another comic out there with the same last name, so I haven't found him yet. Kill him! Yeah. Kill the man! Yes, I was going there. What is that?
Have you ever told a chick, alright, here comes the Easter Bunny?
Shocking. It's sad to admit, but yes.
That is awesome. You're a Postmates driver. What's your least favorite place to pick up from? Is there a place that you hate? Just the whole city?
Excellent. No, that is downtown. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, a lot of crazy people.
Oh boy. Okay. Ray, what's the most interesting thing that's happened to you this year? Anything
Is it this year?
It might be. I think it is. Wow. Very good. Beethoven, ladies and gentlemen.
That was it. I thought that was
All right, Ray. Well, we have to end the show. Thanks for coming on there with Ray Easter, everybody. He's on Twitter at Ray Easter Comedy. This is tonight's drawing from Ryan Chayville. Those prints are available at RyanChayville.com. So if you'll Tony poster, I'm on the Monster Energy Outbreak Tour for the next 3 months, basically. I'm touring continuously. But in the month of August, it is the real Monster Energy Outbreak Tour. I go all around the country, traveling around with me, the one and only Abraham motherfucking Lincoln, Jeremiah Watkins is going to be with me. 20-some different cities in the month of August. It's going to be an absolute blast. Motherfucking Weeman was with us tonight, everybody. Come on! It's our last show in the Belly Room. We've been here for 4 years. Did you have fun?
I had a blast.
Weeman, we got to get you back on again soon.
I would love to be back on. I love it.
I love it. Well, we love having you. Make some noise one more time for the great Weeman, everybody. Jeremiah Watkins, what else are you plugging? This is the busiest man I know.
just read down the mail on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up, and come to the Stand Up on the Spot every second Tuesday of the month here at the Comedy Store.
There he is. Motherfucking Patty Reagan, the band leader, creator of Bad Chad. Anything else, Pat? Joel Minutes on Twitter at Mostly Sorry. And,
I don't get to give my Twitter.
Oh, yeah, you can.
I am Weeman and all the feeds.
Weeman. Everybody knows that, though. They just type in Weeman.
Well, I don't know. You could get some Facebook, like
All your guys.
You're I Am Weeman.
Yeah.
I Am Weeman on all platforms. Make sure
Like something to get you going, governor. Just do what you like.
Rukataja na Elohim kumhashiriki shamba Mustafa bin Lahan Rukataja na Elohim kumhashiriki shamba Mustafa bin Lahan Spokeston. Berksham Floyd Machuto Leilabed. Shema Israel Adonai Elohim Adonai prescription. Dog, if they fucking ban me, I'm not even. You did see that worse. But this athleticism.
Family pharmacy. Getting a prescription doesn't have to be such a hassle, and that's why I recommend Old Family.
What's up, babies? We've been doing this bitch for 140 days. Is that true? It better fucking be true. Why? Who knows? I don't give a fuck. I'm tired of this shit. 140 days of this shit. 28th of ER 5786 Friday. May 15th. Are you done though? That would be my question. Be like, dog, you keep talking, but ain't nobody listening. Alright, so what do we do on the 10th, baby? Chabad. Listen to this one. I'm like that fucking horse. Who's perhaps? Are you? I'm whatever you want me to be, girl. Alright, is this over? This is over. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, elevate, elevate. Chaim, but this is a majority of five. What does that mean? It means whatever the fuck you want it to be, girl. Alright, come on, ladies. Creation of the world and shit. That's what they should just call it. Why? Why? Sucks. You're the wildest fucking rabbi we've ever met. Good. I'm glad. Go fuck yourself. Alright, here we go, folks. Oh, this is the worst. Dog, not yet. Not yet, dog. Not yet. We gotta fucking do the thing. Oh, this is the worst. Really? Come on. Timeline. Really? Dog, just, I don't even want to fucking talk right now. Why? Why not? So we've got 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. 3631, 137, son of Adam was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh was born. 3366, 395, Mahalo, son of Kenan was born. 3301, 460, Yared, son of Mahalo was born. 3139, 622, Hana, son of Yared was born. Dog. Adam's gonna be dead. He would have like so many fucking. He'd be like, "Oh, you're my great, 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 great grandson." Oh man, hey grandpa, why don't you fucking eat it? You bite it? Yeah, whatever, dog. Same shit. Different day. Is it? No, it's actually second. All right, can you do the fucking thing with the thing? Yeah, dog. Everybody knows that. Here we go. Let's go. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvah v'tzivanu al sefer ha'omer. Blessed be Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 44 days, which is 6 weeks and 2 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash speedily in our days. Amen. Solo. Are you done now? It's 4 about 12. Are you done? Did you get it? Maybe we just gotta check the day. No, I got this shit. Chabad, oh man. If you did that homework count, it's so fucking long. It's the worst. Who currently runs Chabad? There's somebody called Rabbi Rothschild. So do you own Chabad? I don't know everything, man. I don't know. Really? 44 days, yeah, baby. Right, is that the end of your fucking story? I think so. Here we go, folks.
Birth of Adam and Eve, chapter. Minus 3,631, 137. Son of Adam, was born. Minus 3,526, 235. Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,436, 325. Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. Minus 3,366, 395. Mehulah, son of Kenan, was born. Minus 3,301, 460. Son of Mehulah, was born. Minus 3,139, 622. Jonathan, son of Ur, was born. Minus 3,074, 687. Metushelach, son of Jonathan, was born. Minus 2,887, 874. Lamech 2, son of Metushelach, was born. Minus 2,831, 930. Adam died. Minus 2,705, 1,056. Noah, son of Lamech 2, was born. Minus 2,225, 1,530. 1958 Sarah, daughter of Aaron, was born. Minus 1,700 and married Sarah. Minus 1,765 1996 dispersion from Babel after building the tower. Minus 1,761 2000 Terrell left her casting with his family. Minus 1,755 2006 Noah died. Minus 1,743 2018 Covenant, Rick being Habitarif, with Abraham. Minus 1,738 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. Minus 1,727 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,713 2048 Abraham circumcised himself in Ishmael. Minus 1,713 2048 Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. Minus 1,713 2048 Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,077 2084 the active, where Isaac was brought on the altar of Abraham. Minus 1,677 2084 Sarah died. Minus 1,653 2,108 Jacob and Esau were born. Minus 1,638 2,123 Abraham died. Minus 1,603 2,158 Shem, son of Noah, died. Minus 1,590 2,171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. Minus 1,576 2,185 Jacob went to Haran. Minus 1,574 2,187 Eber, great-grandson of Shem, died. Minus 1,569 2,192 Jacob married Leah and Rachel. Minus 1,566 2,195 Levi, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. Minus 1,562 2,199 Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. Minus 1,556 2,205 Jacob left Haran. Minus 1,553 2,208 Benjamin was born. Minus 1,545 2,216 Joseph was sold. Minus 1,533 2,228 Isaac died. Minus 1,532 2,229 Joseph became viceroy of Egypt. Minus 1,526 2,235 Gahan, son of Levi, was born. Minus 1,523 2,238 Jacob and his family went to Egypt. Living in Egypt. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,506 2,255 Jacob died. Minus 1,429 2,332 after Levi died. The enslavement in Egypt began. Minus 1,393 2,368 Moses was born. Minus 1,355 2,406 Joshua was born. Minus 1,314 2,447 Moses encountered the burning bush. Minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation left Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1,313 2,448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1,313 2,448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 the tabernacle was erected. Minus 1,312 2,449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1,274 2,487 Aharon and Miriam died. Minus 1,273 2,488 Moses died. Judges and early prophets. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,273 2,488 the Jews crossed the Jordan into Canaan. Minus 1,258 2,503 the appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1,245 2,516 Joshua died. Minus 1,200. Minus 1,188 2,573 and Ben-Hira became leader. Minus 1,107 2,654 Shamgar Ben and Ab died. Minus 1,107 2,654 Deborah became leader. Minus 1,067 2,694 Gideon became leader. Minus 1,027 2,734 Abimelech, son of Gideon, became leader. Minus 1,024 2,737 Tola, son of Pua, became leader. Minus 1,003 2,758 Jahir, Jelilite, became leader. Minus 982 2,779 Jephthah, Haviladi, became leader. Minus 969 2,792 2 Elon. Possible 9 became leader. Minus 959 2,802 Abdon Ben Hillel became leader. Minus 951 2,810 Samson became leader. Minus 931 2,830 Eli Cohen became leader. Minus 907 2,854 David was born. Minus 892,871 Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 879 2,882 Saul was appointed king. Minus 877 2,884 David became king of Judah in Hebrew. Minus 869 2,892 David became king of Israel in Jerusalem. Minus 837 2,924 Solomon became king. Minus 833 2,928 above the first by Ham Ashkenaz. Minus 827 2,935 the first by Ham Ash was completed. Minus 797 2,964 Min died and his kingdom was divided. Minus 797 2,964 Rabbi, son of Solomon, became king of Judah. Minus 797 2,964 Jeroboam ben Nebat became king over Israel. Minus 718 3,043 Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. Minus 687 3,084 Joshua invaded by Hamdash. Minus 619 3,142 Isaiah began his prophecies. Minus 574 3,187 the first two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 566 3,195 another two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 562 3,199 Ezekiel became king of Judah. Minus 556 3,205 the last of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 548 3,213 Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. Minus 533 3,228 Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. Minus 463 3,298 Jeremiah began his prophecies. Minus 458 3,303 Josiah invaded by Hamdash. Minus 442 3,319 Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 443,321 Joachim heard the book of Lamentations composed by Jeremiah. Minus 434 3,327 Jerusalem was conquered again and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 433,331 Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 429 3,332 Ezekiel prophesied in exile. Minus 425 3,336 the final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Minus 423 338 the wall was penetrated. 123 3,338 the sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamdash. Minus 423 3,338 the first Beit Hamdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3,339 Eliab Anakiham was killed. Minus 421 3,340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. Minus 410 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future by Hamdash. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371 3,390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373,391 building of second by Hamdash commands. Ben Haldu. Minus 366 3,395 Kashmirosh 2 is great banquet. Minus 362 3,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357 3,404 Esther took action against Hamas the Great. Minus 355 3,406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353 3,408 building of the second by Hamdash resumed. Minus 349 3,412 the second by Hamdash was completed. Building of the second holy temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 348 3,413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335 3,426 Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. Minus 313 3,448 Ezra died. Minus 313 3,448 Simon the Zodiac met Alexander the Great. Minus 313 3,449 Dominion Pharaoh began. Domination. Year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273 3,488 Simon the Zodiac died. Minus 246 3,515 72 others translated. The Torah into Greek. Septuagint. Minus 143,621 revolt of Manasseh the Shashmanah. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shashmanah. Secular year, Jewish year event in history. Minus 139, 3,622 Judah Maccabi rule. Minus 139, 3,622 the second by Hamdash was rededicated. Minus 138, 3,623 Hanukkah was declared a festival. Minus 133, 3,628 Judah Maccabi was killed in battle. Minus 133, 3,628 Donated, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 127, 3,634 Shimon, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 119, 3,642 Yohanan Harkanos, son of Shimon, ruled. Minus 93, 3,668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Eugene Harkanos, ruled. Minus 91, 3,670 Alexander Yane, son of Eugene Harkanos, ruled. Minus 73, 3,688 Michal Zion, Salome Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yane, ruled. Minus 65, 3,696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yane, ruled /DD. Minus 61, 3,700 the Romans gained control of Judea. Minus 61, 3,700 Harkanos II, son of Alexander Yane, ruled. Minus 40, 3,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers, Herodian dynasty. Secular year, Jewish year event in history. Minus 36, 3,725 Herod ruled. Killing all the Shashmanai. Minus 33, 3,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19, 3,742 Herod began rebuilding the second by Hamdash. Minus 11, 3,750 renovation of the second by Hamdash was completed. 3,761 Archelaus, son of Herod ruled. 3,768 Hillel died. 3,770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 3,781 Agrippa, grandson of Herod ruled. 3,788 Sanhedrin removed from the second by Hamdash. 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa, ruled. 53,810 Rabbi Gamliel, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66, 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69, 3,829 the second by Hamdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year, Jewish year event in history. 74, 3,834 are Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86, 3,846 the Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Gamliel II. 133, 3,893 Bader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134, 3,894 Judaism was banned, and Bar-Akiva was imprisoned. 189, 3,949 Arjuna Hanasi completed the mission around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year, Jewish year event in history. 219, 3,979 Rav left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247, 4,007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254, 4,014 Bar Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 290, 4,050 Arma was the leading Talmudic authority. 298, 4,058 Bar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 300, 4,060 Arkista was the leading Talmudic authority. 309, 4,069 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 381 Bar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325, 4,085 Abai was the leading Talmudic authority. 4,098 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 359, 4,119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392, 4,152 Arashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 487, 4,187 Arashi died after the completion of the Gemara. 475, 4,235 the Talmud died. The Rabbina. Secular year, Jewish year event in history. 500,311 Mars proclaimed Jewish self-rule in vision. Secular year, Jewish year event in history. 589, 4,349 the Talmudic Academy of Medina was reconstituted. 609, 4,369 the Talmudic Academy of Syria was reconstituted. 614, 4,374 the Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614, 4,374 the Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629, 4,389 the Sassanid Empire reconquered the land of Israel. 636, 4,396 Aritzhak was the last Jihad of the Arde, Virusher. 637, 4,397 the Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 1,405 one of the Takanah Hijdah was enacted at this time. 755, 4,515 Arcade Jael left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4,519 Aryeh became Jael of Surah. 759 4,519 Mahalach Abdullah, Ahab, was written at this time. 788 4,548 another of the Takanat Hijab was enacted at this time. 858 4,618 Aram wrote the Siddur, became Jael of Surah. 928 4,688 Rabbi Sayadiel was appointed Jael of Surah. 955 4,715 more captives were ransomed at around this time. 900,728 Arshera became Jael. 997 4,757 Arlai became the last Jael of Medina. 1,038 4,798 Arlai died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,044,800 Rabbi and Jerusalem Hakola died. 1,088 4,848 the river arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1,096 4,856 the Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1,099 4,859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1,103 4,863 the Rib died. 1,105 4,865 Rashi died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 1,135 4,895 the Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1,144 4,904 the first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1,147 4,907 the Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1,147 4,907 Rabbi Yotam was captured by the Crusaders. 1,148 4,908 the Rambams and their ex-families left Cordoba. 1,165 4,925 the Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1,171 4,931 Rabbi Yotam died. 1,175 4,905 the Rashbam died. 1,184 4,944 young son of Eri was killed. 1,087 4,958 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1,189 4,949 Yaakov Orleans was killed in London. 1,194 4,950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1,191 4,051 Rabbi David Tucci, known as Dak, wrote his commentary. 1,194 4,954 Rabban, Nachmanides, was born. 1,198 4,959 the Ariamid died. 1,204 4,965 the Rambam died. 1,236 4,996 rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1,242 5,002 a massacre took place in Paris. 1,204 5,004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1,252 5,012 the Inquisition began to use torture. 1,267 5,027 Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1,270 5,030 the Ramban died. 1,286 5,046 the Lahiram Yerath was imprisoned. 1,290 5,050 new works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1,290 5,050 the era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,290 5,050 all Jews were expelled from England. 1,293 5,053 Maharam Yerath died in prison. 1,298 5,058 the Rhine Fleisch massacres began. 1,298 5,058 the author of Maimoni Yad were killed. 1,305 5,065 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305 5,065 the Rush and his son, the TUR, arrived in Spain. 1,306 5,066 all Jews were expelled from France. 1,310 5,070 the Rashba died. 1,320 5,080 Jews were massacred by the Phosphorus Crusaders. 1,327 5,088 the Rosh died. 1,336 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the armed letter bands. 1,338 5,098 the Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349 5,109 the Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367 5,127 the Ram, Irish, and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1,391 5,151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1,391 5,151 Irish and Rashbats left Spain. 1,394 5,155 the final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413, 5,173. Arius Alpha was in a forced debate with Christians. 1,421, 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in a week Israel. 1,475, 5,235. The invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481, 5,241. The Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488, 5,248. Arabidite Bergenor settled in Jerusalem. 1,491, 5,251. Columbus consulted R. Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1,492, 5,252. All Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shul Chan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Jewish year event in history. 1,493, 5,253. Ardanids Hakbar arrived in Naples. From Spain. 1,496, 5,257. All Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516, 5,276. The Anyako was printed. 1,516, 5,276. The Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Israel. 1,525, 5,285. Ardados of Yasel Man saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553, 5,314. A mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563, 5,323. The Shulchan Aruch was completed by Ardados of Cairo. 1,570, 5,330. The Shulchan Aruch was published with the supplements of Rome. 1,572, 5,332. The Arizal died in Spain. 1,573, 5,333. The Herald came to Prague. 1,573, 5,334. The Rothschild'S died. 1,575, 5,335. Ardados of Cairo died in Spain. 1,599, 5,359. The Herald returned to Prague again. 1,614, 5,374. The Maharsha became Rabbi in Lublin. 1,616, 5,377. The Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1,621, 5,382. The Shalom arrived in the land of Israel. 1,629, 5,389. Ardan Yom Tov Lippin Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1,640, 5,400. Ardan Noel Serves. The Bab. Time. 1,646, 5,406. The Shach and Taz, on Shulchan Aruch, were printed. 1,648, 5,408 Jews were massacred by Shmielniki's forces. Early Karanim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,654, 5,455, 5,415. Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1,656, 5,416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1,656, 5,416. Barak Spinoza was excommunicated. 1,673, 5,433. The Maggid Abraham, on Shulchan Aruch, was completed. 1,676, 5,437. Shabtai Tzvi died as a Muslim. 1,689, 5,449. The Shul, on the Shulchan Aruch, was printed. 1,698, 5,458. The Baal Shem Tov was born. 1,702, 5,463. The Nehai Yahashua's family was killed in an explosion. 1,712, 5,472. The Sintei Chachmi was arrested. 1,724, 5,484. Ardan Yaakov Kulai, B.M. Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1,727, 5,487. Mishael Electai. 1,734, 5,494 Jews were massacred by the Haidam bands. The Karanim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,741, 5,501. Igor Hachayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1,747, 5,507. Moshe Lazito, Rumble, died in Akko, Acre. 1,750, 5,510. Arjanavini Meskuis became Rabbi in Hamburg. 1,754, 5,515. Known as the Nona Bayuda, became Rabbi in Prague. 1,757, 5,518. Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 5,519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1,760, 5,520. Baal Shem Tov died. 1,764, 5,524. The Council of Four Lands, known as the Vaad Arba Herzog, was discontinued. 1,768, 5,528. The Spike Resistance. The Haidamax massacred thousands. 1,772, 5,532. The Maggid of Bazuritz died. 1782, 5542 RN Edler and Chatham Sober visited the Notified 1786, 5546 Arlamelico visits died. 1791, 5551 Pale settlement was established in Russia. 1793, 5553 Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution. 1797, 5558 Village died. 1798, 5559 B.A. Al-Hamani was released from first imprisonment. 1799, 5559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1806, 5566 Ajud, Arman Yosef David Echelon, died. 1806, 5566 the Chatham Sober became Rabbi in Presby. 1809, 5570 our Levi Yitzhak over Egypt died. 1810, 5571 our Nachman of Breslau died. 1814, 5574 our Evager became Rabbi in Mosul. 1814, 5575 Dozhnitzer Maggid and Yehudi Hug. Peshi's Book died. 1815, 5575 Jews out and Armendel of Romano Book died. 1819, 5579 anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1827, 5587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1840, 5600 our non-Israel of Rosen was released from imprisonment. Later Karanim and the Changing Society. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1843, 5603 the Zemachzadek Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1846, 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1848, 5609 our Yisrael Salinger left building. 1851, 5611 our Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became Rabbi in Frankfurt M.A. 1859, 5619 our Menachem Mendel of Kotsk died. 1864, 5624 the Malvin was imprisoned and then expelled from Romania. 1866, 5626 Judashi Harem, Tigret Shlomo, and Zemachzadek died. 1873, 5633 the Chapman's Hot was published. 1874, 5634 the Minchak died. 1878, 5638 Pentateuch agricultural settlement was established. 1641 many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pilgrims. 1886, 5646 our Shlomo Gans Pride, author of Keetzer Shmuch and Aram, died. 1892, 5652 our Haim, Brisker, became Rabbi in Brisk. 1905, 5665 the Svedimit died. 1905, 5665 many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911, 5671 Chazanish was published. 1914, 5674 over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918, 5678 over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923, 5684 the Dab-Hayomi study cycle commenced. 1927, 5687 the 6th Lubavitcher was released from Soviet prison. 1938, 5699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1939, 5699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews. 1941, 5701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941, 5701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Bahrain. 1942, 5702 400,000 Jews in Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943, 5703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943, 5703 the remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943, 5703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943, 5703 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944, 5704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944, 5705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945, 5705 Nazi Germany was conquered. And World War II ended. 1945, 5705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947, 5707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947, 5708 the United Nations divided Israel. 1947, 5708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain 5708, the State of Israel was established. 1948, 5708, Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949, 5709, the War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950, 5710, all Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1950, 5710, almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951, 5711, Lubavitch since the mantle of leadership. 1956, 5717, Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967, 5727, Lubavitch established the Temple Campaign. 1967, 5727, Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973, 5734, 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974, 5734, the Lubavitch established the Shabbat Candle Campaign. 1982, 5742, massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987, 5746, the first international conference of Lubavitch emissaries. 1993, 5753, a secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994, 5754, the Lubavitch passed away. 2008, 5767, deadly terrorist attack at the Haman House in Dubai. India, kill 6. 2020, 5780, Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
And welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism and hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, folks, well, welcome back to this sort of traveling, let's call it a circus. 5-ring circus? 5-ring circus is pretty cool. Let's get back into this. And let's start by just begin as we try to do every time. Let's just recap a little bit so we're all on the same page. And that page, of course, if you're on the left, is a picture from Sefer Rabbi one of the most famous books of Jewish magic ever written. You're seeing two different cameos, either amulets or various kinds of things written in angelic language. So if you want to know what the language of the angels looks like, there's two examples of angelic language being written out there. Now, what they say, I have no idea. You have to ask the angels. Write Michael at olamhavad.gov, and maybe he'll write you back. What we noticed last time about Jewish magic, and we did sort of a big romp through Jewish magic, is that Judaism and magic have had a very complicated, very long relationship. I say very long relationship because, as I pointed out last time, the earliest document we have of the Torah is a magical amulet recovered from Jerusalem and the Ketuvim tombs there, and written on silver. You see in the Israel Museum. So the very first documents we have of the Bible are magical amulets, probably. So if you want to say that Jews don't do magic, well, they must not do Torah too. So this is a non-starter. So they've had this very complicated, very tortured history of magic, where on the one hand, it's very clear that the Bible, the people who wrote the Hebrew Bible, have a very uncomfortable relationship with magical practices for lots of reasons, theological reasons, obviously included here, right? The idea that you can affect supernatural causation. If you can affect supernatural causation, then it means that God makes God redundant, right? God becomes like a thing that you really don't need. If you can like make it rain, you can love with people, or make all love with you, or make pennies from heaven. So you can win the lottery on their own. And at the same time, right, we see that Jewish magic is resisted all through the centuries. We see it again all the way back to Kinta and Nome, and all the way down through now. And as I pointed out, right, when I say all the way down through now, my bottom point really obtains here. In the Haredi community, in the community of ultra-Orthodox Jews, we see magical manuals still being published to this day. And also, of course, in the liberal Jewish world, there's an entire world of practicing Jewish witches, the folks who identify as Kohenites, who are also very interested in astrology and magical practices. And so we see that the Jewish magic has really thrived down through the ages. And unsurprisingly, it's mirrored local magical traditions. So we see that Judaism, Jewish magic also looks a lot like the magic of the area that they're living in. So we see the same kinds of magic in the Greco-Egyptian period. We see Jewish magic being practiced in the Babylonian context with the whole incantation bowls. And then as we move through the Roman period and again the European period, we're going to see that Jewish magic will often borrow from the local culture and also influence those cultures as well. That would be especially true in the European context, where Jewish magic has had a disproportionate impact on the development of European magic. That's why here was the magical squares. Most books of magic, European, non-Jewish books of magic, there's some Hebrew there, right? Well, it's not because they like Jews. They were perfectly happy to see Jews to whatever they were sent to. But they didn't. Jews had secret powers, magical powers, and they were perfectly happy to use them. And so Jewish magic ran the gamut, right? It ran the gamut from curses. Everybody gets something, right? And cursing people's like your thing, right? Divination, who doesn't want to have the future, love magic, that's who wants to go to sleep alone. But again, we should be careful, right? Love magic, consent is a value we have around here. And of course, love magic isn't about consent. We have grimoires, which are medieval Jewish spell books that contain a wide range of Jewish magical experiments. In fact, in medieval times, Al, you'll appreciate this, that the word experiment actually derives itself from the medieval Latin word experimenta, which were magic spells. So the word experiment actually has its origin in the technical word for magical operation. And the word experiment actually comes from that. So if you look at medieval magical manuals, they'll say an experiment for invisibility. And what's interesting, right, is that invisibility spells would be tinkered with. You try to make them work better or work at all. And so when modern science, well, new science came along, they just adopted that language. And so it's interesting to see that, again, the boundary between the language between magic and science early on was pretty big sometimes. So we also see amulets, right? Amulets are devices used to call various kinds of, either to receive positive energy, perhaps from the stars, stellar influence, or repulse bad energy in the form of things like demons, Shaitan. So we see amulets, astrological magic is also very popular. Separatio Hamala, what you're looking at now on the screen, was a big part of angel magic, astrological magic. We have demon capturing bowls. We have the creation of living beings. We talk a lot about that. That's the into rather golem. It's probably the Jewish monster par excellence. I imagine most folks here have heard of the golem. Of course, that myth comes from the sacred Yisra, which we'll talk about this evening, I think. Of course, we also have angel summoning and the whole thing. So Jewish magic really ran the gamut. So again, what I really want to drive home about the process of Jewish magic is what I said last time, is that people who want to tell you that magic is Jewish, there's not such thing as Jewish magic, well, they got some archaeology results, right? That's my basic argument. You can say that this is not a thing, that's not a thing, you say it's not acceptable in your community, fine. But to tell me that Jews didn't do it for 3,000 years, you're just badly informed. So I don't know what I'm telling you. The scientific, archaeological, paleographic data telling me that you're wrong. And if you want to just sort of put your fingers in the air and go, la, 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 you can do this, well, have fun being wrong. Because it's very clear that Jews did. So, now again, whether your community accepts it, whether we go to Grove Park over there, and whether they're okay with it, or Grove Park, or go to Grand Heights and see if they find this magic, I don't know. But probably, again, knocking down the street, he's up, 12 in the middle of the night doing some weird stuff, might be able to magic, right? And he would be that weird. And if you think about this from a historical perspective, the fact that there are magicians, sorcerers operating in Jewish communities all over the world in history, any community that doesn't have one is probably a weirdo community. That's probably the weirdo community. The one that doesn't have one, right? The much more likely outcome is to go to. So Jewish magic has to be here. It's not going to go away. And by the way, this is true of magic in general. Magic is more popular now than ever before. Right? So for better or worse, it's here. So tonight, we're going to do it, folks. We're going to get into the very first vestiges, the very first layer strata of the Kabbalah. So we're going to do it. We're talking about this distinction between Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. We're not going to get that. We're going to begin to get into the world of Kabbalah. But to do that, we got to a little bit from a philosophical angle. And that's because while people often think of Kabbalah as a kind of mysticism, and people think of mysticism as somehow opposed to science or opposed to philosophy, those kinds of oppositions just did not exist in the late classical world, and they certainly didn't exist in the Middle Ages. So we have to loosen up our categories a little bit here, right? Because we often think of these things existing enough, right? Science doesn't like mysticism, mysticism doesn't like philosophy, and philosophy and science can't really get along. And so if they're all fighting, and this is the way we do it, this is our world, right? It's not theirs. Their world is a much different world than others. And the first thing you have to do is kind of, take your fraternity hat off, put a different hat on, whatever that hat is, big, whatever. And so we have to understand that in the late classical world, the relationship between philosophy, mysticism, magic, religion was very healthy and very mixed together, right? So drawing a line between one of these and the other of these is just really not possible. And so what we have to understand is that Judaism has always had a very weird relationship, because on the one hand, Jews want to maintain their cultural, religious distinctiveness. On the other hand, all the outside world's kind of cool. They got Greek science, and they got like TV, and they got Xbox, and all this stuff, right? So there's all kinds of things that go against that world that Jews want to admit is cool. And at the same time, we don't want to bad A word. You know what bad A word is? Assimilate. Assimilate, right? This is the bad A word, right? So there's this idea that Jews do not want to assimilate, but they always have to some degree. And even when they don't, that non-assimilation is actually a response to assimilation, right? You're never outside that logic. So with the relationship between ancient, like classical Jews and Greek science, because the Greeks had a lot of stuff figured out, folks. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, whether they were right or not, I don't think they were. The Greek model of the world was a far better model of the world. It explained at least some of why the planets did what they did, right? Greek science, Greek math, right? When you see it, I don't know if folks here have ever done a geometry class, right? When you prove to yourself that Pythagorean theorem is true, it's magical. It's magical when you see proof, mathematical proof of something. You're like, damn, that's really true. That's for real true. Not like I made it up, like I had a fever dream about it being true, whatever. That's true. And it can't be otherwise. The Greeks pioneered a lot of this stuff. Now, it's not to say the Greeks invented everything, right? The Pythagorean theorem has been known by the Babylonians in the form of Pythagorean triplets well before Pythagoras, right? Pythagoras is heavily on the Egyptians for a lot of his mathematical knowledge. As you might imagine, the Egyptians knew a thing or two about triangles. So, again, the Greeks had things going on, right? And the Greeks were the big pioneers in what we might now recognize as something like empirical science or theoretical science. Now, what's really important about this is, right, Jews have always had a sort of pull relationship with Greek science. But what increasingly begins to happen is that Jewish philosophy begins to be deeply influenced by two distinct forms of Greek philosophy. Now, these two forms of Greek philosophy, we have names for them now, right? We call them Neo-Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism. Now, I'm going to do a lot more Neoplatonism next time when we get into Kabbalah proper. Tonight, what I really want to focus on is a school of Greek philosophy that we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism. Now, you can imagine how many Greeks call their philosophy Neo-Pythagoreanism. The answer is exactly zero. No Greeks call their school that. Right? Everyone is self here being philosophers. But there are two things that are really important about what we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism. Right? I know we put off by the name, this is one of these $4 words to make philosophers sound smart. Basically, what we're talking about here is two things. One thing we're talking about here is the influence of Pythagorean philosophy. And Pythagorean philosophy is the same philosophy that many string theorists probably will believe in today, and that is the world is fundamentally mathematical. Right? Not describable in terms of math, but math. The world is mathematical. Right? And so that's the main thing, right? The structure of reality, the fundamental structure of reality is mathematical in nature. Again, this idea probably is more popular now in some forms of contemporary physics, seeing on the screen here is an image from a Pythagorean or Neo-Pythagorean basilica that was actually discovered in the 18th century in Rome. It's recently been reopened. I've always wanted to go there. It's permanently preserved. This is where Neo-Pythagorean hung out in Rome. It's basically completely preserved. You've only discovered a accent. And so it's really neat that you can go into these places where these guys are like hanging out, talking about numbers and stuff. And it's actually preserved in Rome. That would be a very small amount of people to go over there. So next time I go to Rome, I'm going to try to be one of those very small people. So let's combine that, right? Let's think of this idea with some ideas from Judaism. Now, Judaism, as you probably know, from the book of Genesis in the Bible, Bereshit, but the way that God makes the world in Jewish lore, in Jewish mythology, Israelite mythology, that God so big that maybe the existence is a speech act, right? God says, in Hebrew, let there be light, and by Hebrew, there was light. The very act of speech causes being to come into existence. And thus, right, if God speaks Hebrew, which of course Israelites, all the Jews think that God does, that's the language of God. In fact, that's what we call Hebrew, Lashon Kodesh, right? Lashon Kodesh, that it is holy language. Then the very reality of Hebrew is that Hebrew itself has magical power. It's the case that the language itself is special. It's metaphysically powerful. It's qualitative. Because if God speaks it, then it can't be just a bunch of random sounds, right? We think random sounds, dog, right, or whatever, right? We think those sounds being random, but God's speech isn't random. God's speech is the opposite of random. It's ordering. Because in the ancient Israelite imagination, from the first talk, that part of what goes on in the ancient Israelite mind worldview is that God is ordering the world out of chaos. For the ancient Israelites, it's chaos versus order. So what does God's speech do? It orders the universe. And this is unsurprising, right? Because grammar, if you've ever studied some grammar, if you've been tortured by some grammar, you know the thing that's torturous about grammar is that it's orderly. That's what's hard about it. It's about learning the patterns. Not on there's exception of patterns, and why there are exceptions of patterns. It's orderly. And so language is an act of order. Is how God created the world. There was nothing, chaos, and God spoke, and it ordered it. So Hebrew has this kind of power. You see this very early on in Israelite, you might call it linguistic ontology or metaphysics. But there are two ways in which this plays itself out. The first, of course, is that language is magical. This is unsurprising, right? Imagine a sorcerer. The one thing every child knows about what sorcerers say, right, is abracadabra. Well, you might think it's just nonsense gibberish, but it's not. It's Aramaic. Abracadabra literally means in Aramaic something like, I create as I speak. Now, think about that for a minute, right? Abracadabra, I create as I speak. Well, if a magician is uttering that, who are they imitating? God. Because God creates the speech. So on the one hand, we have language is magical. You can do magic with language. We've already seen that with Hebrew being used in all its magic practices. But if you can speak that magical language, it's not just that you can do magical powers. You have magical powers, you're also imitating God. You're being as if a God. Right? Because God can do it through language. Well, if God speaks that language, and you speak that language, you are kind of being God. And so, insofar as one can speak that language and conjure things into being, you can imitate God, but also you can come unified with God. Because in the same way that God creates through speech, you create through speech, you are imitating being like God. This is the theological equivalent of fake it till you make it. Right, folks? This is you becoming united with God by acting like God. And by acting like God, one becomes unified with God. So you can see how this circuit is being closed, right? How the role of are meditation wheels by which one can, in fact, change one's consciousness by, and by changing one's consciousness, I mean, elevate one's consciousness to be unified with God via prophecy by meditating on specific words in the Hebrew alphabet manuscript of Abraham Avalon, not written by him, but this text will get to him in a couple of weeks. The first time we see this idea of imitating God by using language to create things is in the Babylonian Talmud. And this gets back to Al's point, right, where Al commented that on the one hand we have the rabbis and everyone else. Well, here's where I want to from that. Because in the Babylonian Talmud, we have the rabbis doing the exact same, the thing that you said they didn't do, right? You wanted to draw a line, and here's what I'm saying, a line can't be drawn. So we have in the Babylonian Talmud in two different stories, which are probably mirroring each other, but being told by two different rabbis in Tractate Sanhedrin, where we have both Abaya and Rabbi, two very prominent rabbis, discussing death penalty cases, right? Tractate Sanhedrin, as you may know from Babylonian Talmud, is all about death penalty cases. And one of the things that is a death penalty case is sorcery. You're not allowed to practice sorcery. And so what is constituent of sorcery? Right? So they say there's all kinds of things that are constituent of sorcery. Right? Well, creating illusions isn't. You're allowed to create illusions. This is the rabbinical issue I think modern Hebrew actually indicates stage magic. Right? What is allowed? This is positively mind-boggling. Right? Such was formed by Rabbi Zena and Rabbi Shaya, who spent every Shabbos Eve in studying Hilchot Yetzirah. We'll talk about what this is in just a minute. By means of which they created a third row path in it. So they studied Hilchot Yetzirah, right? This literally means the doing of the Yetzirah, right? So if you want to have a look about the law, like Hilchot Shabbat is how to practice Shabbat. It's a law of Shabbat. Hilchot Yetzirah is the laws of formation. How you make something. Well, what do? They studied it on the eve on Erev Shabbos, on Shabbat Eve. They created a third grown calf and they ate it for Shabbat. They made the calf. They made one. Rabbi said, this is even more dramatic. Rabbi said, if the righteous decided they could create a world. Now, this translation is hiding something. This is the translation from Sefaria, but the actual translation in the Aramaic says they could create a world just like God. They could create a world alone. Now that is positively mind-blowing. That if you are righteous, you can create a world, right? But you have enemies, so you can't. Now, Rabbi created a man, right? And sent him to Rabbi Zerah. Rabbi Zerah said to him, right, spoke to him and said, he received no answer, right? He was mute. And thereupon he said, you're a creature of the magicians, actually in Hebrew, or Arabic rather, it says, you're one of the common, right? Like, you're one of those guys, right? It's in Hebrew and Arabic. It says, go back to the dust, right? And Rabbi Zenia and Rabbi Shah said, all those men studying Sefer Yetzirah, by means of which they agreed with their own path. So in the Babylonian Talmud, again, the central part of rabbinical Judaism, there is no more important part of rabbinical Judaism than the Babylonian Talmud. We have rabbis making calves. So the distinction between what's magic and what's orthodox at this point has to be completely breaking down. Because I don't know about you, if I made a person right from dust and then sent them to you, you're gonna be like, well, that ain't magic. It'll do until magic gets here. Right? Like, again, if making people like magic, I don't know what it is. So what we have in Babylonian Talmud is the idea that somehow they're studying some book, some text, and creating people. Now again, the person's mute. There's no doubt about the fact that he's not a perfect person. They're mute, right? Which would have been thought of as a disability in the ancient world, again, ancient ableism aside. What we have here is an image of creation by some kind of study. Further in Miracle 55 days, we have the idea that inside Mishkan, the tabernacle. Why? Because Bezalel, and I have the story not because my name is Bezalel, but because it's a great story, but because Bezalel knew how to join the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So again, listen to that in about one time how much Bezalel is about faith. That Bezalel was chosen because he understood how to combine the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So already by the Talmud, we have the idea that the heavens and the earth were created, the Olam, the cosmos were created by the combination of letters. And here again at Sanhedrin 67-65 base, we have the idea that you create if you're righteous. If you're righteous. I'm not that righteous, thank God. Now, what's this text? Right, what's this text? Sefer Yetzirah is, without a doubt, the most enigmatic and important book of Jewish mysticism prior to the Kabbalah. There is no more important book prior to the rise of the Kabbalah in terms of Jewish mysticism than Sefer Yetzirah. I'll go on to say also later, Sefer Yetzirah is canonical. It's scripture now. In the Orthodox world, you can make arguments based on it. It is a kind of Jewish scripture. We're not like the Christians. The Christian canon is basically closed. The Muslim canon is definitely closed. Right? The Jewish canon kind of is open. Stuff gets in. Right? And from community to community, right? Things get in. And Sefer Yetzirah has certainly got in. I would consider it to be part of the Jewish canon, right along with the Bible and with the Bible and the Talmud and the Sefer Zohar, etc. What is it? What is the Sefer Yetzirah? It is a text produced sometime between 500 and 1,000 of the Common Era. It's very brief. It's only about 2,000 words long. And it's a speculative text describing the method by which God created the cosmos, or the Olam. I'm going to use the word Olam because I prefer to use cosmos. I think it has connotations that are a little bit maybe too modern. And when I say Olam would include all of the physical world we now know of, as described by the standard model of particle physics with 25 particle four forces. But the Olam is a much bigger angle about what it is. I would put age of the demons and all kinds of cool stuff. So anyway, these Sefer Yetzirah describes very, very brief words, right? There are only about 2,000 words on an average recension. We can talk about recensions later. There are 3 or 4 different recensions of the Sefer Yetzirah that have come down to us, and there's a debate about how they came down to us. What we have is a book describing how the world was created, attributed to nonetheless and the patriarch Abraham. Why Abraham? Because there is a line in Genesis where it said Abraham made souls, right? That Abraham created souls. And the idea is that because Abraham created souls, the only way he could have done that is if he had access to Sefer Yetzirah, and therefore that is proof for the traditional community at least that because Abraham could create souls, that he was also in command of the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, when was this book written down? The short answer is we have no idea. We just don't know. Sometime before 1000 from the Common Era, right? Now, the debate goes that sometime between the 2nd century and the 11th century. Yeah, 800 years or something. We don't know. It's very difficult to figure out when this book was written down. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss, who I'll have his name and his book in the regular reading at the end of the lecture tonight. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss that it was produced in the 7th century, maybe the 8th century. But I think it really matters in terms of this class, so we're not going to get into the weeds about when it was written down. However, you may be interested in when it was published here on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see the first edition of the Sefer Yetzirah published in Mantua in 1562. I could be wrong about that, but I think it was 1562 that it was published in Mantua. But we have a first edition copy here. One of these copies, by the way, sells for about $60,000. So if you have $60,000 lying around, you want to buy me a gift, feel free to pick me up a copy of the Mantua edition of the Sefer Yetzirah. So, what is the Sefer Yetzirah? As I said, right, it's a book describing how God made the world. Now, what's also important about the Sefer Yetzirah is it is the first time we hear the word Sefer. Now, this is a word that for folks familiar with Kabbalah, this is a word you probably haven't heard before, right? Sephirot is one of these words that is a mainstay in the world of Kabbalah. Now, there are two things that are important about this word Sefer. The first thing that's important about this word is that no one knows what it means, right? The root of the word, the shortish of the word is S-F-R, which in typical language means to count, right? It just means to count. Now, if you want to make a verb, you want to make a noun out of that, right? Typically, the noun would be mispar. And mispar actually does mean number. That's the Hebrew word for number. Mispar, misparim, right? It's a word for number. Well, the writer of this text doesn't go that route. They invent a new word that we've never seen before. And that new word they invent is sefer. Now, what they do is they take the word sphira and they added oath to it from a plural way, so we know it's a plural. What makes this word even more weird is that it's always accompanied in the Sefer Yetzirah with the term velima, the adjective velima. Now, the word velima only occurs once in the entire Hebrew Bible. It's a polysyllabic given, which means it only occurs once. And it's weird. When we know that veli, right, means without, and ma means what. And so it seems to mean without one. Now, what we have is a word made up, separate, which kind of means number, and without one. So literally we can translate it as number without one. Now, put that into the actual text, it makes no sense. Whatever the author is trying to do here, just whatever they're trying to describe, a literal reading of it doesn't make sense. So, what are the Sephirot Velima? What do we mean by the Sephirot the first time they appear in all of Jewish literature and all of the history of Jewish mysticism? Well, the one thing we know from Sefer Yetzirah is they are not divine emanations. Now, I know that folks are familiar with some Kabbalah, right? You've seen the tree of life, right? The dot, right? And God goes, get there to right? 10 things. We'll get to that later. Right? And that's the tree of life of the spirit. Well, in the same Yetzirah, it's not that. Whatever it is, it's not that. They are not a divine emanation. We'll get there tonight. A minute. They're not that. What are they? No one knows. No one knows. The going guess, I think guess, right? But I really didn't mean guess. The going guess is that this is being influenced by Neo-Pythagoreanism. Right? Neo-Pythagoreanism. Remember, Neo-Pythagoreanism is all about this number stuff, right? Remember, it's all about number being reality. Well, one of the things we know about Pythagoreanism is that one of their sacred symbols was this thing called the tetrachus. You're seeing it on the screen here to the left. The idea of the tetrachus, right, is the idea that from one monad can give rise to two monads, right, plus, right? So these 2 plus 1 give rise to 3, and these 3 plus 1 give rise to 4. Add all this together, right, you get a base 10 counting system. And from a base 10 counting system, you have basically the origins of the number system, and then from there you have the origins of arithmetic, etc., etc. It's a geometric way of describing how numericality itself comes into existence. Now, I know that sounds really abstract. That's because it's really abstract, right? But we know this from the Pythagorean world, right? They also thought there were 10 of these, right? There were 10 of these tetrachus, right? The tetrachus was a 10-node system. Well, guess what we know about the Sephirot Velima? There are 10. And the text is really clear. It says you have to write 10, not 9, 10, not 11. Exactly 10. I think, that what these Sephirot mean are the basic structure of a decimal counting system. That what we have here is a decimal counting system. Why? Right? Because the symbol of 10 represents completeness in the Pythagorean system. And 2, the Sephirot are also always described in relationship to the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So for the Sefer Yetzirah, the world is created by 2 things, 3 things. God, right? Using the 10 spheroids and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, combine them together to create everything else. So you have, well, you imagine, right? What do you have? You have all the numbers, all the letters, combine all the numbers and letters together, 10 separate are the 10 countable things in the base 10 system of counting, plus the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. They are the palette by which God painted the world into existence. So, in Sefer Yetzirah, they are not emanations of God. They are numerable structures, which when combined with the alphabet, are the substructure of reality. Language and math, right? I think that's what's going on with Sefer Yetzirah. Now, if you ask someone else, they'll give you another story. But you know, story, right? I think that's what's going on. And I think that I base that upon read other neo-Pythagorean literature, they make the exact same argument, right? So I think that's what's going on here. Now, when we get to Sefer Yetzirah, is several successive stages the universe went through, and the world we have it now. Eventually, we'll have the black hole period, proton decay, or whatever. Right? There are successive stages of the universe. Sefer Yetzirah also describes successive stages of the universe, how we come to be. Now, we can't get into the weeds of all that tonight. We just don't have enough time to get all of that. We can spend an entire 8 weeks just on Sefer Yetzirah. But what's really important is that the mature part of the universe, right? The mature part of the Olam, is governed by what they Sefer Yetzirah calls Ketzivot. Ketzivot are limits, right? Limits, they're extremities. Again, that, by the way, limits, extremities, is Pythagorean language. They're translating this Pythagorean language, in my opinion, into Hebrew. And Ketzivot are these kind of limits. Now, what do those limits look like, right? Well, they're on fundamentally 3 dimensions, right? 3 dimensions. Well, I say 3 dimensions, right? Actually, like 6 dimensions, but this is what they are, right? We have 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending. We have 2 dimensions of space, right? Or dimensions of, so 2 dimensions of time, 2 dimensions of space, above and below, and those include the 4 cardinal directions. So, above and below, right? 4 cardinal directions, and then in those, they swell to the other directions. And then along with the 2 dimensions of time, both beginning and ending, and maybe the 2 dimensions of space, they're also 2 dimensions, right, underneath. This is a pretty interesting way of thinking about reality for this time period. And again, I think that someone with a background in physics, like Al, can appreciate, right? They're already imagining reality as having dimensionality. There are these mathematical ways of understanding the nature of reality that are describable abstractly as what we might call dimensions, what they call limits or extremities. This is followed by a very intense and very somewhat strange analysis, and yet still scientific, of the Hebrew alphabet itself, in which the writer of this text groups the Hebrew letters into 3 groups based on the articulation of the points of the mouth. So when you make a mem sound, it's using your lips and labials, right? When you make a dalet sound, it's dentals. When you make an out sound, right? A iron sound, right? Gutturals, right? Those are articulated in different points. And so it's a kind of quasi-primitive, right? When I say primitive, I don't mean backwards, but I mean ancient form of linguistic analysis, right? So they're analyzing language in terms of where these things are articulated in the face and the mouth. And then finally, what happens is the letters are all set into a correspondence. And the way that the writer of Sefer Yetzirah imagines the cosmos, right, or reality, has 3 layers. There's the Olam, right? The whole big megillah, right? There's time. Time is the movement of the Olam, right? And there's the human being. And the human being is the center of it, right? Because they are something that exists, and they are moving through time. And so the human being, the nefesh, the soul, right, is the nexus of the cosmos and time, right? And so they understand this. So what you get in the Sefer Yetzirah is a very very involved system in which letters are assigned to members of the zodiac, right? Shana, time, right? And then also letters are combined to describe the cosmos, right? Various parts of the cosmos, and also describe various parts of your body. So your liver, your heart, and your eyes are set in correspondence with the various letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Because again, God spoke the word of the and when God said, I am, right? Folks know this, right? The word I am is a Hebrew question around here, folks. What God defined lies here for business. And what is sightseeing like? Right? So we get the system of correspondence. So the Sefer Torah is a very rigorous, scientific, philosophical, metaphysical analysis of how reality is created. There have been several different periods of time. I just want to talk a little bit about the periods of time have worked themselves out, right? So we have a few different periods of time in the development of Sefer Torah, right? The earliest period of time is when it developed. And the truth of the matter is, we don't know anything about that time. We don't know exactly when and how it developed. We think it was probably in kind of a Gnostic, theurgical, magical Greek, Syriac world. But it's very hard to guess. The first time we see this Sefer Torah emerge is in philosophical scientific commentaries in the 10th century, right? The 10th to the 12th century, the leading Jewish minds at the time spent time writing commentaries on Sefer Torah. And they did it to try to show how this accurately describes the fundamental structure of reality. Now, again, when the Sadia Gaon, just to give an example, right? The Sadia Gaon gives writes commentary on this. If the Sadia Gaon, the leading authority in all the Jewish world at the time, feels the need to write commentary on this, my God, that's scripture. Right? If he takes it seriously, you bet your ass you're going to take it seriously. Right? And it's not just that. It's the Nolo, it's all that. Ours alive. So we have these scientific commentaries from the 10th to the 12th century. And then the book becomes magicalized. Because if it describes how God made the world, and if righteous people can make their own worlds, then this might be a roadmap to making our own stuff. And so it enters into its magical period, specifically in Europe with the Ashkenaz in the 11th, 13th century, right? And then eventually synthesized into the Kabbalah in the 13th century, and eventually it makes its way into modernity. We'll get into a little bit more of this other, more recent stuff in a bit. Now, of course, the Sefer Torah is most heavily associated at the level of magic with the golem. I'm sure most folks here have heard of the golem. I've spent a lot of time talking about the golem. But the golem, of course, is an artificial humanoid made from clay animated by magical specific techniques found in the Sefer Torah. The earliest descriptions for the production of a golem were found primarily in the 12th century in the commentary on the Sefer Torah by Eliezer Burns, German Ashkenazi Rabbi. And he writes how to create a golem using various kinds of magical techniques, meditation techniques primarily, combining letters with vowels over and over and over again into a form of mystical meditation. And one can transform clay into a human being through these mystical meditations. And so the golem becomes this sort of artificial hero. By the way, the word golem actually does appear in the Hebrew Bible once, I think, to describe an unformed fetus. It's actually sort of the word for fetus in the Hebrew Bible. It's an entity that's not quite human and not quite known. It's somewhere in between. That's why, by the way, in the Hebrew Bible, when you kill someone, if you're something with the death penalty, but in the middle of a fight, a man who hits a woman who's pregnant and calls her a miscarriage, he's not subject to the death penalty. Because the thing inside her is a golem, not a person. Right? So the rabbis are actually very clear about what's a person, what's not. But then unborn people, right, unborn entities are golems, not people. That's why there's no death penalty cases in that matter. Which is something I think is weird. I don't mind more fundamentalist Christians and people don't really. They're all read the Bible. Be about it. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Read it. So anyway, the goal, right, is how this idea came about, right? Because if God can make things, I can make things. Well, I can use speech to make things too, and the goal is becomes the quintessential legend for this. Now, you probably heard the goal of Prague, just as a myth-busting thing to ruin your night. The goal of Prague was invented by a 19th century German writer, non-Jewish German writer, described the whole idea of Prague. Never made a goal. There was no goal of legends prior to the 19th century in Prague. Now, don't go shouting out very loudly if you go to Prague, because they'll throw you out of the window. Prague hospitality. Because they make a lot of money on tourism on the whole golem thing. But Prague never made a golem. Never mentioned a golem. You read Prague's actual writings, he would have been to, by the book, kind of legalist action. So, Vampire Legend, in some ways, by whole cloth. Although the Golem movie is very important, what's also interesting about the Golem movie, I'll just mention here just briefly, is that the Golem movie as we have it is actually a prequel. What's a prequel? The original Golem movie will have both been lost. They're lost movies. So if you ever go see the Golem movie that we have is a prequel to a movie that's been lost. And the sequel, which we also have made, has also been lost. There's two of these movies that, as you may know, a lot of film back in the day was made on printed on things like nitrocellulose or whatever, like really, really combustible film. And, even a spark could burn the whole thing down. So a lot of these movies were lost. So if you ever see the Golem, just know that you're watching a prequel to a movie that was very popular that has been lost now. But the invention of an artificial humanoid, and further, the last thing I'll say about Zephyr is that dozens of commentaries on this little book have been written in the centuries since it's been written. Zephyr is probably the single most commented book after the Bible and the I should be careful what I say about that. There's dozens of commentaries. I don't say that on Zephyr, and the standard issue has at least 12 commentaries attached to it. And so the Zephyr in the traditional Jewish world is a highly, highly, highly commented on book, and it is in fact to this day, I would say it is a canonical book of Jewish scripture. As we get into Europe, in the Ashkenaz, we're a little over tonight, but I think it's okay. I won't try to go too far on it. As we get into Europe, we get into the world of the Ashkenaz. We've been in the Middle East for a while, right? We've been in ancient Israel, ancient Palestine, we've been in ancient Egypt, we've been in ancient Mesopotamia. The focus begins to shift beginning in the period of the 10th and 11th century. It has a lot to do with what's going on in the Middle East with things like the Mongol invasions and some stricter Islamic world. And so the intellectual centers begin to shift to traditional Jewish parts of the world in Europe, Ashkenaz being one of them. Now, people have these bizarre ideas that all of European Jews are descendants of Khazars and converted in the 9th century or something. And then all European Jews are not really Jews. And all that kind of bizarre opinion. For the Romans, the trade places Jews went to Marseille, on the very southwest of France, was a